Chapter 1751. Originally, the entire martial arts alliance was protected by a formation, but at this time, under the terrifying aura of the Gorfiend, the magnificent buildings instantly turned into ruins. Looking at Gorfiend's terrifying ability, David couldn't help but be speechless. This is too powerful. If the Gorfiend is not dead at the moment, and what remains is not a physical body, then is there anyone else who is his opponent? Nie Cheng watched the entire martial arts alliance turn into a mess, and his face suddenly turned ashen. He knew that when he was finished, David would not kill him, and Daning would not let him go. In the blink of an eye, the martial arts alliance no longer exists, only the rockery still stands intact. The members of the martial arts alliance can't even find their bodies, they have become scum. David looked at Nie Cheng. At this moment Nie Cheng couldn't help but feel tight. As the great Marquis, the black-silver robe of the martial arts alliance has become a prisoner now, and he is still so embarrassed. David, I opened the dungeon for you, and I have told you everything I know, can you stop killing me? Nie Cheng is begging for mercy, he is afraid of death. David stared at Nie Cheng closely, and then said with a cold face, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, don't blame me, blame yourself for not being the leader of this alliance. David did not kill Nie Cheng immediately, but let the Gorfiend carry Nie Cheng and walk towards the Long family. David kept Nie Cheng in order to publicly sentence Nie Cheng to death. He wanted everyone to know what happened to the martial arts alliance. The leaders of the martial arts alliance have all been sentenced to death, and the martial arts alliance has been destroyed. Who else will join the martial arts alliance? David is going to follow the martial arts alliance to the end, and he will never die. At the same time, in an extremely fluctuating space, a person hiding under a black robe slowly stood up. There are still people in the secular world who can shake my magic circle. The fluctuation of the breath just now is too terrifying. Is the spiritual energy really going to recover? Are some old things alive? The man in black robe spoke lightly, but there was no one in front of him. Great power, all the secret realms seem to have received news. The era of spiritual energy recovery is coming, and the major hidden families seem to be preparing. Many powerful family spokespersons have emerged in the secular world, and the martial arts alliance we have worked so hard to manage has lost its glory at this time and was destroyed in one fell swoop. In the fluctuating space, an old man with a wrinkled face and a somewhat hunchback appeared. Ha ha ha, the martial arts alliance is just a bait for me. Even if it is a bait, it cannot be easily destroyed. Take someone to see it. If possible, bring David. Golden Dragon's real body, perhaps with his body, we can enter another world and see our long-lost demon venerable. Daning laughed wildly, and didn't seem to be angry because the martial arts alliance was destroyed. As ordered. The hunchbacked old man slowly stepped back, and soon his body was hidden in the turbulent space. In Kyoto, the martial arts alliance was destroyed, and the news of the arrest of Nie Cheng, the new leader of the martial arts alliance, spread instantly. This time, David's reputation has reached its peak. However, for David, all his prestige was meaningless. He had to find a way to break through the cell and rescue Sonia. Now that the martial arts alliance no longer exists, but looking at the dungeon, David is helpless, which makes him very desperate. Mr. Chen, are you worried about not being able to break the cell of the martial arts alliance? At this time, Fan Jiang came over and asked. David looked at Fan Jiang, and then nodded. The formation in that cell is so powerful that it can't even break through the Gorfiend. I've been in the martial arts alliance dungeon for 20 years. The formation in that dungeon is very strange, but as long as the formation eye is found, it may be possible to break the formation. Fan Jiang said. Chapter 1752. When David heard this, he rolled his eyes immediately. Everyone knows that the formation can be broken if the formation is found. After all, the formation is the weakest point of every formation. But the most difficult thing is how to find the array eye. Fan Jiang also seemed to see what David was thinking, and said quickly, Mr. Chen, master who is a master of spells, and each spell corresponds to a magic circle. If you find him, maybe master who can know where the formation eye is, or maybe you can break the formation. When David heard it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, the reason why each talisman has different abilities is because the arrays given to each talisman are different, so the abilities are different. For example, the Killing Formation and the Mountain Protection Formation are just condensing the formation into the talisman paper, which makes each talisman have different abilities. It's just that this ability to draw talismans is not available to everyone. You can make formations, but you may not be able to draw talismans. Arrange the formations on the talisman paper. In the same way, Humatsi can draw talismans, and the talisman technique is almost invincible, but if he really wants to set up a mountain protection formation in a sect, he can't do it. All things are interoperable, yet have their own differences. David, who wanted to understand, decided to go to Humatsi immediately after beheading Nie Cheng in public tomorrow. If Humatsi can't do it, they can go to the ruins of Tianfuzong, maybe they will have an adventure. Now that the Gore Fiend is in the flesh, it is like a walking tank, and there is absolutely no need to be afraid of the organs set up in the ruins. The next morning, the martial arts field was crowded with people because David decided to publicly execute Nie Cheng here today. This is still the first alliance leader to be executed by the Martial Arts Alliance to this day. This kind of thing should be stopped by the official. After all, David's Dragon Gate is just a sect, and he has no right to execute the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. The official word is needed, but David decided to execute Nie Cheng, but the official did not say a word. Everyone also understands that it is normal for the government to remain silent because of the relationship between David and Mr. Sher. Long men, in a dungeon, David personally took Nie Cheng out. Nie Cheng also seemed to know his fate, and his face became extremely pale. David, can you not kill me? I can tell you more secrets of the Martial Arts Alliance. Nie Cheng said with a trembling body. When David heard it, he was taken aback and said, "Do you still know the secrets of the Martial Arts Alliance? You promise not to kill me before I tell you." Nie Cheng said. "Do you think you have the right to bargain with me?" David's face turned cold. Feeling the icy chill on David's body, Nie Cheng hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth. "Okay, I'll tell you, I hope you can let me go." Nie Cheng was about to speak, but he heard an old voice from the side. "You know it's just a fur, how dare you call yourself a secret?" David and Nie Cheng were startled at the same time, and hurriedly turned to look. It was discovered that at some point, behind them, a hunchbacked old man appeared. David was startled and asked the old man, "Who are you? How did you come in? You must know that the Dragon Gate is now heavily guarded. How can there be any strangers who can enter casually? Moreover, this person is already very close to David at this time, and David has not discovered it yet, which shows how strong the opponent is. It doesn't matter how I got in, the important thing is that the dignified black silver robe is so afraid of death. It's really a shame for the Martial Arts Alliance." The hunchbacked old man sighed and shook his head. "Are you from the Martial Arts Alliance?" David frowned. And that Nie Cheng was so frightened that his face was extremely ugly. He didn't know the hunchbacked old man, because when they were in the meeting, they were all dressed in black robes, and no one knew the identity of the other party. Chapter 1753. Now that the Martial Arts Alliance has sent people, Nie Cheng's heart is terrified. "Senior, save me, I was just a stopgap measure, and I didn't reveal any secrets of the Martial Arts Alliance." Nie Cheng shouted for help at the hunchbacked old man. "It seems that under the black gold robe, it's all rubbish, that's right." The hunchbacked old man snorted coldly. Immediately after a ray of light shot out from his eyes, David wanted to shoot, but found that it was too late. I saw that ray of light entered Nie Cheng's mind instantly, and then Nie Cheng's head exploded instantly, and he died as soon as he saw it. David looked at Nie Cheng, who had died tragically in front of him, and his aura began to increase rapidly. He knew that the strength of this old man was too strong, and he was not an opponent at all. A ray of divine consciousness emanated, and David urgently began to summon the Gore Fiend. "Just because of you, you are not qualified to fight with us at all. If you can submit to us, we can consider letting go of your girlfriend. And the resources in our hands can also allow you to quickly improve your cultivation. Otherwise, it would be a pity for you to be a golden dragon." The old man looked at David with a sneer and said, "If you are sincere, let go of my girlfriend first. I am considering whether to join you. David was deliberately delaying time to let the gore fiend come. Ha ha ha, do you think of me as a fool? The old man laughed loudly. Don't worry, I will give you time, but I want to see who the masters around you are. The old man's words surprised David, so he asked, could it be that you arranged the formation in the dungeon? Because only those who set up the formation can feel the fluctuations of the formation and know that there are masters around David who have created the formation. You look at me too highly. That formation is not something I can arrange. I also advise you not to waste your efforts. No one can break that formation. It's impossible for your girlfriend to be rescued by you. You can only let her out when her value disappears. However, with the physical body of the fire spirit body, coupled with the blood that is comparable to spirit medicine, it is almost impossible for you to let your girlfriend leave the dungeon. The hunchbacked old man sneered. Seeing Sonia, David's body rose with anger, golden light suddenly appeared, and the undamaged golden body began to cover David's whole body. At the same time, the gore fiend has also arrived behind David, waiting for David's order with a blank expression. Seeing the gore fiend appearing behind David, the eyes of the hunchbacked old man instantly flashed with rays of light. I thought it was an old thing that was resurrected, but it turned out to be the gore fiend. When the hunchbacked old man saw the gore fiend, he instantly sneered, but you are relying on this old thing, do you still expect to be invincible in the world? When David saw that the old man could see the blood demon at a glance, the whole person was surprised, and his eyes were about to pop out. To know that this gore fiend has been dead for thousands of years, how could anyone still know it? Could it be that the old man in front of him is also a monster who has lived for thousands of years? Seeing David's surprised expression, the hunchbacked old man said, if this gore fiend was still alive, I might not be able to escape his palm, but now he is just a flesh, you have trained it into a puppet corpse, and with you at the current level, even if it is possible to refine a blood demon into a puppet corpse, the control ability will never exceed 7 days. I really thought there were some masters around you, so I expected a dead man to show off his power. The disdain of the hunchbacked old man made David's face extremely ugly. He really didn't understand who the old man in front of him was, and how did he know so much? Even if it's a dead person, it's easy to kill you now. David urged the gore fiend to attack the hunchbacked old man. Chapter 1754. Humph, ignorant and fearless guy. The hunchbacked old man snorted coldly. Do it. David ignored him, but directly let the gore fiend do it. Gore fiend slapped the hunchbacked old man directly with a palm. The hunchbacked old man snorted coldly, and then began to sing something in his mouth, and ripples of breath began to flash above his hands. The hunchbacked old man chanted faster and faster, and the quaint and mysterious atmosphere began to erupt. Then a light instantly penetrated into the gore fiend's head. But the gore fiend who started the action suddenly stopped, and David felt it instantly. He was connected with the gore fiend's consciousness and was cut off by something. This time, David's face changed greatly, and he looked at the hunchbacked old man in disbelief. He couldn't figure out what method the old man used to cut off the connection between him and the gore fiend. The hunchbacked old man looked at David with a sneer, it's just a puppet corpse. As long as you lose the control of your consciousness, it's just a dead corpse. Do you really think he can help you solve our martial arts alliance? The eyes of the hunchbacked old man were slightly condensed, and the obsidian-like eyes exuded a cold and fierce light, which brought an endless sense of oppression. David's brows were wrinkled, his consciousness was constantly impacting, and he wanted to regain control of the gore fiend's body. But every time it hits, it seems to be blocked by something. The cold sweat on David's forehead began to drop. Suddenly, the gore fiend moved, but the one who controlled the gore fiend turned into a hunchbacked old man. The consciousness of the hunchbacked old man wanders in the body of the gore fiend, controlling the actions of the gore fiend. This corpse is comparable to the power. I didn't expect you to be able to make a puppet corpse, but your consciousness is too weak. The hunchbacked old man sneered all over his face, and controlled the gore fiend towards David. David closed his eyes slightly, and the golden power of consciousness rushed out in his mind, directly wrapping the gore fiend. He didn't believe that his divine consciousness could not enter the gore fiend's body. Seeing that the Gore-fiend was in front of David, suddenly a golden light burst out from the center of the Gore-fiend's eyebrows, and then David's consciousness instantly connected with the golden light. It turned out that when the puppet corpse was being refined, David's blood essence left in the Gore-fiend was exerted. When David's consciousness entered the Gore-fiend, he immediately followed the hunchbacked old man and began to fight for the control of the Gore-fiend. The consciousness of the two people began to compete with each other in the Gore-fiend. The sneer on the face of the hunchbacked old man, in his eyes, David is nothing but an ant. The battle of the two people's consciousness is getting more and more fierce. If it wasn't for the strong body of the Gore-fiend, it would have been completely torn apart by now. With the battle of the two gods, the hunchbacked old man's face became solemn. He didn't expect David's power of consciousness to be so powerful. I saw David's power of consciousness pouring into the Gore-fiend's body crazily. These powers of consciousness turned into sharp swords, constantly attacking the consciousness of the hunchbacked old man. The consciousness of the hunchbacked old man has begun to retreat, and the blood of David is in the blood demon. David is now a double attack. Soon, the consciousness of the hunchbacked old man was instantly shattered, and the control of the Gore-fiend returned to David's hands. The hunchbacked old man's face became very ugly, and he looked at David in disbelief. And David is not much better at the moment. The battle for consciousness just now took David's energy that he understands well, and now David feels a little dazed. However, David didn't dare to rest. After he got control of Gore-fiend, he immediately ordered Gore-fiend to do it. The Gore-fiend slammed a punch at the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man snorted coldly, and then the breath on his body continued to rise, then raised his hand and slapped it out, trying to block the attack of the Gore-fiend. Chapter 1755. Boom! With this random punch from the Gore-fiend, the instant the two of them came into contact, the hunchbacked old man's face became extremely ugly. Because he found that the Gore-fiend's seemingly random punch contained a very terrifying and huge power, and it was too late to react, and the hunchbacked old man was instantly knocked out. The hunchbacked old man got up and said with an ugly face, "This old thing, thousands of years old, has such a strong power in a fleshy body?" The hunchbacked old man underestimated the power of the Gore-fiend. He didn't even know that the Gore-fiend's body was not just a corpse. The Gore-fiend's body still retains a trace of breath, and it has absorbed the energy of the people on Penglai Island for so many years. If David hadn't appeared, the Gore-fiend would have been completely resurrected. Therefore, the hunchbacked old man only regarded the Gore-fiend as a corpse, which was a big mistake. David was overjoyed when he saw that the hunchbacked old man was not a Gore-fiend opponent, and immediately controlled the Gore-fiend to attack the hunchbacked old man again. The hunchbacked old man's expression changed, his palms swung, and then he swung towards the mid-air. In an instant, the sky became dark, and rolling black clouds began to densely cover. Immediately afterwards, the black clouds turned into a huge fist and smashed into the Gore-fiend in an instant. David's face became very dignified when he looked at the technique performed by the hunchbacked old man. This terrifying technique shows how powerful this old man is. At this moment, David really felt the power behind the martial arts alliance. The Gore-fiend looked up at the giant fist that was slammed down in midair, and smashed it straight up. The Gore-fiend's body seemed so small under that giant fist, but this one punched out a hurricane sword, instantly shattering the giant fist. The figure of the hunchbacked old man suddenly stepped back, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. How can this happen? This old thing is just a puppet corpse, how can it emit such a powerful force? The hunchbacked old man has all kinds of puzzles. After the Gore-fiend smashed the giant fist, he stepped towards the hunchbacked old man, and when the hunchbacked old man saw this, his hands suddenly plunged into the ground, and the spells from his mouth began to drift in the sky. Rumbling. After a loud noise, the whole earth began to tremble, and immediately left a gap nearly 1 meter wide. Under the bottomless gap, only a roar was heard. "Come out, hell dog!" With the constant shouting of the hunchbacked old man, in the depths of the bottomless gap, a black wolf dog suddenly came out. The wolf dog that came out looked very gentle, and couldn't think of it at all with the abyss of hell. David frowned slightly as he looked at the wolf dog that suddenly sprang from the ground. He couldn't believe it, was there really hell in this underground? And this hunchbacked old man was able to connect this ordinary world with hell and release the vicious dog inside? Just when David was puzzled, he saw the wolf dog meekly ran to the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man cut his fingers, and blood gushed out instantly. Then the wolf dog began to lick the blood of the hunchbacked old man, and the blood of the hunchbacked old man entered the wolf dog's body. The aura on the wolf dog began to change, the body size was also getting bigger, and the eyes were extremely scarlet. The terrifying aura of the wolf dog began to spread. David looked at the wolf dog whose body was constantly changing, and his eyes were bright. David was not afraid, just a little excited. If he could kill the hell dog and get the beast pill, David felt that his strength could be improved a lot. Or catch the hunchbacked old man and directly absorb his strength, and David's strength can also be improved. Chapter 1756. Obviously, the strength of this old man exceeds David by a lot. If David can absorb his strength, the gains will be huge. At this moment, the wolf dog, who had sucked the blood of the old man, set his eyes on the gore fiend. The aura on the wolf dog was full of bloody aura. This god dog, kept in hell, absorbs een all year round, and also devours souls. Now this god dog is sucking my blood, and now it has become invincible. The eyes of the hunchbacked old man flickered. Obviously, the appearance of this wolf dog gave him a lot of confidence. "Humph, do you really take me for a fool? If you can open the gates of the world and hell, how can you not even beat a gorefiend's corpse? It was just a trick for you. What is being kept in hell and devouring souls? I think you were raised in the secret realm of space. Are you releasing it now to scare people? It happened that you were slaughtered for meat, and that beast pill also happened to help me practice." David snorted coldly. The hunchbacked old man's face turned cold. Obviously this was what David said. In fact, David is just guessing. The person who can really open the gates of hell can't possibly have this ability. Do it. The hunchbacked old man knew that David could not be swayed, and immediately let the vicious dog attack the blood demon. The vicious dog bared his fangs, his eyes were fierce, and every time he breathed, he could set off a gust of wind. But no matter how vicious the vicious dog showed, the gorefiend showed no expression at all, because the gorefiend was just a corpse, and it was useless to intimidate the vicious dog. Seeing that the gorefiend could not be frightened, the evil dog could only open the bloodbath and bite directly at the gorefiend. The gorefiend did not dodge or dodge, and was directly bitten on the arm by the vicious dog. But how could the powerful body of the gorefiend be injured by a vicious dog? I saw the vicious dog bite down suddenly, and the gorefiend's body didn't have a trace of scars, but the vicious dog's teeth broke in an instant, and the pained vicious dog had to let go of his mouth. At the moment when he let go of his mouth, the gorefiend slapped out a palm, and saw that the huge body of the vicious dog was knocked into the air. But soon, the vicious dog became afraid again, and I have to say that the body of this vicious dog is also very powerful. Under the same strength, the physical body of the monster is much stronger. Moreover, this vicious dog was not afraid at all, roaring and rushing towards the gorefiend again, at an extremely fast speed, and bursts of black mist continued to emerge from its body. Accompanied by the black mist, the sides of the vicious dog's head began to change, and then two huge heads grew. Three-headed monster. David was a little surprised when he saw this. One body, three heads, each with a big mouth. Just when David was surprised, he suddenly felt a strong wind blow. Just as David reacted, the hunchbacked old man had already arrived in front of David, and the dry palm immediately grabbed towards David. It seemed that he wanted to capture or control David. As long as he controlled David, the gorefiend would not be the slightest threat. David was startled, and hurriedly punched the hunchbacked old man. Bang! David's body was directly knocked into the air and fell heavily to the ground. And the figure of the hunchbacked old man was just a meal, and then he grabbed David again. David knew that he was not the opponent of the old man at all, so he took out the Vajra pestle directly, and injected the power of a divine dragon into the Vajra pestle. The power of this Vajra in David's hands is much greater than that in Nye Cheng's hands. The sacred weapon is also divided into who uses it. The stronger the user's strength, the greater the power of the sacred weapon. In the hands of the sacred weapon can exert its full power. Chapter 1757. If only a martial sect uses the weapon holy weapon, that power will not be exerted at all. The hunchbacked old man felt the power of the huge martial saint, and his body was obviously stunned, and the speed slowed down a lot. But in the end, the hunchbacked old man gritted his teeth and still grabbed David. With a wave of the Vajra pestle in David's hand, a force of martial saint went directly towards the hunchbacked old man. Boom! The body of the hunchbacked old man slammed into each other with the strength of the martial saint, and then flew out. Seeing that the hunchbacked old man could not withstand the attack of the power of the martial saint at all, David was overjoyed, and the power of the dragon was injected into the Vajra again. The Vajra flickered with a faint light, and the breath of the power of the martial saint continued to spread. The hunchbacked old man's face became a little ugly. He slowly got up and looked at David, but he didn't do anything. "Damn, you old man, keep doing it." Seeing that the hunchbacked old man was afraid, David sneered. The hunchbacked old man's face was very ugly. Despite David's humiliation, he did not do anything. And David didn't know yet that the Vajra in his hand, under the blessing of his divine dragon's power, had begun to crack. Originally, the Vajra would not last long, but Nye Cheng activated the Vajra and fought with the Gore Fiend. Now that David is using the Vajra again, it is clear that this has reached the limit of the Vajra. It could be broken at any time. Roar! Just when David confronted the hunchbacked old man, he suddenly roared, causing the two to look at them all. I saw the three vicious dogs, and there were still two heads left at this moment. The Gore Fiend was waving his iron fist and smashing towards the vicious dog's head. With this punch, the entire space began to tremble, and the head of the vicious dog was smashed and flew out. The two extra heads of the vicious dog were all smashed by the Gore Fiend at this time. When the hunchbacked old man saw this, his face instantly became extremely ugly, and there was no time for any sadness. He said something in his mouth, only to see spatial fluctuations beginning to appear around the hunchbacked old man. David knew that this guy was seeing something bad and wanted to use space magic to escape. It's not that easy to leave. David urged the Vajra and smashed it directly at the hunchbacked old man. But just as David exerted force, the Vajra in his hand cracked instantly and turned into pieces. At this moment of delay, the body of the hunchbacked old man slowly disappeared. David, when the time for your puppet corpse is up, I'll kill you again. The voice of the hunchbacked old man echoed in David's ears. David snorted coldly, it should be me who took your dog's life. But the hunchbacked old man had already left, so he couldn't hear it at all. David looked at the vicious dog again, and at this moment, it had been smashed into flesh by the Gore Fiend. Stop! David hurriedly stopped the Gore Fiend. If he continued like this, he might even destroy the beast pill. The Gore Fiend stopped, and David hurried forward to find the beast pill from the pile of meat. Feeling the coldness in the beast pill, David did not expect that this vicious dog was indeed nourished by Yin Qi. Fortunately, David's condensed heart technique and refining Yin Qi are the same, otherwise this beast pill would be wasted. Putting away the beast pill, David sent someone to the martial arts field to inform everyone that the public beheading of Nye Cheng was cancelled, and Nye Cheng had already been killed. Nye Cheng's head was gone, and David couldn't kill Nye Cheng again in public. After everyone got the news, there was a lot of discussion. This incident did affect David a little in the eyes of everyone, but David didn't care. The most important thing for him now is to rescue Sonia. David brought Gore Fiend and Fan Jiang, went to Pinglai Island to find Humatzi, and then went to Tianfuzan. In order to rescue Sonia, David had no choice but to run around like this. Chapter 1758. The Martial Arts Alliance. On top of the ruins, the hunchbacked old man stands in front of the rockery. Immediately afterwards, the hunchbacked old man recited the magic technique silently, and a mysterious and unpredictable force instantly enveloped the entire rockery. With a wave of space fluctuations, the old man's body disappeared, and even the entire rockery disappeared. But when the hunchbacked old man and the vanished rockery reappeared, they were already in another green place. This is a secret realm of the Martial Arts Alliance, and the dungeon is in a secret realm. The dungeon in the Martial Arts Alliance outside is just a reflection of the dungeon in the secret realm. All the scenes are exactly the same, but it is not impossible to rescue people from the dungeon. Because those are all fake. Even if David can open the cell and rescue Sonia, once he is out of the control of the dungeon formation, the Sonia that David saw will disappear in an instant. The real Sonia was imprisoned in this secret realm, which is why the Great Master said that the Martial Arts Alliance was a bait. Even if it was destroyed, the Great Master would not feel bad. Being able to open up a secret realm and even map the entire dungeon to the mundane world, this kind of generous approach shows how powerful the strength behind the Martial Arts Alliance is. But at this time, David didn't know it, and was still working hard to save Sonia. After the hunchbacked old man entered the secret realm, a black silver robe quickly stepped forward and said, "Magic Envoy, the Great Power has orders, you need to open the secret realm and restore the Martial Arts Alliance." The hunchbacked old man's face was a little ugly at this time. He waved his hand and said, "I see, the Martial Dao Alliance will recover in 3 days. Have you found the place of recovery you were looking for?" Hien-Pao shook his head, "Not yet, but I already know the general direction." "You have to speed up. You have to find that place and occupy it before the major secret realms are discovered. Now the laws of heaven and earth have no restrictions on us. This is our advantage," the hunchbacked old man said. Hien-Pao nodded, then turned and left. The hunchbacked old man took off his shirt, and a clearly visible wound on his chest was left by David with a vidra. "David, I will kill you sooner or later and get your body." The cold glow in the eyes of the hunchbacked old man kept flickering. Penglai Island. Hu Mazi's injury has been healed long ago, and now he is hugging from left to right, living very casually. Du Nan offered Hu Mazi as a grandfather. In particular, Flax's requirements for women are extremely satisfied. This made Hu Mazi feel that in Penglai Island, it was much better than when he was in the Shin family. At this moment, he had already forgotten the two beauties of the Shin family. "Master Hu is really elegant. I'm still worried about your body. It seems that I'm worried for nothing." David walked into the hall, looked at Hu Mazi with a comfortable face and said. Seeing David coming, Hu Mazi got up, clutched his chest and said, "I'm still short of breath right now. To save you, I almost died." David saw that Hu Mazi was pretending, but he didn't expose it. He smiled and said, "Get ready, go to Baihai City with me." "What are you going to do?" Hu Mazi was stunned. "Didn't you keep making trouble and go back to the Shin family? Someone is waiting for you in the Shin family." David laughed. Don't go, I'm still injured, I'm not suitable for fatigue, it's good to recuperate here." Hu Mazi waved his hands again, and then sat back. "Master Hu, do you like the new and hate the old?" David asked. "No way, I'm very single-minded, I just don't allow my body to go back now." Flax shook his head. "Hey, I originally wanted to ask you to go to Tianfuzong to excavate the ruins. Now if you don't go, then I will go by myself." David sighed, then turned around and was about to leave. Chapter 1759. However, Hu Mazi stood up and stopped David. "With your strength, are you not afraid of dying in the ruins of Fuzong? What are you afraid of? Don't forget that there is a perverted body like the Gore Fiend. This is a good shield. What kind of hidden weapon can hurt us?" David patted the Gore Fiend on the shoulder and said to Hu Mazi. Hu Mazi slapped his forehead. "Yes, how could I forget this guy? Wait for me to clean up, we'll leave right away." In front of the woman and the Tianfuzong ruins, of course Hu Mazi had to choose the ruins. But just as David took Hu Mazi and the others out of the hall, he saw a woman walking towards him with a group of people. The woman's long white legs made Hu Mazi's eyes look straight in an instant. David frowned, because this woman was the one who failed to snatch the Gore Fiend's body and escaped some time ago. This woman almost beat Hu Mazi to death, but looking at Hu Mazi's expression at this time, she doesn't seem to be angry. A pair of eyes squinted at the woman's legs. "Are you here for revenge?" David stepped forward and asked the woman. With the Gore Fiend, David was not afraid of these people at all. The woman had a light smile on her face. "Don't be nervous, I'm not here to take revenge, I'm here to talk to you about something." "What to talk to me about?" David looked puzzled, didn't understand what this woman was talking to him about. "Besides, I followed that demon's sect, and I didn't have any intersection. The woman glanced at the crowd, and then said, "There are too many people here, are you going to talk here?" David looked at it, and then said, "Come with me." David took the woman into a room, and Humatsi followed behind, until David closed the door, and Humatsi responded. "Damn, it's so long, so white," Humatsi muttered. After entering the room, David said with a cold face, "If you have anything, just say it quickly, I don't have much time to chat with you." The woman was not angry, but still had a faint smile on her face. "My name is Zhou Jia, and I was entrusted by my suzerain to discuss cooperation with Mr. Chen." Cooperation? David glanced at Zhou Jia up and down. What cooperation are we talking about? What else do we need to cooperate? We know some secrets that Mr. Chen doesn't know, and we also know that Mr. Chen is troubled by his girlfriend recently. Our demon sect can help Mr. Chen solve all this. Zhou Jia said lightly. You investigate me? David frowned slightly. Obviously this demon sect investigated himself. Of course, if you haven't investigated Mr. Chen, what kind of cooperation is there? Zhou Jia admitted it directly. You have investigated me, but I don't know your demon sect at all. Isn't this kind of cooperation a bit unfair? David asked. If Mr. Chen is willing to cooperate, I can definitely take you to our sect to see. We are sincere about the cooperation with Mr. Chen, so there is no reservation, you can rest assured. Zhou Jia said frankly. What benefits do you want to get from cooperating with me? Is it because you want to get the body of the Gore Fiend? David looked curious. It is impossible for this demon sect to be generous, and to cooperate with itself, without any benefits. Zhou Jia nodded, yes, we only hope to get the body of the Gore Fiend. If Mr. Chen doesn't like to hear it, the fleshly body of the Gore Fiend is in Mr. Chen's hands, it's a waste. Although you have tried to refine the blood demon body into a puppet corpse, it will not take too long. In this way, the blood demon body will be wasted in vain, but if it is in the hands of our demon spirit sect, we have a way. Let the blood demon body come alive. But don't worry, Mr. Chen. At that time, our demon sect will be Mr. Chen's strong backing. What kind of Kyoto martial arts alliance, you can destroy him at any time. Chapter 1760. David stared at Zhou Jia, only to see that Zhou Jia's eyes were sincere and did not lie. You said just now that you can rescue my girlfriend, and there is a secret that I don't know. What is the secret? David asked. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry I can't tell you now, only if we both reach a cooperation, this secret can be told to you. Zhou Jia shook his head. You've been talking for a long time, and it's all nonsense. How can you convince me that your demon sect has strength? Seeing that Zhou Jia didn't tell any secrets, David said aggressively. Zhou Jia smiled, not angry, and exposed David's aggressive tactics. Mr. Chen is using aggressive tactics against me, you don't have to. In order to express our sincerity, I will still have a secret to tell you. You are trying so hard to save your girlfriend now. In fact, what you see is nothing but a map. Even if you find a way to open the door, your girlfriend will not be able to leave the dungeon. As long as she leaves the circle, her body will dissipate in an instant, and her body is not in the dungeon. Zhou Jia's words instantly stunned David. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have seen Sonia several times. The breath on her body, everything is real, how could it be a reflection? You don't have to take me for a fool, I trust my intuition, it can't be fake at all. If it's fake, why won't Sonia ask me to tell me? It can't be fake. David shook his head, not believing it at all. Zhou Jia smiled coldly, I have already said what I should say, whether you believe it or not is up to you. As for the cooperation with our demon spirit sect, I hope Mr. Chen will think about it. After finishing speaking, Zhou Jia turned around and left the room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Humatsi outside the door, and the two of them collided. Seeing Zhou Jia coming out, Humatsi quickly looked towards Zhou Jia's thigh, and breathed in the fragrance of Zhou Jia's body desperately. Seeing Humatsi's wretched appearance, Zhou Jia rolled her eyes. If she hadn't come to discuss cooperation with David, she would have really beaten Humatsi. However, the last time Humatsi was able to escape from death, Zhou Jia was a little surprised. He felt that Hu Matsi was not only lustful, but also powerful. Zhou Jia took the people away, and David also walked out of the room. Hu Matsi hurriedly smelled David's body. David said in surprise, "Master Hu, what are you doing? I heard what you guys are doing in there." "That's my woman, don't mess around," Hu Matsi warned David. When David heard this, he couldn't help laughing and crying, "Your woman almost killed you." "Then don't worry about it, I'm happy, peony flowers are also romantic." Hu Matsi shook his head and said, "By the way, what did the little girls say to you?" David didn't hide it and said directly, "She wants to cooperate with me." "Cooperation?" Hu Matsi was taken aback. "Did you agree? If we cooperate, then we are our own people, right?" David nodded, "Yes, if you cooperate, you will be your own, and you can often see her." "Really?" Hu Matsi's eyes lit up. Promise her quickly, cooperate with her." Hu Matsi grabbed David's shoulder and shook it vigorously, looking very excited. Looking at Hu Matsi's excited look, David said with a puzzled face, "Master Hu, what do you like about that woman?" "Leg," Hu Matsi replied without hesitation, "long, thin, and white." David was speechless for a while, and could only say, "Let's go to the Tianfuzong ruins first, and we'll talk about it in 2 days." Chapter 1761. The group rushed to the ruins of Tianfuzong, and on the way David kept thinking about Zhou Jie's words. If there is a chance, David decides to enter the dungeon of the Martial Arts Alliance once to see if Sonia is just the person who was mapped out as Zhou Jie said. When David and the others arrived at the ruins of Tianfuzong, a few of them were quite familiar. It was very smooth along the way to enter the position of the door. Looking at the gate of Tianfuzong ruins, David and Hu Matsi did not dare to act rashly. David glanced at Fan Jiang. Fan Jiang waved his hands and said, "Mr. Chen, I can't open this door with my strength." In the end, David could only let the Gore Fiend step forward and open the door. Boom! The Gore Fiend had no thought, he stepped forward and slammed the gate of Fuzong with a punch. This punch directly caused a sensation, and the space of the entire ruins began to fluctuate and become distorted. David was stunned. He didn't understand how the Gore Fiend punched the door. How could it still cause fluctuations in space? Bold madman, trespassing on Tianfuzong, the crime is unforgivable. A faint voice came from the ruins of Tianfuzong. Accompanied by the sound, one after another killing aura came, which was extremely terrifying. David and the others felt the murderous aura, and their expressions all changed greatly, and they hid behind the Gore Fiend. Fan Jiang also hid behind the Gore Fiend, and several people used the Gore Fiend's body as a shield. Ding ding dong. The slaughtering aura of that one after another hit the Gore Fiend without leaving a single scar at all. Immediately afterwards, the Gore Fiend was punched out again, and the gate of Fuzong fell down that day. As the gate of Tianfuzong fell, a figure appeared in the void, and I saw an old man with Tongyan Hefa, wearing some white clothes, floating in the air. Seeing this, Hu Matsi hurriedly knelt down to the ground. "Disciple Hu Matsi, see the patriarch." It's just that the old man didn't seem to look at Hu Matsi, but looked at the body of the Gore Fiend. "I didn't expect that after thousands of years, the body of this old demon will not rot, and it has been turned into a puppet corpse by you little dolls." Seeing this, David hurriedly said loudly, "Senior, I don't mean to offend, it's just that Tianfuzong spells are invincible in the world. If it is lost, it will be a pity for the whole person's cultivation world, so I waited to come here. I hope can carry forward the talisman technique of Tianfuzong." David was a rainbow fart at the old man, making him complacent. "You little baby can talk, but my Tianfuzong talisman technique is not rumored quickly. You are not my disciple, so how can you promote my Tianfuzong's talisman technique?" the old man asked David. This made David confused, but David pointed at Hu Matsi and said, "This master who is from your school, you can pass the spell to him." When Hu Matsi heard this, he was very excited, and he thanked David's 8th ancestors for a long time. He didn't expect that David would push himself out at this time and let himself be inherited. Hu Matsi was trembling all over. As a talisman master, full of women, how to carry forward my sect's talisman technique?" the old man snorted coldly. David couldn't help laughing out loud, while Humatsi was full of frustration. Then the old man looked at David and said, "Are you willing to worship me as a teacher now and become a member of my Tianfu sect?" David was stunned for a moment, a little embarrassed. The old man was obviously already dead, and the remaining ray of spirituality is here. How could he worship a spiritual sense as a teacher? Seeing David's hesitation, the old man said with an unhappy expression, "If you don't want to, then go back. I won't pursue the matter of destroying my sect." "Senior, I would like to." David was helpless and could only agree. Chapter 1762. Humatsi looked at David and was speechless for a while. If David really worshipped the old man in front of him as his teacher, wouldn't he be his own ancestor? "Okay, since you are willing, then step into the sect, others will not wait to break in." After the old man finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the air. David looked at the dark appearance in the sect, and said to Humatsi, "Master Hu, you guys are waiting here, I'll go in and have a look." "David, you have to be careful," Humatsi warned. David nodded, and then stepped into the sect. After David stepped into the sect, the space behind him fluctuated, and then the entire figure disappeared. And after David stepped in, the dark scene in front of him disappeared, followed by a towering palace, and a peaceful and busy scene. "I saw that everyone here is dressed as a talisman, and the spells in the sky are flying at will, but these people seem to be unable to see David at all. Is this the prosperous period of Tianfuzong?" David couldn't help muttering to himself. Just when David was stunned, the old man suddenly appeared in front of David and said to David, "Come with me." David nodded and followed the old man into the towering hall. Then he stopped in front of a statue, and then the old man said something, and the statue flashed 3 times. At this time, the old man looked at David and said, "To enter my Tianfu zone, you need to have no distractions, a good heart and a firm heart. Now I want to enter your body, you have to relax yourself and let go of all your spiritual consciousness." David also had no ink marks, closed his eyes slightly, and opened his spiritual sense, waiting for the old man to check. Soon, the old man turned into a light and entered David's body instantly. The old man had just entered David's body, and the spiritual sense kept wandering, but when it came to David's mind, a burst of golden light suddenly shone, and then a golden dragon hovered in an instant, and opened its bloody mouth toward the old man. Jinlong's eyes are like lanterns, his eyes are full of arrogance, and he looks down at the old man condescendingly. The old man's face changed greatly, his spiritual sense kept retreating, and he hurriedly exited David's body. David opened his eyes and found that the old man was already sweating profusely at this time, and his eyes were full of fear. "Senior, can you finish the inspection?" David asked. The old man didn't say a word, and it took a long time for him to recover. "You are the true body of Jinlong, the son of Tianlong, I am taking the liberty, please forgive me." As the old man said, he actually knelt down to David. David looked surprised and hurriedly helped the old man up. "Senior, many people say this to me, can you tell me who my father is? Is it a dragon?" When David saw that the old man also said that he was the son of a dragon, he immediately asked. Seeing David asking this, the old man asked curiously, "You don't know who your father is?" David shook his head, "I haven't seen my biological parents since I was born." When the old man heard it, he was silent for a moment and said, "This may be the will of God, the rejuvenation of spiritual energy, and the catastrophe of the heavens will appear again. Maybe you are the one who stirred this catastrophe. It is also an honor for our Tianfu zone to teach you the spells of our Tianfu zone." When David heard the old man, he became even more puzzled. He wanted to continue to ask, but the old man smiled slightly, and his whole body radiated light. Immediately afterwards, the old man's body slowly blurred and turned into runes, which quickly entered David's body. David only felt a sharp pain in his brain, and then a series of spells began to flash. David hurriedly sat cross-legged, digesting this huge talisman technique. At this moment, David's aura is growing rapidly. Chapter 1763. Humatsi waited outside with Fan Jiang. But after waiting for a long time, David did not come out. "Master Hu, is Mr. Chen all right? Why haven't you come out for so long?" Fan Jiang asked. It should be fine, we're waiting. Hu Matsi said. The two continued to wait until the Gorfiend's body fell to the ground with a bang. Only then did the two know that they had been waiting here for several days. This time, Hu Matsi was also a little anxious. This guy, the control time of the Gorfiend's body has come, why is there no shadow? It's a waste. Seeing the Gorfiend falling to the ground, Hu Matsi sighed for a while. How about we go in and look for it? Fan Jiang said. Who knows if there are hidden weapons in it, just with the ability of the two of us, we will die after entering. Hu Matsi knew that the hidden weapons in Tianfuzong would be even more powerful, and the two of them couldn't resist it at all. In this way, the two waited for another day, and suddenly in the dark sect, a burst of golden light exploded, illuminating the entire ruins. Only then did they see clearly that David was sitting cross-legged only a dozen meters away from them. I saw that the golden light on David's body continued to flicker, like the sun, illuminating the entire ruins. David suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden light shot out from his eyes. The breath on the body exploded. David clenched his fist and felt very comfortable throughout his body. Am I breaking through to the 5th rank Great Marquis? David's eyes were full of surprises. He didn't expect to digest the talisman technique and let his strength directly leap from the 3rd rank Dahu to the 5th rank. To know that this kind of leaping across the realm requires too much resources and energy. The golden light on David slowly disappeared, and the entire Tianfuzong ruins returned to darkness. At this time, David recited a few words and drew a picture in the air. Immediately afterwards, a flame burned in the air, and the flames were burning brightly, re-illuminating the ruins of Tianfuzong. David looked around, only to see rubble everywhere, and among these rubble, there were a lot of bones scattered. These bones should all be disciples of Tianfuzong. Looking at the tragic situation in front of him, David thought of the peaceful scene he had just seen. It seems that the war between gods and demons thousands of years ago was really tragic. David, has Tianfuzong's talisman technique passed on to you? Hu Matsi hurried forward and asked David. David nodded. Hu Matsi was very happy. Remember, there is time to teach me. Mr. Chen, since you can get the inheritance, let's go. Fan Jiang said. Okay. After David finished speaking, he found that there was no Gorfiend, so he said in surprise, where is the Gorfiend? David released his divine sense and found that his divine sense could not be connected with the Gorfiend. It's time for puppet corpse control. Fan Jiang pointed to the corpse of the Gorfiend lying on the ground. Seeing this, David had a look of annoyance on his face. He didn't expect that he had stayed for several days. Although the strength has improved a lot, it is completely impossible to control the Gorfiend. David was helpless and could only put the Gorfiend's body into the storage ring, and then glanced at the Tianfuzong ruins. A light blue flame appeared in the palm of his hand. With a wave of the palm, the flames are overwhelming, and the scattered bones on the ground are all burning in the fire. Looking at the ruins of Tianfuzong turned into ashes, David walked out with Hu Matsi and the others. David, who got the inheritance of the spell technique, immediately went to the dungeon to find a way to rescue Sonia. He wanted to verify whether what Zhou Jia said was true. This time, Hu Matsi did not choose to stay in Baihai City. After all, the Tianfuzong ruins were gone, and Hu Matsi had no reason to stay. Another point is that Hu Matsi wants to follow David and let David teach him spells. The three returned to Kyoto together. Chapter 1764. Kyoto, the Martial Arts Alliance. Since the Martial Arts Alliance was destroyed, more glorious buildings have been erected again in just a few days. And this time, there are 7 black silver robes in the Martial Arts Alliance, and each black silver robe is the strength of the late Dahu, and among these 7 people, 2 of them hold the sacred weapon in their hands. It is said that in the Kyoto martial arts world, even the entire Dacia martial arts world is a top-level existence. These 7 black-silver robes are considered the best in the entire black-silver robe, and it won't take long before they can be promoted to black-gold robes. This time they sit in the Martial Arts Alliance, which is also a test before promotion. And when the master of the Martial Arts Alliance sat on the seat, the hunchbacked old man suddenly appeared on it. Master Demon. Seeing this, the 7 black and silver robes shouted respectfully. As long as the 7 of you can catch David, you can be promoted to the black gold robe. Now that the sacred weapon in David's hand has been destroyed, it is estimated that the puppet corpse has also lost control, so the 7 of you join forces to catch him. It's not difficult. But don't take it lightly. The most important thing is not to destroy his physical body. His physical body is still useful. The hunchbacked old man said to the 7. As ordered. The 7 nodded. Soon, the figure of the hunchbacked old man disappeared directly from his seat. When he appeared, he was already in that secret realm. The hunchbacked old man walked quickly to a secret room, opened a mysterious window in the secret room, and it was pitch dark inside. The hunchbacked old man recited a few formulas, and the secret room suddenly lit up. I saw a pool of dark liquid in the secret room, and it was very disgusting to look at. But at this time, in that pool, Ningji was naked, soaking in it. This kid's body is really good, it seems that the time has come. The hunchbacked old man glanced at his body in disgust, then opened the door and walked in. I saw the hunchbacked old man wave his palm, and a black mist emerged from Ningji's body, and then turned into a human shape. This is the soul in Ningji's body, which has been coexisting with Ningji. Master Demon. The soul saw the hunchbacked old man and hurriedly saluted. This kid's body is really strong, he can soak in this black magic pool for such a long time, such a good body, you have just ruined it. The hunchbacked old man said coldly to the soul. When the spirit heard it, he trembled with fright. Master Demon, the villain is just a random body, and I didn't choose it at that time. Whether you choose it or not, now I want this body. Speaking of the hunchbacked old man, he opened his mouth and saw that the soul struggled twice and was swallowed into his stomach in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a black mist emerged from the hunchbacked old man, and then entered Ningji's body. And the hunchbacked old man lost consciousness instantly and fell to the ground, and then fell into the dark pool. That fleshly body was corrupted in an instant, turned into white bones, and disappeared completely in the end. At this moment, Ningji suddenly opened his eyes, with a terrifying light in his eyes. This body is really good. The spirit of the magician looked at the strong body and couldn't help laughing. Who are you? At this time, Ningji also felt the difference, because he found that the soul aura in his body had obviously changed. Moreover, the energy in his body became extremely turbulent, and his strength was obviously much higher. Boy, you should feel fortunate that I have taken a fancy to your body. I am the magic envoy, leading all of you in black robes, understand? The soul said in a proud tone. Ningji was stunned for a moment, and then an incredible expression appeared on his face. Chapter 1765. Demon. Lord Demon Envoy. Ningji was only in a black copper robe at the time, and at his level, he was not qualified to meet such a big man as a demon envoy. Now I didn't expect the demon's soul to enter his body. That is to say, he suddenly has the identity of a magician, and all the people in black robes have to listen to themselves. Boy, be obedient in the future, I will make you stronger. The soul said lightly. Yes. Ningji's eyes were full of light and a sneer raised the corner of his mouth. David, wait for me. Dragon Gate. David is convening everyone for a meeting. This is the first time David has held a meeting after the establishment of Longmen. As the temporary housekeeper of Longmen, Longwu took charge of everything in Longmen after Long Xingxiu went to Penglai Island. Uncle Long, you said that the Martial Arts Alliance will restore all the buildings within 3 days? David asked Longwu. Yes, in 3 days, the buildings of the Martial Arts Alliance seem to have appeared out of thin air, and they are even more magnificent than before. And this time, there are 7 people in the Martial Arts Alliance with the strength of the late great Marquis. Some Marquis, Wu Zong, are countless. It stands to reason that you destroyed the Martial Arts Alliance last time and killed so many masters of the Martial Arts Alliance. How could there be so many of them all at once? Is it really like what Fan Jiang said? What kind of secret realm are these people in? Longwu was very surprised, because he never knew any secret realm. David was a little thoughtful. It seems that the martial arts alliance is much stronger than he imagined. I don't know how many masters there are in the secret realm of the martial arts alliance. All that appear now are the great marquis, and as for the martial saint level, it is estimated that the hunchbacked old man may be, but David is not sure. After all, the gore fiend was there at the time, and 2 slaps slapped the hunchbacked old man away, so David didn't dare to be too sure about the hunchbacked old man's true strength. Now that the sacred weapon is gone, and it's time to control the gore fiend, David doesn't know if he is confident in the face of the 7 masters of the later period of the Great Marquis. Originally, David thought that the martial arts alliance was destroyed, as long as he entered the dungeon, found a way to open the door of the cell, and rescued Sonia. But I didn't want the martial arts alliance to recover in 3 days, and send so many masters again. This time, David was very passive, and he was a little overwhelmed for a while. Although the current Dragon Gate seems to be powerful, after all, it has just been established, and there are not many really powerful masters. In the battle between the Marquis of Wu, it is estimated that only Guyuhan, Humatsi can help a little. Others are not strong enough to follow the masters of the late Dahu. Mr. Chen, even in the face of 7 late-stage Great Marquis masters, you may not have a chance to win. Have you forgotten that you still have something? At this time, Fan Jiang walked in and said. What? David asked in surprise. That gore fiend. Fan Jiang said. But that gore fiend is out of my control, what else can I do? When David heard this, he said with some frustration. Mr. Chen, although the gore fiend is out of your control, it is not bad to use his body as a shield. You must know that the gore fiend's body is extremely powerful, and there is no way to break through the sacred weapon. What is the name of the Great Marquis? Fan Jiang explained. When David heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, why did I forget this usage? Holding the gore fiend body as a shield, if the gore fiend is alive, it is estimated that he will be pissed off. This time, David has some bottom line in his heart. When the time comes, he will ask Guyuhan and Humatsi to help, and it is not impossible to deal with the 7 Great Marquis. Chapter 1766. Just as David was about to end the meeting and make preparations, someone immediately reported that it was Xing Jun from the law enforcement team. David hurriedly asked someone to invite Xing Jun in. David had not seen Xing Jun for some time. I don't know what this guy is up to. Xing Jun entered the door. After seeing David, he was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. David, your boy's strength has improved a lot. I remember when I saw you for the first time, you were a child who was bullied casually and had to rely on Longwu to protect you. But in just 1 year, you have become the head of the largest sect in Kyoto. Xing Jun sighed for a while. A year ago, he looked at David like an ant, but now he has to look up at David. Captain Xing, don't tout me, go to the 3 treasures hall for everything, just tell me if you have anything. David smiled lightly. Mr. Sure misses you, and asked me to come and pick you up. Xing Jun said. Mr. Sure misses me? David was a little surprised. He didn't understand what Mr. Sure suddenly wanted to do at this time. Come with me, don't make Mr. Sure wait. After Xing Jun finished speaking, he dragged David and left. Soon, David came to the law enforcement pavilion and saw that Mr. Sure was drinking tea leisurely, and in front of him was a chessboard. Seeing David coming, Mr. Sure beckoned. David, come and sit down and kill a game with me. David was stunned. Didn't he understand that Mr. Sure was looking for him to play chess? But David didn't say anything, just walked over and sat in front of Mr. Sure. Mr. Sure personally poured a cup of tea for David, tassed it, the authentic Dahongpo. David looked at Mr. Sure and couldn't guess what he was thinking. He could only take a sip of what Mr. Sure was thinking. Good tea. Ha ha ha, whether tea is good or not, it has little to do with tea. Accompany me to kill a few games, let me see if your kid has chess skills. Mr. Sure laughed and started playing chess with David. David followed Mr. Sure to play several games in a row, and every time he lost. But Mr. Sure didn't say anything, and let David continue. But at this time, David's forehead was already sweating, and he was anxious. He was going to save Sonia. How could he have time to play chess with Mr. Sure here? Seeing David's anxious look, Mr. Sher did not speak, and kept playing chess with David. In the end, David couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Mr. Sher, are you looking for me for something? If it's okay, I'm leaving, and I still have something to deal with. Go to the Martial Arts Alliance to save your girlfriend?" Mr. Sher smiled lightly. David was stunned, but nodded and said, "Yes, my girlfriend has been arrested for so long, and now I finally have the ability. I must rescue him." "Have the ability?" Mr. Sher slowly raised his head, looked at David and said, "What kind of strength do you have now?" 5 rank Great Marquis. David said. 5 rank Great Marquis. After Mr. Sher finished speaking, he suddenly waved his palm towards David. David was shocked for a while, instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was too late. I saw David's body flew out directly, and then smashed on the chair, smashing the chair. However, David's body was not injured, and he looked at Mr. Sher with a gloomy expression on his face. "Do you think your strength can deal with 7 Great Marquis, plus 2 weapons?" Mr. Sher looked at David and asked. 2 sacred weapons? David was taken aback. "You said that the Martial Arts Alliance now has 2 sacred weapons?" "Good." Mr. Sher nodded. This time, David was a little panicked. At that time, David was a little bit overwhelmed by a weapon, but fortunately there was a blood demon. Chapter 1767. Now that the opponent has 7 Great Marquis, holding 2 sacred weapons, how can David still win? David really can't understand. This martial arts alliance is simply rich and powerful. Why are there as many sacred weapons in their hands as they are broken? Do you still think that your strength can save your girlfriend? Mr. Sher asked. David didn't say a word, because he knew that with his strength, he really couldn't save Sonia. With a downcast face, David sat back again. The fighting spirit and aura on his body disappeared instantly. Seeing David like that, Mr. Sher smiled and said slowly, "But don't be discouraged. What you have, no one else has." Mr. Sher said. There was a faint red light in the palm of his hand, and then he waved to David. The dragon-slaying sword in David's body instantly came out. David looked surprised, knowing that he and the dragon-slaying sword had long been one, and only when his mind moved, could he sacrifice the dragon-slaying sword. But at this time, David didn't have the thought of sacrificing the dragon-slaying sword, but found that the dragon-slaying sword had already arrived in Mr. Sher's hands. The dragon-slaying sword made a huge humming sound in Mr. Sher. One after another terrifying sword energy emanated from the dragon-slaying sword, and the dazzling golden light kept flashing. Feeling the terrifying aura of the dragon-slaying sword, David was stunned. He never thought that the dragon-slaying sword would have such power. The holy weapon is not as good as garbage in front of this sword. It's a pity that you only pay attention to the improvement of your own strength, but forget it. Remember, he is a part of your body, and weapons are also a kind of strength. Don't treat it badly. After Mr. Sher finished speaking, he loosened the dragon-slaying sword and instantly returned to David's body. David thought about Mr. Sher's words carefully, and there was a hint of shame on his face. He has always envied other people's weapons, and wanted to get other people's weapons, but he forgot his own dragon sword. You must know that the sword in your hand is a spirit sword, and the spirit sword of the sword spirit has been born. David has always just searched for resources and improved his own strength. He never thought of improving the strength of this dragon-slaying sword and sword spirit. If the strength of the dragon-slaying sword and sword spirit is improved only by fighting again and again, the speed is simply too slow. But soon, David discovered a problem. He didn't know how to improve the strength of dragon-slaying sword. He himself can devour beast pills, all kinds of elixir, and even the strength to devour other people. But how can this dragon-slaying sword improve its strength? You can't let it suck the beast pill, right? Obviously, the dragon-slaying sword has no ability to absorb the beast pill. Mr. Sher, can I take the liberty to ask, how can I improve the strength of this dragon-slaying sword? David asked Mr. Sher. Beat me a set, and I'll tell you. Mr. Sher smiled slightly. David took a deep breath, then nodded. David worked hard to calm down his mood, put aside distracting thoughts, and began to play chess with Mr. Sher seriously. But after playing several games in a row, David still couldn't beat Mr. Sure, and this time David became anxious again. Looking at David's anxious appearance, Mr. Sure said, "The game of chess is like life. What we play is not chess, but life, and life is all-encompassing. You need to see the game of chess clearly." After listening to Mr. Sure's words, David carefully looked at the chessboard in front of him, and suddenly the chessboard seemed to have changed before his eyes. It has become a magic circle, and the chess pieces have become the key formation to break the magic circle. At this moment, David seemed to understand what Mr. Sure meant. A rune flashed in David's mind, and each rune represented a small magic circle. With the inheritance of Tianfuzong, David finally narrowly defeated Mr. Sure. When a chess game was decided, David actually found that the talisman technique he inherited had greatly improved. Some talisman techniques that he did not fully understand, but at this moment he also understands it. Chapter 1768. David looked excited and looked at Mr. Sure gratefully. "Mr. Sure, can you tell me now, how can I improve the strength of this dragon-slaying sword?" David asked Mr. Sure. "Sure." After Mr. Sure finished speaking, he looked at Xing Jun, and Xing Jun seemed to be ready, and took out a map from his arms. Mr. Sure opened the map, and then pointed a finger. "This place, there will be ruins opened recently, and then you will understand how to improve the strength of the dragon-slaying sword." Ice Bear Island. David was taken aback. "Isn't this my Daxia realm?" Mr. Sure nodded. "Yes, this is the territory of the Bear Kingdom, but following the border of our country, there are also many Daxia people living there, and it is a place for trade." David looked at Mr. Sure with some puzzlement. Why does Mr. Sure know about foreign resources? Ha, the Martial Arts Alliance can know so many resources, can't I know some of them as an official? There are many things in it, you don't have to understand. You just need to remember that after you go out, you are completely up to yourself, and if the ruins are opened, it is estimated that many experts will go there. Mr. Sure warned. David nodded. "Thank you Mr. Sure for reminding me, I will keep it in mind." After David left the law enforcement pavilion, he returned to Longmen and found Humatzi and Fan Jiang right away. After all, these two people are well informed, so ask them if they know anything about the Ice Bear Island ruins. "I don't know, I rarely participate in foreign affairs." Humatzi shook his head and said. On the other hand, Fan Jiang frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something, and then said, "If I remember correctly, there should have been a large sect on Ice Bear Island hundreds of years ago, called Wenjian sect, the entire sect. They all use swords, and there are many swordsmiths in the sword sect. At that time, a lot of master swordsmen went to ask the sword sect for advice, and many of them returned with nothing, but then for no reason, the asking sword sect seemed to disappear out of thin air. There used to be rumors that Wen Jianzong had a spirit sword enchanted, out of control, and killed everyone in Wen Jianzong overnight. But whether it's true or not, I don't know, it's just rumors." When David heard what Fan Jiang said, he immediately felt that this ruin must have something to do with that Wen Jianzong. Mr. Sure pointed out this relic, in order to improve the strength of his dragon-slaying sword, then this questioning sword sect is also related to the spirit sword, it must be right. 2 days later, you will go to Ice Bear Island with me. The ruins on Ice Bear Island are open. It is estimated that this is the ruins of the sword sect. David said to Fan Jiang and Humatzi. Fan Jiang didn't say anything, and Humatzi curled his lips. That broken place, it is estimated that people can freeze to death, go there and suffer a lot. Master Hu, with your current strength, you are no longer afraid of the cold when you are naked. What is there to freeze to death? Fan Jiang asked in confusion. David knew that Humatzi just didn't want to go that far. How wonderful it is to be in Wenri Township. Master Hu, I heard that the women in Xiong country have blue hair and blue eyes, and they are all very developed. Is it true? David pretended to know nothing and asked for advice. As soon as Humatzi heard this, his eyes lit up. Yes, and he is still tall. I will go and prepare, and I will set off in 2 days. Seeing Humatzi's appearance, Fan Jiang chuckled. Mr. Chen is now pinching Master Hu to the bone. After deciding to go to Ice Bear Island, David took advantage of this time to check the information of Asking Sword Sect. It's a pity that there is very little information about the Sword Sect. After all, it already belongs to the overseas sect, so there is not a lot of information David wants to find. Just before the last day of departure, David suddenly received a call from Gulinger and asked him to go to the Red Lotus Palace. David thought something was wrong, and hurried over. When he came to the Red Lotus Palace, David felt that the atmosphere was not right. A group of girls all looked at him directly, and there was a bit of anger in their eyes. This made David confused, and he didn't know where he had offended these women. Although David himself didn't know where he had offended them, he was flustered when these women looked at him so directly. These women didn't speak, they just looked at David like this. And David was flustered. In the end, Xiaoru couldn't help but said, "Brother David, I heard that you are going to Bear Country." David nodded, "Yes." "And still going to Ice Bear Island?" Gulinger also spoke. "Yes." David nodded again. "You're leaving tomorrow?" Ji Rushua asked. "Yes." David continued to nod his head. You go to such a good place abroad to play, and you don't tell us or take us. Do you still have people like us in your heart? Do you have a conscience? If you moved here from outside, you treat others like this?" Xiao Lan became violent, and she scolded David. "I haven't been to the Ice Bear Island you mentioned, so I'm so curious. Guyuhan was sealed for thousands of years, and she didn't even know the existence of Ice Bear Island. I haven't been there before, I want to go and see." Xiaoman looked at David pitifully. "Brother Chen, can you take me there?" Take me. I'm going too." "And me." Chapter 1770. A group of women were chatting, all going to Ice Bear Island. At this moment, David only felt that he had a splitting headache, as if he had been chanted by a Tang monk. "I'm going to explore a ruin, not to travel, it's very dangerous." David could only say helplessly. "What's wrong with exploring the ruins? Maybe we can still help you, we are not a burden. Who is incapable of us here?" Xiaolan retorted to David. "I'm not saying that you are incompetent, this time is really dangerous, it's inconvenient to bring your group of women." David was crying, he didn't know how to explain to these women. "Why is it inconvenient? You are S3 Zist." Wu Meyer said. David was speechless for a while, feeling the eyes of these women, and finally nodded in compromise. "Okay, you all follow along, but when you get there, you must listen to me, not aloud. Run around, or I won't have time to take care of you." Seeing David's agreement, a group of women suddenly cheered and high-fived to celebrate. "It's as happy as if you've won a battle." Looking at these excited women, David was still helpless. He could fight with any powerful enemy without fear. But in the face of so many women, he really didn't know what to do. At this moment, a resentful voice suddenly came from the door. "Did you forget me?" David turned his head and found that he didn't know when was Gujai already standing at the door, with tears in her eyes, looking like she was wronged. Seeing another Gujai appearing, David's head became bigger. Seeing that Gujai's tears were about to flow out, David hurriedly said, You go too, it's not worse than you." Hearing David's agreement, Gujai broke into a smile. David didn't dare to stay in the Red Lotus Palace for a long time, he was afraid that these women would eat him. The next day, at Kyoto Airport, Longwu brought a group of people to see David off. Originally, David planned to take Humatzi and Fan Jiang to Ice Bear Island, but now there are more than a dozen people. In order to be watched by these women, David asked Xiao Chuang to go with him, so that Xiao Chuang and Xiao Ru could enhance each other's feelings. Chapter 1771. David, it's a smooth journey. Longwu said with a faint smile. "Mr. Chen, your mission is arduous this time. I'm afraid these girls will be difficult to deal with." Gu Fuhai smiled at David with a playful smile. David smiled helplessly, and then boarded the plane with everyone. 8 girls, Gu Linger, Gu Yuhan, Gu Jiai, Ji Rushua, Xiaoman, Wu Meyer, Xiaolan, and Xiaoru, boarded the plane with David, instantly attracting the attention of many people. After all, these 8 girls are all very beautiful, each with its own strengths, especially Ji Rushua's fairy air, and Wu Mei and Xiao Lan's natural charismatic bodies, which made the men on the plane look at these girls. Look at it. The 8 girls didn't care either, they were all very happy talking to each other. David sat next to Humatsi, and as soon as he got on the plane, Humatsi sighed. Master Hu, what's wrong with you? David asked in confusion. David, let me tell you, I'm looking for women in the future, you're not allowed to talk about me, you have so many women, how dare you talk about me? Look at the quality of your women, one is better than the other, why can't I find something like this? Humatsi looked at David, full of envy, jealousy and hatred. David was speechless when he heard it, and he didn't know how to answer Humatsi. On the other hand, Zhao Chuang said, Master Hu, wait until Xiongua, and find you some foreign girls. Zhao Chuang's words instantly came to Master Hu's heart, and he immediately smiled, yes, yes, but David, you are not allowed to control me. Don't care, don't care. David shook his head with a smile. Chapter 1772. The plane was flying smoothly, and everyone's excitement from the beginning gradually became calm. David closed his eyes slightly and rested quietly. At this moment, at the tail of the plane, a flight attendant's voice came, Sir, the plane is flying, I hope you can sit down and don't walk around. I'm so fucking tired, take 2 steps. What's the matter? Stop meddling. A bald passenger pushed the flight attendant, almost knocking the flight attendant down. This time, many passengers looked at the bald head with angry eyes. But looking at the fierce look on the bald head, no one dared to make a sound. The bald head walked forward, not knowing when, there was an extra rose in his hand. Then he walked in front of the 8 girls and looked at them with squinting eyes. Feeling the gaze of the bald head, all the 8 girls frowned and looked disgusted. David, someone is interested in your woman. Humatsi pushed David with his eyes closed and said. David opened his eyes, glanced at the bald head, and then closed his eyes again. Seeing that David didn't respond, Humatsi said with a surprised look, David, someone molested your woman, don't you care? No matter, the bald head will be unlucky. David said casually. Gulinger and the other women are not easy to mess with. Just pick one out, and it is estimated that the bald head will be slapped with SHT. What is there to be afraid of, David? At this time, the bald head felt the disgusted eyes of several girls, but he didn't care at all, and said with a smile on his face, My sisters, can you get to know me? When you arrive at Ice Bear Island, I will cover all the necessities of life. Just play. I can still take you to eat all the local delicacies, visit all the attractions, and not spend a penny. The bald head touted himself, hoping to establish an image among Gulinger and the others. It's just that no one took care of the bald head, but Xiaolan looked at the bald head with a slight look in her eyes. The bald head felt Xiaolan's eyes, he shook all over, and directly handed the rose in his hand to Xiaolan. Chapter 1773. This little sister, I think we have a good relationship, can we leave a contact information for each other? Seeing that only Xiaolan's eyes were looking at her, she knew that her move had worked. As long as one woman takes the bait, the bald head puts all the attention on Xiaolan at this moment. Brother, I do see that we are very destined. Xiaolan's eyes radiated a wave of autumnal waves. This big brother made the bones of the bald head cry, and the whole person looked like a fairy. Looking at the bald head's expression, Xiaolan knew that the time was up, so she continued, You go to a pole dance and help us. Okay, good. The bald head looked at Xiaolan with blurred eyes, and Haratsi wanted to the flow came out, what Xiaolan said, he listened. So, the bald head began to twist the fat body on the plane. At this moment, everyone laughed out loud in an instant. But the bald head didn't know it, and looked at Xiaolan with a pair of eyes. Let's have a striptease. Xiaolan ordered. Soon, the bald head began to undress, and Xiaolan asked him to stop until only his underwear was left. The bald head was like this, twisting, and everyone almost died of laughter. Kneel down and slap yourself. Xiaolan changed her order again. The bald head knelt in front of Xiaolan without hesitation, and then the big mouth was drawn towards the face. All of a sudden, I was very strong, and I soon became a pig's head. At this moment, everyone felt strange and looked at the bald head with strange eyes. Among the crowd, a guy with sunglasses and an expressionless face took off his sunglasses and looked at Xiaolan with a cold gaze. Xiaolan also seemed to feel something, and hurriedly looked at the man in sunglasses. Chapter 1774. And the man with sunglasses saw Xiaolan looking over, and hurriedly put the sunglasses back on. Xiaolan didn't care, and started playing with the bald head again. David, I didn't expect that among your group of women, there are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I see how you will tame them in the future. Humatzi said with some schadenfreude. And David pretended not to hear and continued to sleep with his eyes closed. After flying for 7 hours, the plane landed steadily on Ice Bear Island. Originally there was no airport here, but due to the recent boom in trade and more tourists, an airport was built. David and the others walked towards the plane, and they saw a vast white snow field, as far as the eye could see, except for the snow, it was snow. A police car was waiting. After getting off the plane, the bald man was quickly taken away. The temperature of this Ice Bear Island is -20 to 30 degrees all year round, so everyone here is wearing big leather jackets. And David and the others are wearing very thin clothes, but with their current strength, they are no longer afraid of this severe cold. Sir, do you want to take a car? Where do you want to go? I know. Walking out of the airport, a short, small man greeted him, and the accent was from Daxia. Take us to the hotel first. David said to the little man. No problem, is it just you, sir? The little man saw David and Humatzi and the four of them, and a car just took them away. David shook his head, then pointed to Gulinger and the others. These people are also together. The little man frowned slightly when he saw so many people. What? Can't pull it? David asked strangely when he saw the little man's expression. No, I'm going to find a car. The little man waved his hands again, and then ran away in a hurry. It only took a few minutes for the little man to bring 2 more people, also from Daxia. There are 3 cars in total, and David and the others can just sit down. But just when David and the others just got into the car, 4 or 5 big men suddenly came over. Chapter 1775. As soon as the little man saw the few people walking by, his face turned pale with fright. He hurriedly said to David, Sir, you should get off the bus, we can't pull it, don't pull it. The little man hurriedly asked David and the others to get off. David looked surprised. What's the matter? Why didn't you pull it? But the little man didn't speak when a few burly men came over. One of them was a big man with a beard, and one hand instantly put a hand on it. The little man picked it up. Boy, are you pulling people in my territory? Do you want to die? After the bearded man finished speaking, he punched the little man in the face. The little man was beaten with blood from his nose and mouth, and the 2 companions watched and did not dare to move. You all get down. The bearded man looked into the car and yelled at David and the others. Seeing this, Humatzi was about to get out of the car, but was stopped by David, and instead said to Zhao Chuang, you go down and deal with it. Got it. Zhao Chuang nodded and then left get off. But as soon as Zhao Chuang got out of the car, he saw a beautiful figure rushing past him, and then he heard a scream, and the big man with a beard was kicked and flew out. You guys, bullying others, it's so abhorrent. Gujai looked at the burly men with a glum face and shouted coldly. Seeing that Gujai had started, Zhao Chuang could only look at David helplessly, but David beckoned and let Zhao Chuang return to the car. The bearded man was kicked flying by Gujai, and finally became afraid. When he saw that he was kicked by a girl, he showed a surprised expression on his face, but the surprise on his face was quickly replaced by anger. Give it to me, grab this little girl. The bearded big man roared. Chapter 1776. Soon, several other burly men rushed towards Gujai. Don't kill. David reminded Gujai. He was afraid that Gujai would be unable to control and kill these people. After all, they have just arrived here, they are unfamiliar, and these guys are not guilty of death. Gujai nodded, then slapped each of the burly men who rushed up, and everyone was knocked to the ground, losing several teeth in their mouths. After dealing with these people, Gujai said to the little man who was beaten, "Okay, let's drive." The little man nodded in horror, then started the car and left. On the road, the little man always looked at the rearview mirror and observed David. Seeing that the little man was always looking at him, David asked, "Master driver, what's the matter?" Seeing David asking this, the little man hurriedly said, "This gentleman, thank you so much just now." David smiled, "It's just a little effort." "This gentleman, are you a warrior?" The little man asked. David didn't hide it, and nodded, "Yes, I didn't expect you to know about warriors." "Of course I know, there are quite a few warriors here." "Musha. But not everyone can become a warrior. And if you want to become a cultivator, it is even more difficult." Along the way, the little man chatted with David about a lot of martial artists. When I got to the hotel, the little man didn't charge David and their fare. After choosing a room at the hotel, the girls didn't want to rest and wanted to go shopping. David was afraid that these girls would cause trouble, so he asked Zhao Chuang to follow him. David also wanted to go out for a walk and get acquainted with Ice Bear Island, but Humatsi didn't go, so he booked a single room at the hotel and started to contact the woman. David was helpless and could only take Fan Jiang around. Chapter 1777. As soon as the two walked out of the hotel, they were stopped by a taxi. David looked and found that it was the little man who sent him to the hotel. David was very surprised. Why did the little man stop him? "This gentleman, I don't know if you have time, can I treat you to a meal?" The little man said to David. "No, I've already said it, it's a small effort, not to mention that you don't even ask for the fare, we can be considered even, so don't be so polite." David rejected the little man. But the little man followed David with a look of embarrassment. David looked at the little man's expression and knew that he was definitely not as simple as just treating himself to dinner. "Do you have anything else?" David asked. The little man was embarrassed, then nodded and said, "This gentleman, our helper, asked me to invite you. He wants to meet you." "Help leader?" "What about the helper?" Seeing David's surprised face, the little man quickly explained, "We Daxia people who do business here, including our rental business, formed a Daxia gang to avoid being bullied. After talking with the gang leader about the airport, the gang leader wants to see you." The little man explained this, and David understood it, but seeing that they were all from Daxia, David nodded and agreed. In addition, David may inquire about the remains of Ice Bear Island from these people to see if they know. After all, these people have lived here for decades. Seeing that David agreed, the little man happily invited David and Fan Jiang into the car, and then galloped away. Soon, David was taken to a large courtyard, but there were not many houses. Chapter 1778. After entering a small two-story building, the little man hurriedly shouted, "Help master, someone brought it," from the upstairs. A middle-aged man walked down slowly. The aura fluctuates, and it is obviously a martial artist. It's just that the strength of this middle-aged man is just that of a martial sect, but even with this strength, in front of ordinary people, he is almost a godlike existence. The middle-aged man glanced at David and Fan Jiang, but frowned slightly, because he found that he could not see through David and their strength at all. "Please sit down." The middle-aged man waved his hand and asked David and the others to sit down. Then the middle-aged man said to the little man, "Little one, watch tea." "Yes." The little man hurriedly poured tea for David and Fan Jiang. "This gentleman, may I ask your surname?" the middle-aged man asked David. "My name is David." David replied politely. "David?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something, and then said, "I heard that we have a very good young man in Daxia, who seems to be also called David. At the position of the largest sect in the martial arts world in Kyoto. Could it be you?" The middle-aged man looked at David carefully. David did not expect that his reputation would spread abroad. But he didn't want too many people to know his whereabouts, so he shook his head and said, "It may be the same name, how can I have that ability?" I think so. No matter how you look at you, you don't look like a great marquis. The middle-aged man spoke candidly, and then continued, the matter at the airport is thanks to your actions, otherwise my subordinates will suffer. It's over. Since you are here, if you need any help, just say it. After all, we are all from Dacia, and our Dacia gang exists so that the Dacia people will not be bullied. Thank you so much. David thanked him politely, and then said, I don't know the name of the gang leader. You can just call me Tang Dali, the middle-aged man said. Chapter 1779. Clan Master Tang, I have something to ask for advice. I wonder if Gang Master Tang knows. David said. Just ask, there is nothing I don't know about the entire Ice Bear Island. Tang Dali said confidently. I don't know if gang leader Tang knows about the remains of Ice Bear Island. David asked. Relic? Tang Dali was stunned for a moment, then looked at David, are you here for the relic? Not bad. David nodded. Young man, I advise you to die. That ruin is not something you can touch with your strength. You must know that many people want to find the ruin and enter it, but after so many years, except for some people who die every year, no one can find the location of the ruins. Tang Dali said to David. Can't find the location. Why is this? David was very surprised. Normally, this Ice Bear Island is not very large, so how could it be impossible to find a location? The ruins have long been hidden under the vast snow, where are they so easy to find, and there are many people who come to find the ruins every year, all of them are masters above Marquis Wu, even such masters, there are many casualties every year. There are people from many countries all over the world, but in the end they get nothing. Just because of your ability now, you want to find the ruins. Isn't that looking for death? For the sake of us all from Dacia, I advise you to play here for a few days and then go back, it's not worth taking your life here. Tang Dali persuaded David kindly. Seeing Tang Dali say this, David became more yearning for the relic, so he asked again, does the Tang gang leader know about asking Jianzong? Ask Jianzong. Tang Dali thought for a while, then shook his head, I don't know what to ask Jianzong, and I haven't heard of it. David saw that Tang Dali didn't know, so he didn't ask anything. After all, the questioning sword sect disappeared for too long. Chapter 1780. After chatting with Tang Dali for a few more words, David and Fan Jiang were about to leave, but just as they got up, they heard a loud noise outside, and soon the little driver ran in. Little one, what's going on? Tang Dali asked. Help Lord, the gang from the motorcycle party came and said that our people beat their people, and they need to make up for it, said the little man. Damn, I haven't asked them to settle the matter at the airport, but they came first. Let me go out and have a look. Tang Dali rushed out. Seeing this, David also got up and followed him out. As soon as he went out, he saw a group of big men with gigantic backs, all with anger and murderous expressions on their faces. The people who followed this group of people were the people from the Dacia gang, but in terms of body size, the Dacia gang people were obviously thinner. Tang Dali, my guy was beaten by your guy at the airport. How do you handle this? A big man with earrings and tattoos all over his face stepped forward and spoke to Tang Dali in lame Dacia dialect. Said. Ivan, it was your people who found fault first, and now you've been beaten, so they came to me? Besides, the people who beat you were not from our Dacia gang, but the passengers couldn't stand it anymore. Tang Dali said to Ivan. It's him, they are obviously a group. At this time, the bearded man saw David behind him, and immediately stood up and pointed at David. Seeing this, Ivan sneered, Tang Dali, what else do you have to say? The person is here with you, and now you hand him over to me, and you are compensating me for a medical fee. I will not pursue this matter. Joke, when have you seen our Dacia gang? If you are not convinced, then make a gesture. Tang Dali didn't seem to take these motorcycle gangs in his eyes. As the realm of Wuzong, it is also easy to deal with these motorcycle gangs. Chapter 1781. Tang Dali, I know you have kung fu, but no matter how good your kung fu is, it's useless. After that, Ivan actually took out his gun, and then all the motorcycle gangs took out their guns. More than a dozen guns were aimed at Tang Dali and the others, and these people from the Daxia gang were a little panicked. Tang Dali's face also became ugly. If he only had a gun, he could easily escape. But with so many guns aimed at them, Tang Dali would definitely not be able to escape. Seeing Tang Dali and the others' faces changed, Ivan sneered, "Tang Dali, no matter how skilled you are not qualified to fight with us. Now you hand over the person obediently, and if you give me a sum of money, I will forgive you." "You!" Ivan's gun has been pointed at Tang Dali's head. Tang Dali's face changed again and again. Just now, he boasted about Haikao, saying that he would ask David to find him if he had something to do. Now if David is pushed out, then their Daxia gang will be too unscrupulous, and they are also from Daxia. They will not be able to mix in the future. "Ivan, I don't know how to deal with people. If you have the ability, you can shoot. I promise to let you die here at the same time as you shoot." Tang Dali gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Ivan sneered, "Since you are not afraid of death, let's make a break today." Then Ivan really wanted to pull the trigger. However, Tang Dali was quick-witted, and at the same time that Ivan pulled the trigger, he suddenly raised it with a kick, and the speed reached the limit, instantly kicking Ivan's gun into the air. Seeing this, Ivan shouted, "Shoot!" Bang bang bang. At one time, more than a dozen guns fired at the same time. The faces of everyone in the Daxia gang were full of despair, and even Tang Dali knew at this moment that death was coming. He didn't dodge, he gave up resistance. So many guns, dodge or not, the ending is the same. But just when Daxia helped these people prepare to wait for death, a golden light suddenly appeared behind them. The golden light illuminated the entire compound, and then these people saw that the bullets shot at them all stopped in front of their eyes at this moment, as if the bullets touched something and were stopped. Pata, pata. Chapter 1782. The bullet fell to the ground just a few centimeters away in front of everyone's eyes. All the breaths were condensed, and there was a dead silence for a while. This was the closest they were to death, watching the bullets fall in front of their eyes. But no one understands what happened. And that Ivan and the people from the motorcycle party were even more shocked, and their eyes widened in disbelief. They don't understand what the golden light that just exploded was, and why the bullet suddenly stopped by itself, and then fell to the ground. At this moment, only Tang Dali opened his mouth wide, his face full of shock. Because he felt a very huge and terrifying breath, and this breath came from behind him. It was because of this breath that saved them all. Those bullets hit the invisible barrier, so they stopped and then fell to the ground. Tang Dali turned his head and looked at David in horror, but the golden light on David's body had just receded. David smiled slightly at the shocked Tang Dali, and then took a few steps forward. "You are looking for me, come to me if you have the ability." Seeing David stand up, Ivan just recovered from the shock just now. "Wake up." But he didn't know that everything just now was done by David. He just thought that the gods were protecting Tang Dali and the others. "Boy, since you have stood up, you will be punished." Saying that, Ivan grabbed a gun from a motorcycle party and aimed it at David, but this time he followed David away distance. He knew that many people in Daxia were highly skilled in martial arts, so when they distanced themselves, David had no choice but to be obedient. Chapter 1783. How are you going to punish me? David faced Ivan's muzzle without the slightest fear on his face. "Of course you lost a leg." Saying that, Ivan pulled the trigger without hesitation. It can be seen that this Ivan is also a ruthless master. Touch! The gunshot sounded, but David was still standing intact, as if the bullet hadn't hit David in the leg. This time, Ivan was stunned. "Damn, didn't you get hit so close?" Ivan was still doubting his marksmanship, so he shot David's leg again. Touch! Another shot, but David is still standing intact. At this time, everyone in the motorcycle party looked at Ivan with incredible expressions in their eyes. Missed both shots at such a close distance. Damn, I don't believe it anymore. Bang bang bang. Ivan shot several times in succession, until the bullet in the gun was emptied, and then it stopped. However, David was still standing in front of him with a sneering expression on his face, and he was not injured at all. This time, Ivan was confused, and even those from the Dacia gang looked at David in disbelief, wondering how David would be alright. Only Tang Dali trembled slightly. If it wasn't for so many people, he would have knelt down to David long ago. What the hell is this gun? Seeing that so many guns failed to hit David, Ivan instantly grabbed his hand and fell to the ground, putting the blame on the problem with the gun. It's not about guns, it's about people. David said, opened his hand, and then the bullet fell from David's hand to the ground. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ivan took a few steps back and looked at David in disbelief. He didn't expect that there are still people who can catch bullets with empty hands. Chapter 1784. This is outrageous. I don't believe it, you can take more than a dozen guns. Ivan asked everyone to point their guns at David, ready to shoot David to death. But just as these people raised their guns, they felt a dark shadow pass by in front of them, and then their hands were empty, and the guns disappeared. But David had been standing in front of them, motionless. When they looked to the side, they realized that Fan Jiang already had more than a dozen guns in his hands. A pile of broken copper and rotten iron, how dare you show off your power? Fan Jiang said, his hands actually crumpled the dozen guns into a big iron ball. This time, Ivan was dumbfounded and shivered all over. The other motorcycle gangs also looked horrified. They didn't understand what kind of two perverts they encountered. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to kill people, so you can get out now, David said to the terrified motorcycle gang. As soon as Ivan heard this, he immediately turned around and ran, and there was no one who ran away in an instant. As soon as those motorcycle gangs left, Tang Dali knelt down in front of David with a thud. Senior is on top, please accept me. Just now, I was blind, and my words offended Senior, I should be damned. Tang Dali's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his whole body was shaking. Sect Master Tang, why are you doing this? You didn't offend me just now. David raised his palm lightly, and suddenly a force lifted Tang Dali up. Senior, Tang Dali wanted to say something, but David waved his hand. Fong Master Tang, you are older than me, don't be a senior, I am very uncomfortable. Tang Dali heard. He quickly changed his words and said, Mr. Chen, are you the David who built the Dragon Gate in the Kyoto martial arts world? David smiled and nodded, showing his strength, and David has nothing to hide. Seeing David's admission, Tang Dali's face became even more excited. Mr. Chen, you are my idol. I didn't expect to see you today. I'm so excited. Mr. Chen came to look for the ruins, and I believe I can find them. Tang Dali changed his words at this moment, not persuading David leave. Chapter 1785. David smiled, so many people can't find it, how can I find it? This Ice Bear Island is not big or small. If I find it a little bit, it will take a year and a half. Mr. Chen, you don't have to search the entire Ice Bear Island to find the ruins. There is one place that is most suspicious, because people disappear from there almost every year, and you can't find them no matter how you look for them. So some people suspect that there are ruins there, but I can't find the entrance. Tang Dali said to David. Where? David said brightly. Go get a map from Mr. Chen. After Tang Dali finished speaking, someone quickly brought the map, and Tang Dali drew a circle on the map. It's here, it's close to the snow-capped mountains, and there are rumors that the ruins are there. Beneath the snow-capped mountain, but no one has seen it. David looked at the place, thoughtful, and then asked, have you been here? I have been there twice, but I haven't seen any ruins. It's all a white snow field. Tang Dali said. Sect Master Tang, can you take us to this place tomorrow? David wanted Tang Dali to take them there. After all, Tang Dali was familiar with the route. No problem, it's my honor to be able to do things for Mr. Chen. Tang Dali happily agreed. After leaving the Dacia gang, David and Fan Jiang did not go back to the hotel, but went shopping in a market. Because of the cold weather here, there are almost no living things on the market. And in such a small market, there are still some selling jade, swords, and the like. It may be because many warriors come here to explore the ruins every year, so there are people who sell this kind of thing. As the saying goes, there is a market when there is demand. It's all rubbish, and I haven't met a few masters. Could it be that the entrance to the ruins could not be found, and many people have left? Fan Zhang found that the items sold in the market were very poor, and he didn't meet many masters. Logically speaking, there are ruins here, and a large number of masters will come here. But now there are not many. Chapter 1786. It may also be that they have been here several times and cannot find the entrance to the ruins, and they all retreated. Just when David and the others turned around and were about to go back, there was a buzzing sound in David's mind, and the dragon's sword seemed to sense something, and there was a slight vibration. David stopped in a hurry, then looked not far away, and found a street vendor packing his things, probably preparing to go home. At this moment, David was attracted by the street vendor who was about to put away a sword. I saw that this sword exudes a vague aura, which instantly attracted David. "Brother, can I see your shuriken?" David walked over and asked. "You said this sword, let me show it to you. If you like it, 5 million will be given to you." The trader gave the sword to David. "What broken sword is worth 5 million? Isn't this a robbery?" Fan Zhang looked surprised. "What do you know? This sword cuts iron like mud," but asks Jinzong's sword. The merchant said a word, and David was stunned in an instant. He did not expect that a small trader would actually know about asking sword sect. "Brother, how do you know this is the sword of Wen Jinzong?" David looked at the vendor strangely and asked. "Isn't it written on the body of the sword?" The trader said with the sword. David looked at it carefully. The sword body was already rusted and it looked very old, but at the bottom of the sword body there were indeed 3 characters of Wen Jinzong. These 3 characters were obviously engraved when the sword was cast. When David was holding the sword, the induction of the dragon-slaying sword in his body became even stronger. David's face was very excited. Chapter 1787. "Brother, can I ask, where did you get this sword from?" David asked. The merchant looked at the snowy mountains in the distance. "When I went to pick snow lotus, this sword was picked up for several years. At the beginning, it was very sharp, cutting iron like mud, but I can't maintain it. It's only rusted recently. If it wasn't for rust, I wouldn't sell it for 5 million yuan. Do you want it? If you don't want it, I'll close the stall and leave." "I want it," David finished, and directly transferred 5 million to the merchant. When the merchant saw this, he was also very excited. It seemed that he did not expect this sword to sell for 5 million. David couldn't put it down with the sword, at least he could be sure that the swordsman sect was here, and the ruins were very likely to be the swordsman sect. 5 million to buy a broken sword, you haven't seen it for a year, but you have made a fortune. At this moment, a woman's voice came from behind David. David was stunned when he heard the voice. He felt that the voice was familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Then David turned around, and the moment he saw the girl's face clearly, he instantly remembered. "Princess Anna, why are you?" David said excitedly. "This is my country. It's normal for me to come here to play, but I was surprised to see you here. At first, I thought I was wrong." Anna also said excitedly. Behind Anna, following the tall Andrew, David looked at Andrew and felt the breath of Andrew. Unexpectedly, in just 1 year, Andrew's strength has reached the level of Marquis Wu. Although it is still a long way from David, this speed is fast enough. A year ago, David participated in the international competition at the request of Zhao Waoqi, and Andrew was only a Wuzone. It was also at that time that David killed Ichiro Watanabe and completely formed a grudge with the Watanabe family in the island country. "Andrew, your strength is growing fast," David said to Andrew with a smile. "Mr. Chen is not bad." Andrew smiled. In fact, Andrew did not detect David's strength, he just said it politely. After all, in the international competition, Andrew has been convinced by David. Otherwise, with the hot character of their Xiongua, it would be impossible to talk to David like this. "David, are you here to travel?" Anna asked. That's it, David didn't know what to say. Since I am here, I will do my best as a landlord. I will show you around, and then I will take you to our house as a guest. It only takes a few hours to get to our house by plane here. That. Anna stepped forward and took David's hand, followed David happily. David was a little overwhelmed by Anna's enthusiasm. Looking at David like that, Anna smiled. Didn't you bring your 2 girlfriends? Are you married and have children? Looking at Anna's curious look, David didn't know how to answer. Gulinger is here, but Sonia is still locked in the dungeon. Shouldn't you break up with them? I guess that men don't have good things, they are all scumbags. Anna said to David with a smile. David sighed and didn't refute, saying that he was a scumbag, so he was a scumbag. Now that so many women are tempted by him, David doesn't want to let anyone down. Especially looking at Ji Rushua's pitiful appearance, David couldn't bear to refuse. If you can, when you go into seclusion in the future, put all these women in your pocket. David just doesn't know if this is a scumbag. Chapter 1788. Anna pulled David and wandered happily, while Andrew and Fan Jiang followed closely behind. David, besides traveling here, do you have anything else to do? Suddenly, Anna asked David. David was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. What can I do? Didn't you come for the ruins? Anna looked at David with a little playfulness, as if to see all of David's heart. When David heard this, he smiled awkwardly and did not speak, but looking at David's expression, Anna also understood. Actually, I also came for the ruins, otherwise I wouldn't travel to this small place. Anna said. You are also for the ruins? Is it just the 2 of you? David was a little surprised. After all, Anna has no strength, and Andrew is only the strength of Wuho who has just arrived. How can this kind of strength go to explore the ruins? Isn't that looking for death? Seeing David say this, the smile on Anna's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a touch of sadness. David didn't know what he said wrong, and seemed a little overwhelmed. I heard that there is a king of medicine in the ruins, so I found the king of medicine to save my father. Anna bit her lip and whispered. When David heard this, he quickly asked, What's wrong with your father? Is he sick? Anna shook her head. No, my father was poisoned. I heard that only the medicine king in the ruins can save him. Poisoned? David looked surprised, knowing that Anna's father was a duke. Who would dare to poison a duke of a country? Someone spied on my father's position as a duke, so he wanted to kill my father and get the position of the duke. Anna saw David's doubts, so she said quickly. Who is so bold? David asked. Anna looked at David and said with a serious face, Do you think that after my father dies, who can get his duke position? Anna's words instantly made David realize. Could it be your older brother or younger brother? David was full of surprise, because only his own son could inherit his father's duke. But in order to get the position of the duke, he poisoned his father to death, which is too inhuman. But when I think about that Long Jingua, he poisoned his father just to get the position of the head of the Long family, not to mention the position of the duke of a country. This position is even more attractive. Thinking of this, David felt a little emotional. He said that there are no fathers and sons in the Deep Palace. It seems that it is really like that. I just suspect my brother now, but there is no evidence. When I find the king of medicine and rescue my father, I will know who poisoned him. Anna's eyes were full of determination. Are you so sure that you can find the king of medicine? Although David admired Anna's courage, courage cannot represent strength. This kind of relic is not something that can be explored by any strength. Even if I die, I'll give it a try. Anna seemed to have made up her mind. In this way, David and Anna walked and chatted, and unknowingly walked out of the bustling street market and came to a sparsely populated place. At a glance, in the vast expanse of white, you can still see some people pulling dog sleds, cheering, and playing. His Royal Highness, we need to go back, it's not safe here. Andrew looked around, and then said to Anna with a vigilant look on his face. Seeing Andrew's expression, Anna also seemed a little nervous. Andrew, do you feel something? As a bear, Andrew has a perception level that is beyond normal human beings. and can perceive the existence of danger in advance. Andrew nodded, then guarded in front of Anna. What? Someone is going to kill you. David frowned. Chapter 1789. Anna nodded and said, we met and hunted down several times along the way. I guess these people were also sent by my brother. He didn't want me to live. I didn't expect that power struggles abroad are also very cruel. At this time, Fan Jiang said. If that's the case, then let's go back. David took Anna and prepared to go back. But just after turning around and taking 2 steps, 4 men in black appeared. These 4 men were all covered, with machetes in their hands, and each of them had murderous intent in their eyes. Seeing the sudden appearance of the 4 men in black, Andrew guarded Anna tightly as if he were facing a formidable enemy. David glanced at these 4 people, all of them were in the realm of Marquis, and they were considered masters. If these 4 people deal with Andrew, then Andrew is definitely not an opponent. Andrew, you hand over Princess Anna, and I can spare you, otherwise I'll take your bare skin to make clothes. A man in black said to Andrew with a mocking expression on his face. Impossible, I am Princess Anna's guardian. I can die, but I will never let you hurt Princess Anna. Andrew said with a cold face. Okay, since you're obsessed, then we'll kill you, and then we're killing Princess Anna. After speaking, the 4 men in black all radiated a cold chill. The breath of the 4 people instantly locked Andrew. As for David and Fan Jiang next to them, they didn't seem to see it. The 4 men in black directly ignored David and Fan Jiang, who were relatively thin. Roar! When Andrew saw this, he directly activated the transformation mode, raising his strength to the strongest. I saw that Andrew was covered in hair, revealing sharp fangs. It turned into a brown bear, roared loudly, and protected Anna tightly. Humph, even if you transform, what can you do? A man in black snorted coldly, and then the 4 of them walked towards Andrew together. Andrew roared and rushed up, fighting with the 4 men in black. With the strength of Marquis Wu, the melee of several people instantly made the surrounding explosions continue, and the snow was thrown into the sky one after another, and then slowly fell. Even if Andrew transformed and raised his strength to the strongest, he was still no match for the 4 men in black. I saw that Andrew's huge body was severely hit by a man in black, and the whole person rose up into the air, smashed heavily on the ground, and smashed the hard ground into a deep pit. When Anna saw this, her eyes were full of panic and anxiety. Roar! Andrew roared again, stood up suddenly, and then patted the 4 men in black with his wide bare paw. At this time, the 2 men in black directly stopped Andrew. The other 2 men in black were walking towards Anna. When Anna saw this, her body continued to regret it, but soon the 2 men in black came to Anna. Princess Anna, did you cut it yourself, or do you need us to do it? A man in black asked Anna. Who the hell are you? Did my brother send them? Anna asked the man in black. You don't need to know this, we'll tell you when you die. The man in black said with a sneer. Anna bit her lip. Facing such a powerful man in black, Anna knew that she was doomed this time. Mr. Chen, these guys seem to be ignoring us. Fan Jiang looked at David and said. Well, it was ignored. David smiled. You must know that David is now in Daxia. He is a household name and will never be ignored. But here, it was directly ignored. Since it's useless for these guys to have eyes, then I'll deduct them. Fan Jiang asked. I think so. David nodded. This is what Fan Jiang wanted to do, and David agreed. Chapter 1790. The conversation between David and Fan Jiang instantly annoyed the 2 men in black. You 2 people from Daxia, hurry up and get out of my way, or else you will all die here. A man in black looked at David and Fan Jiang with murderous intent. At this time, Anna also looked at David and said, David, don't worry about my affairs. You should take your friends with you. They are very powerful people. I really want to see how many of these people are. Awesome. David smiled, then winked at Fan Jiang. Fan Jiang nodded, then jumped up and walked towards the 2 men in black. David, you are not their opponents. They are all Marquis of Wu. You should leave quickly. Anna said to David quickly when she saw that Fan Jiang had actually started. But just as Anna's voice fell, she heard two shrill screams. I saw the two men in black, covering their eyes with their hands at the moment. On the snow-white ground, the four eyeballs are very conspicuously embedded in the snow. From the gaps between the fingers of the two men in black, blood kept coming out. This time, Anna was dumbfounded. Things that don't have eyes, don't have to look at things now. Fan Jiang snorted coldly. And the other two men in black who were fighting with Andrew, all rushed over after hearing the screams. Andrew couldn't hold it anymore, and there were scars all over his body. At this moment, when the two men in black left, he breathed a sigh of relief. When the other two men in black arrived, they saw that their two companions had empty eye sockets, and their eyeballs were gone. This time, the two of them were instantly shocked. The four of them know each other's strength like the back of their hands, and those who can instantly dig out the eyeballs of their two companions must be much stronger than them. Thinking of this, the remaining two men in black, supporting their companions, turned around and ran. Want to run? Seeing this, Fan Jiang jumped up and instantly stopped the four men in black. Immediately afterwards, both claws came out again, and the remaining two men in black also screamed, and the eyeballs of the two men in black were also gouged out. This time, the four men in black became blind. One by one screaming, colliding with each other, unable to find the direction. Fan Jiang's skill made Anna and Andrew look at it for a while. It wasn't until Fan Jiang came back that Anna couldn't help but ask David, David, what kind of strength is your friend? How can you be so powerful? David smiled, he is just a peak of Marquis, the Marquis of Great Marquis. I can't even break through. Fan Jiang was immediately embarrassed when he heard this. He has not been able to break through the Great Marquis for 20 years. If someone had said that to him before, Fan Jiang would have been angry long ago. But now that David said this to him, Fan Jiang has no temper at all. After all, it took David just over a year to break through to the realm of Marquis of Great Wu. This kind of talent and the disparity in strength made Fan Jiang admire David's 5 bodies. Hearing that Fan Jiang was the pinnacle of Marquis, Anna and Andrew were full of admiration and wonder in their eyes. Although Andrew is also a Marquis, he is only a new Marquis. If he wants to reach the peak of Marquis, he doesn't know when it will be. But soon, Anna seemed to feel that something was wrong, so she asked David, you just said that he is a peak Wuho, that's all? You don't seem to look down on this peak Wuho, so what is your strength? Me? I'm a 5th rank Marquis of Great Martialism now. David said with a slight smile. Just brag, you can reach the 5th rank Great Marquis at your age? You must know that you were just a great master a year ago. Anna didn't believe David's words at all. After all, David was only a great master a year ago, so how could he have reached the 5th rank Great Marquis in 1 year? This is simply not possible. Andrew, relying on his identity as a bear man, cultivated fast. It took a year to go from Wuzong to Wuho, and he still ate an unknown amount of cultivation resources. Chapter 1791. David is just an ordinary person, how could he cultivate so fast? Anna doesn't believe it, and neither does Andrew. Seeing that Anna didn't believe it, David could only helplessly spread his hands and said, since you don't believe it, then you can only let you see and see. It is said that you women have long hair and short knowledge, and that's true. David finished, looking at the 4 morning men in black not far away, they raised their hands and waved gently. An overwhelming, terrifying aura came in an instant. Boom! The 4 men in black turned into scum in an instant, leaving nothing behind, falling to the ground like snowflakes. It was as if the 4 men in black had never appeared before. Seeing this scene, Anna was dumbfounded, and Andrew was dumbfounded. It took a long time for Anna to react, and she became excited. No! I didn't expect you to be the Marquis of Great Wu. It's great, it's great! Anna went up to hug David excitedly, and desperately said David's face, expressing herself of joy. This time, David was completely stunned, desperately trying to push Anna away. These babes are too open. But just as David was pushing and shoving Anna, while Anna was holding on to David desperately and sing David, David suddenly felt a terrifying aura, which made him cool back. David's personal hair was blown up, and David has never experienced such a huge sense of crisis. Desperately pushing Anna away, David hurriedly turned his head, but not far away, Gulinger and the other girls were staring at him. There is a bit of anger in every girl's eyes. This time, David's head is about to explode. Okay, David, it's no wonder you didn't go shopping with us. It turned out that you came here to find a foreign girl, and you are still an old acquaintance. Xiaolan said to David first. During the international competition a year ago, Xiaolan and Anna met each other, and the two often fought tit for tat in order to compete for David. Now Xiaolan sees David and Anna hugging and sing, and her anger rises. Gulinger also knew Anna. She didn't mind David looking for a confidant. Gulinger knew that a man as good as David would have many women in the future. However, someone like David was sneaky and so affectionate, which made Gulinger feel a little uncomfortable. After all, except for Sonia, she was the first to follow David. Now she and David have never been so intimate, but Anna has taken the lead. Brother David, your appetite is getting bigger now. Xiaoru sighed helplessly. Brother Chen, you used to like babes, no wonder my sister jumped into your arms and you didn't move her. Xiaomin also pouted and said very dissatisfied. This made Ji Rushue shy and hurriedly said to Xiaomin, child, what nonsense are you talking about? David, who is this foreign girl? Gujiai stepped forward and asked David. In the face of so many women, David's head will explode with his questioning every word. Zhao Chuang and Fan Jiang looked at David like that, they could only laugh secretly. Having more women is sometimes a burden. Hello, my name is Anna, and David and I are old friends. Just now, I just wanted to express how I feel about seeing old friends. This is how we greet each other here, I hope you don't misunderstand. Before David could speak, Anna explained to Gulinger and the others. Yes, we just said hello as a courtesy. After all, this is the country of Xiong, and Anna belongs to this country, so she was more excited to see me. David quickly followed. Yes, I also heard that when you say hello abroad, you all ss. At this time, Zhao Chuang also said a word. This sentence instantly made everyone laugh and relieved the tense atmosphere. Chapter 1792. David took the opportunity and called everyone back to the hotel. Anna took Andrew with him. After knowing that David was the Marquis of Great Wu, Anna was about to hug David's thighs. At first David was worried that Anna would conflict with these girls. But David underestimated the girls' communication skills. Soon Anna became a group with a group of girls and became sisters. And when they found out what happened to Anna, they were still filled with righteous indignation. They wanted to help Anna find the king of medicine, and help Anna teach her brother a lesson by the way. The next day, Tang Dali came to the hotel early and waited for David. Waiting to take David around and see if you can find the ruins. Originally, David didn't intend to let the girls follow, but Anna was going to find Yaowan. If only Anna was allowed to follow, the other girls would definitely be unhappy, so they would take them all. Where's Master Hu? David saw that everyone had gathered, but he didn't see Humatsi. Master Hu has never left the room since he came, who knows what to do inside? Zhao Chuang said. David knew what this guy was doing when he thought about it. However, in terms of finding a hole and exploring a tomb, Humatsi is an expert, and it must be done by Humatsi. So David walked to Humatsi's room and knocked on the door hard. Soon, the door opened, Humatsi yawned, his eyes were dull, and the circles under his eyes were dark. And on the hotel bed, two blonde girls are lying down. Master Hu, today we are going to find the ruins. David said to Humatsi. Ah, so fast. Humatsi was taken aback. If you don't hurry, it is estimated that you will become a human in 2 days and die in this place. David gave the Humatsi a blank look. Humatsi smiled, this foreign girl is amazing, you wait for me, I will put on my clothes. Soon, Humatsi came out with his clothes on. Seeing Humatsi's appearance, everyone knew that this guy would not go out for 2 days. What did you do? Damn it, David, you're such a cool kid, and you got a foreign girl in 2 days? After seeing Anna, Humotsi instantly admired David. Okay, it's getting late, let's go quickly. David was afraid that Humotsi would be talking nonsense for a while, so he hurried everyone to set off. With Tang Dali leading the way, a minibus pulled everyone towards the foot of the snowy mountain. When there were still more than 10 kilometers away from the snow-capped mountain, the car stopped because there was no road ahead and we needed to walk. Tang Dali took some daily necessities and a simple tent from the car, and then said, Mr. Chen, because the weather here changes quickly, so we need to bring some supplies, maybe we will spend the night here. Okay. David nodded, looked at the supplies, and then waved. All of them were put into the storage ring. This time, Tang Dali looked envious. A group of people stepped on the snow and kept approaching the snow-capped mountains. They were originally going to explore, but they were forced to play by these girls. These girls are all playful, throwing snowballs and fighting snowballs, so that David is speechless for a while. On the other hand, Tang Dali was speechless, because he found that these girls looked delicate, but they were much stronger than him. Along the way, David and the others could also meet groups of 3 or 5 people, hurriedly heading towards the snow-capped mountains, and everyone's breath was not weak, obviously they were there to explore the ruins. However, these people didn't pay attention to David and the others. After all, with so many girls, they were slapsticking, obviously they were traveling, so they didn't take it to heart. As it got closer and closer to the snow-capped mountain, the weather became more and more severe, and a cloud of mist rose up, spreading from the foot of the mountain, and soon covered the surrounding area, as if it was isolated. David exuded divine consciousness, but was surprised to find that he could not even penetrate the thick fog. It was obvious that the fog did not form naturally. Chapter 1793. This fog is caused by the magic circle, everyone be careful. At this time, Humotsi changed his laughing appearance, and his face became solemn. Those girls also became cautious and walked forward cautiously one by one. Sect Master Tang, can you still remember what you said? David said to Tang Dali. He was afraid that such a thick fog would make Tang Dali no longer know the direction. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I can know with my eyes closed. Tang Dali has a strong sense of direction. Although he has only been there twice, he can still find it. David nodded and let Tang Dali lead the way. After walking for more than an hour, the group found that the thick fog began to dissipate, and the towering snow-capped mountains were in front of them. Looking down from the sky at this moment, they would find that the thick fog actually formed a large circle, giving the snow-capped mountains to the ground. Wrapped. As far as this layer of fog is concerned, it is estimated that many people will get lost in it and can't tell the direction. Mr. Chen, those places where people often disappear are at the foot of the mountain on the edge of Shuashan Mountain. Tang Long pointed to the east and said, Okay, let's go. David nodded, then looked at Gu Linger and said, You girls stay, don't go forward, so as not to be in danger, give you tents and supplies, you are here wait here. David took out the supplies from the storage ring, then opened the tent and asked Gu Linger and the others to wait. Originally, Gu Jiayi and Xiaolan were reluctant to wait, but Ji Ruxue and Gu Linger knew that this exploration of the ruins would be dangerous. They would distract David if they followed up, so they agreed to stay. David asked Tang Dali to take it with him, and then called Humotsi, Fan Jiang, and Anna's master and servant to go to the place where the master had disappeared. David, I'll go with you. If I'm really in danger, I can resist. Gu Yuhan wanted to go with David. After all, Gu Yuhan's strength is also the Marquis of Great Wu. And Gu Yuhan must be well informed. If he really encounters something very ancient, maybe Gu Yuhan can recognize it. Thinking of this, David nodded and said, Okay, you can follow. After arranging the accompanying people, David said to Zhao Chuang, you can take good care of them and only allow them to wait here, don't go anywhere. Brother Chen, don't worry, I won't let them run around. Zhao Chuang agreed. David and the others set off, and as their direction changed, David felt that there was a big change in the spiritual energy of the world. And that Gu Yuhan also seemed to feel it and frowned slightly. Soon, David and the others arrived at the place, But there were several big signs stuck around the place at this time. Several large signs read, "This place is dangerous, do not enter." David was very surprised. Who would put up so many signs here? Sect Master Tang, who made these? David asked. Tang Dali also shook his head with a confused look. I don't know either, when I came here 2 times, there was no such thing. Some people have already come here, I guess this brand is trying to scare people. At this time, Humatsi said. Don't care, let's go in. David took the lead and walked in. But just as David continued to walk forward, there was a sudden burst of roars of beasts. The roar was loud and it sounded terrifying. There are still monsters here? David was surprised. You must know that in this extremely cold place, it is difficult for some wild animals to survive. Hearing that roar, Tang Dali's face became a little ugly. Chapter 1794. Chen, Mr. Chen, let's not move forward. Tang Dali said with a trembling body. What's wrong? Did a few roars frighten you? David asked in confusion when he saw Tang Dali's appearance. Mr. Chen doesn't know. It is rumored that there used to be a tiger monster living here. It is so big that it can swallow a person with its mouth. It's just that no one has seen the tiger monster for many years. It has been forgotten, and it is regarded as a legend. But now, this roar is likely to be issued by the tiger demon, and the person who disappeared here is likely to die under the tiger demon's mouth. I think we should not be here. It's too dangerous to continue walking forward. Although Tang Dali knew that David was a great martial artist, he really wanted to encounter the legendary tiger demon, and it was estimated that they would all become food for the tiger demon. Tiger demon? Is there such a thing here? David looked surprised. If there is a tiger demon, then there must be a medicine king. You must know that there must be spirit beasts guarding around a medicine king. Maybe that tiger demon is guarding the medicine king. Anna's face is excited, at least this means there must be a king of medicine in this place. Tang Dali saw that David and the others didn't seem to be afraid of tiger demons, and he still had the heart to move forward, so he looked confused. Mr. Chen, my strength is low, if I go further, I really don't dare, and I have never been on this snow. If you haven't been there, I probably won't be able to show you the way. Tang Dali's meaning was obvious, that is, he wanted to quit and then go back, he was scared. Sect Master Tang, thank you for taking us here. Be careful when you go back. David didn't blame Tang Dali. After all, Tang Dali was just a martial artist. If he was really in danger, he might not even have the ability to escape. Mr. Chen, then I'll be waiting in the city to pick up the dust for you. Tang Dali said. After Tang Dali left, David and the others continued to move forward, but the road became more and more difficult to walk, and they were still walking towards the snow-capped mountains. Fortunately, these people are masters. If they were ordinary people, they would not be able to get here at all. Master Hu, can you find out where the ruins are? David asked Humatsi. Nonsense, have you forgotten what I did? After Humatsi finished speaking, he took out a thin and bright metal rod that was only a few tens of centimeters long. Humatsi glanced around casually, and then found a place to stick the metal rod on top of the snow. I saw Humatsi standing in front of the metal rod and began to chant a spell. There are not many Kanyu formulas passed on, the search for dragons and their ancestors look at the sharp circles. The screen and the tents fell, and they resigned from the lower halls and descended to the peaks. Live snakes and dragons are folded, and they are broken and connected together. Take warehouses and warehouses to walk from the dragon, cross the border and cross the gorge to protect yourself. The front and back are sent without interruption. Fire, earth, wood, and fire civilizations produce nobles and sages. Saturn has more gold and wealth, and gold and water are full of wealth and wealth. With the chanting of the flax mantra, the top of the metal rod began to emit a golden color. Light. The golden light continues to spread, and the scope of the spread is getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, the metal rod began to vibrate, and it was accompanied by bursts of humming. The metal rod was shaking more and more, and along with the shaking, the metal rod began to heat up, and the surrounding snow began to melt. Seeing this, Humatsi's face changed slightly, and he quickly waved, "Take it." The metal rod stopped shaking instantly, the light disappeared, and it flew directly into Humatsi's hands. Humatsi's operation, but David and the others were taken aback for a while. This can be considered a specialization in the art industry. Chapter 1795. Master Hu, how is it? David stepped forward and asked. This relic is really not small, but the mountain gate of this relic is estimated to have been destroyed by someone. Humatsi said. What do you mean? David frowned. You mean, this ruin has already been entered? Humatsi nodded. Aren't we here in vain when someone came in? Fan Jiang said with a sigh. Not necessarily, these people can enter the ruins, but they may not be able to get the things in the ruins. Just like the ruins of Fuzhong that day, although we went in many times, we almost didn't get anything. This search for the ruins follows the search. There are still differences between ancient tombs. If the ancient tombs are opened, they will basically be completely destroyed, and the ruins are protected by a formation, and the things inside the ruins are not accessible to anyone. Humatsi explained. Master Hu, you just said where is the entrance to the ruins? Can't we find out if we go in and take a look? David asked anxiously. Humatsi shook his head. I can't find the entrance to the ruins. The traces at the entrance have been erased, and the formation has been rearranged. Now we need to find it slowly. Are those guys who broke the ruins still in the ruins? Anna said. It's very likely. Humatsi nodded. Could it be that the rumors of tiger demons and the disappearance of people are all related to this group of people? Are they doing this on purpose to scare those who are exploring the ruins? Gu Yuhan thought. Yes, there is also a possibility, but what about the specifics? Let's find the entrance to the ruins first. David is now eager to find the ruins as soon as possible. Just when David was about to lead the crowd to continue heading towards the snow-capped mountains, suddenly there were auras behind them. And these auras are not weak. The worst is the realm of the Great Martial Sect, and there are several auras of Marquis. You don't have to think about it to know that these people must have come to the ruins. Mr. Chen, what should we do? Fan Jiang also felt the other party's breath, so he asked aloud. David frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, everyone hides their breath, don't let the other party see our details, we can let them go first, we will follow. David intends to let this group of people be in front. After all, no one knows what dangers will be encountered in front of them. Instead of taking risks on their own, it is difficult to let these people go first. Humatsi glanced at David. You kid, you are really bad. David smiled. As the saying goes, soldiers never tire of deceit. Tired look. Soon, more than a dozen people walked over quickly, and one of them, a tall man with yellow hair and blue eyes, was obviously the leader. And beside the man, there was a thin old man, and the old man seemed to be blind with a cane in his hand. When the group of people saw David and the others, they all stopped, and the yellow-haired man looked at David and the others, and didn't say anything, but looked at the old man and said, High Priest, you just said someone is using the technique of exploring the tomb to find the ruins, is it in this place? The old man did not speak, but took out a copper bell from his arms, and then shook the copper bell gently, and the copper bell made a crisp sound, and the sound began to spread quickly. These sound waves seem to be full of magic, and they are constantly rushing towards David and their minds. A golden light flashed in David's mind instantly, directly forcing the sound wave back. Chapter 1796. While the others controlled their minds one after another, they were not disturbed by the sound wave. But Anna's strength is too low. It seems that the sound wave is not controlled by the sound wave, and the eyes begin to become absent. Seeing this, David grabbed Anna's hand, and a spiritual force instantly penetrated into Anna's body, causing Anna to wake up instantly. Anna laughed when she saw David grabbing her hand. Her eyes kept teasing David. Seeing this, David wanted to let go of her, but Anna held onto David's hand tightly. David was speechless for a while. He didn't expect this Anna to have misunderstood. Don't get me wrong, I'm saving you, David explained in a low voice. I didn't misunderstand. Isn't it good for us to hold hands like this? Why do you want to let go? Is it because my hands are not white enough and tender enough? Anna's voice was full of provocation. This scene made Humatsi envious. Little girl, this guy David doesn't understand style, or I'll hold hands with you. Anna rolled her eyes at Humatsi and ignored him. But Humatsi doesn't care. If you want to pick up girls, you have to be thick-skinned. Just when David and the others were whispering, and no one cared about the group, the old man who rattled the bell said, Daniel, is there someone on our left? High Priest, there are indeed 6 people, 4 males. The 2 women are probably traveling. The yellow-haired man said. Tourism. Has anyone traveled here before? The High Priest seemed a little angry. High Priest, the most powerful of these people is just a great martial sect, and the rest are from the martial sect. They are not here to travel. Do you dare to come to train the ruins with this strength? Daniel hurriedly explained. It turns out that there is still the Great Wuzong. It seems that I have miscalculated. After speaking, the High Priest started to ring the bell again, and this time, the bells came into David's ears with spiritual power, and then they started desperately. Attack the divine consciousness in David's mind. This time, it was obviously much more powerful than the first time. David was about to force the sound wave back, but it stopped instantly. If they force the sound wave back now without being controlled at all, then their true strength will definitely be doubted by the other party. So David gave a wink, and everyone understood it, and immediately pretended to be under control, eyes blank. And that Anna was really controlled, and there was no luster in her eyes. This time, the High Priest raised the corner of his mouth, and then said, You all come here, in a word. David and the others all stood up obediently, and then walked to the High Priest. I ask you, what are you doing here? The High Priest asked. Travel, try your luck by the way, and see if you can find the legendary ruins. David replied. The High Priest sneered, It seems that I really came here to travel, but I still have the idea of taking a chance. Are these people crazy now? I really thought that if I found the ruins, I would make a fortune, but I don't know that the ruins are dangerous. Heavy, with the strength of these people, they will die if they enter. After speaking, the High Priest rang the bell, and David and the others instantly woke up. What's going on? Who are you? David and the others pretended and asked in panic. You don't have to be afraid. We are from the Burning Heavens sect. This is our High Priest. This place is very dangerous. With your strength, you'd better go back to avoid losing your life in vain. Daniel said. Burning Heavens sect? Suddenly, Anna screamed excitedly, Are you the Burning Heavens sect that is very good at divination and can predict the future and life and death? Daniel nodded and said, Yes, I didn't expect this miss knows us too. Chapter 1797. Of course I know, and I also know that in the royal family, there are many people from your cult, who are in charge of observing the heavens and detecting good and bad luck. As the princess of the Duke's residence, Anna knew about the Burning Heaven cult. But for ordinary people, this religion is very unfamiliar, because ordinary people can't get in touch with it at all. But just after Anna's words were finished, the High Priest snorted coldly, Humph, don't mention those people, they are no longer from my Burning Heaven sect. The Burning Heaven sect has left. Ah! Anna's face was stunned. She didn't know yet that the people from the Burning Heaven sect in the royal family had already been expelled. Several, you just saw someone casting a spell here, using the spell to find a cave and explore a tomb. Daniel asked David and the others. Oh, I saw a few people wearing Taoist robes, but they have already left. David pointed and said. It seems that someone is going to get there first, let's go quickly. After the High Priest finished speaking, he quickly ran forward. Although he was blind, the High Priest seemed to be able to see things. Seeing this, Daniel hurriedly led someone to chase after him. David, what should we do? Anna asked David. Of course I followed. With that said, David followed directly. Although the road up the mountain is very rough, it is nothing to them. But when Daniel saw David and the others following, he couldn't help frowning. You guys are not going down the mountain, what are you doing with us? We just want to enjoy the beautiful scenery and see if you can find the entrance to the ruins. But don't worry, we will never compete with you for the contents of the ruins, just curious. David said. Daniel frowned slightly, then glanced in the direction of the high priest. Let them follow, maybe they can still be useful, the high priest said coldly. When Daniel saw this, he could only say to David, then you can follow. If there is any danger, don't blame me. The priest suddenly stopped. High priest, what's wrong? Daniel asked. There are taboos ahead, you can't go now, you need to break the taboos. The high priest said, his hands slammed into the ground, and then he muttered something like crazy. Soon, a ray of light rushed forward from the ground, and after rushing out a dozen meters, it exploded. Accompanied by the sound of the explosion, brilliance loomed out, which was obviously the enchantment of the magic circle. If they crashed straight in, they might be trapped inside. Seeing this scene, Daniel was quite surprised, and David also admired this blind high priest. This guy, who can't see with his eyes, can actually judge the position of the magic circle so accurately. Breaking the formation. Daniel shouted loudly, and then a dozen people behind him instantly took on a strange shape. Soon a dozen people burst out with auras, then gathered together, and rushed towards the enchantment. Boom! With a deafening sound, the surrounding snow was blown away. But just when the huge breath hit the barrier actually emitted a dazzling light, followed by one after another of the anti-shock force, like a huge wave, continuous time. The huge pressure instantly caused the formation of a dozen people to start to disintegrate, and some people's faces became very ugly, and they insisted on gritting their teeth. Boom! Like a heavy punch, it instantly knocked out a dozen people. Although there was no danger to their lives, they were obviously injured internally. This scene made that Daniel's face become very ugly. Chapter 1798. Humph, a bunch of useless things, the high priest snorted coldly, then took out the copper bell, and then chanted words in his mouth, one after another sound wave like a monstrous wave, moving towards the enchantment, one wave higher than a wave. Boom! 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 The sound waves continue to impact the barrier, and the barrier begins to shake violently, and the huge shock force also makes the high priest's face become extremely ugly. Secretly help them, otherwise these guys probably won't get in. David said quietly to Humatsi. Humatsi smiled, then took out the spell, and randomly drew some grotesque patterns on it. As soon as Humatsi let go, the talisman rose into the sky, and then was directly pasted onto the barrier. For a time, the barrier seemed to be hit hard, and then began to shatter. When the barrier collapsed, the high priest's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. The high priest is still powerful. Daniel boasted to the high priest. I didn't expect this magic circle to be so powerful. It seems that there must be a lot of treasures in this ruin, said the high priest. David couldn't help sneering after listening to the high priest's words. This so-called mountain protection formation is actually not the formation left by Wenjianzong. Otherwise, it will not be destroyed so easily. It's just the magic circle that someone rearranged after entering the sword sect. At this time, among the ruins inside the snow-capped mountains, there are many people in black busy. On the main seat sits a foreign man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Next to the man sat an old man in a black robe. At this time, a man in black hurriedly ran to report, His Royal Highness, someone has broken through the barrier and is already approaching here. The man frowned, and then glanced at the old man beside him. The old man had a calm expression, release the tiger monsters, and send someone to intercept them secretly. They must not be allowed to enter here. As ordered. The man in black led the order and left. Second priest, who do you think can break through this barrier? The man asked with a strange expression. Prince Hal, you don't have to worry, even if these people break through the barrier, they won't be able to pass the tiger demon level. To get here, you have to go through more than a dozen formations, and no one can come in alive. Second priest one said confidently. That's good, we've been operating here for a few more months. I don't know when the sword grave will be able to enter. As long as you get the sword inside, let alone a duke, it's even a king. What's so difficult? Hal's eyes flashed with greedy desire. Prince Hal, rest assured, as long as there are enough spar, I will be able to break through the sword mound in a few months. The second priest assured. That's good, I'll go back and urge the spar mining. And my sister is likely to come here to find some medicine king. When she sees her, kill her. Hal said. No problem, the second priest nodded. Hal left, and the two priests walked to a high platform made of spar, with a sinister smile on their faces. David and the others on the other side had already passed through the barrier at this time and continued to climb up the snowy mountain, but the more they walked, the steeper they were. And it was accompanied by waves of terror, and everyone had to be vigilant. Suddenly, the high priest raised his hand, causing everyone to stop. High priest, what's wrong? Daniel asked. It's dangerous, I smelled the smell of monsters, the high priest frowned slightly. Monster? Daniel's expression changed slightly. Could it be that the tiger demon can't make it? Before the high priest could answer, suddenly a tiger's roar came. Chapter 1799. This time, everyone became nervous, only David and the others showed excitement in their eyes. You must know that the beast pill in this tiger demon is an excellent resource for cultivation. If you can encounter a few powerful demon beasts, it will be worthwhile. David couldn't help but set his eyes on Guyuhan, because Guyuhan knew how to control animals. If they could subdue this tiger demon, then they would have another helper along the way. At this moment, an incomparably huge tiger demon slowly appeared with steady steps. After seeing these people, the tiger demon opened its mouth and roared, as if it was threatening David and the others. Seeing the appearance of the tiger demon, whether it was the high priest or everyone in Daniel, their expressions changed greatly, and they showed their weapons one by one, waiting for them. The tiger demon in the realm of Dahu, it seems that there are really good things here, otherwise there would not be such a powerful monster to guard. Seeing the cultivation of this tiger demon, David's eyes lit up. On the other hand, Guyuhan frowned. This is not a spirit beast protecting the mountains. David was stunned, then looked at Guyuhan. What do you mean? This tiger demon is not a spirit beast guarding the ruins, but raised by someone, not wild beasts. Guyuhan explained. Raised? David instantly thought of what Humatsi said just now, that the ruins were taken first. It seems that this tiger demon was raised by people, and the people who raised it must be the first to enter the ruins. In order to prevent others from entering the ruins again, the tiger demon was released, and then the news was spread to prevent everyone from approaching. At this time, David became very curious about the person who entered the ruins first. If you can raise pets with the strength of Dahu, how great the strength to deal with. Roar! Seeing that David and the others were motionless, the tiger demon grinned again and roared again. This roar contained an extremely terrifying aura. Several members of the Burning Heaven Divine sect with low strength were instantly stunned by this roar, causing their internal organs to churn in an instant, and fresh blood gushing out of their mouths. In the end, he died directly, and was roared to death by the roar of the tiger demon. Daniel looked at his dead subordinates with an extremely ugly face. And the rest, although holding weapons in their hands, their bodies are shaking like a sieve. Only the high priest calmed down, but his forehead was covered in cold sweat. High priest, this is the tiger demon with the strength of the great marquis. We are probably not opponents. Daniel said to the high priest with a face full of panic. These people are nothing but the great martial sect, or the strength of Marquis Wu. None of them can reach the Marquis of Great Marquis. The high priest is the strongest, but he is only the peak of Marquis Wu, and he is not the opponent of the tiger demon at all. The tiger demon with the strength of Marquis Dao, we are indeed not our opponents. The high priest knew that when the monster beast and the human were of the same level of strength, the monster beast was stronger than the human. At this moment, the tiger demon with the strength of the great Wuho, they absolutely can't deal with it. High priest, what should I do? What should I do? Daniel panicked. Since the high priest said they were not opponents, they had to wait to die. The high priest did not speak, feeling the terrifying aura of the tiger demon in front of him, and said after a while, "We can only bypass this tiger monster." Bypass? How to bypass? This tiger monster is probably faster than us. Hurry up. Daniel didn't understand how the high priest was going to bypass the tiger demon. There was a sinister look on the high priest's face. Isn't there someone still following us? Daniel was stunned, but instantly understood the meaning of the high priest. Does the high priest want these people to deal with the tiger demon? Daniel asked. Chapter 1800. Yes, let these people deal with the tiger monsters. When the tiger monsters eat these people, we can bypass the tiger monsters from other places. The high priest planned to let David and the others be the rations of the tiger monsters. In this way, the high priest and the others can sneak around the tiger demon from one side when the tiger demon eats people. High priest, it's not good to do this. Daniel said with an embarrassed face. Not good? What's wrong? Now it's life and death. Don't let them die, let us die. The high priest frowned and asked Daniel in a cold voice. Daniel was speechless. Seeing that Daniel was not moving, the high priest personally led people towards David and the others. David was annoyed that this tiger demon was raised and could not be domesticated, but the high priest led people to surround them. These people from the Burning Heavens sect, holding weapons, stared at David and the others. The high priest said with a cold face, "Now the tiger demon is blocking the way. Since you choose to follow, you will have to pay a price." What do you mean? David asked in a puzzled way. In fact, when the high priest led people to surround them, David understood what was going on. You go and deal with that tiger demon, the high priest said bluntly. What? Let's deal with the tiger demon. The tiger demon looks very vicious at first sight. Our strength is so low, so if we go to deal with the tiger demon, wouldn't we kill it? Anna was startled and asked the high priest. The high priest took out the copper bell, and a breathtaking aura erupted from his body, which instantly enveloped David and the others. If you go to kill the tiger demon, there is still a chance of survival. If you don't go, you will die. After that, the people from the Burning Heavens sect showed their killing intent, and aimed their weapons at David and the others. As long as David and the others dare to say nothing, they will kill them immediately. Anna got angry when she heard it, and was about to get angry, but was stopped by David. Master, our strength is lower than yours. Isn't it inappropriate for us to deal with the tiger demon? David asked cautiously. There's nothing inappropriate. This is a society where the weak eat the strong, and it's better for you to die than ours. The high priest had a cold face, and the copper bell in his hand shook. As a crisp bell rang, sound waves hit David and the others instantly. Master, please stop, can't we deal with that tiger demon? David quickly begged for mercy. If you are acquainted, you guys will fight to the death to deal with the tiger monster. When we leave, you will be able to escape, so that you will still have a chance to survive. The high priest snorted coldly. Anna's little face flushed with anger. She didn't expect this Burning Heavens sect to be such a sect. It's a shame that they still promote it all day long to save the world. David winked at everyone, and then walked towards the tiger demon. With the strength of David and the others, it is only a matter of minutes to deal with the tiger demon. When David and the others passed in front of Daniel, Daniel turned his head in shame and did not dare to look at David and them. Roar! The tiger demon looked at David and the others who were walking in front of him, and suddenly roared. The roar of tigers roared like a gust of wind. David waved his palm lightly in front of him, and a barrier instantly blocked the breath. Daniel! Let's go quickly, the high priest urged Daniel. They have to take advantage of this time to escape from here, because the high priest knows that with David's strength, they can't resist the tiger demon for a long time. Daniel was helpless, so he could only follow the high priest and leave quickly, and then chose another path to head towards the snowy mountain. Chapter 1801. Seeing that the people from the Burning Heavens sect are gone, David and the others don't have to hide their strength. This Burning Heavens sect is really trash. When I heal my father, I will give them a cult name for this trash sect. Anna roared angrily. Okay, don't be angry, let's kill this tiger demon first. David persuaded Anna. David, this tiger demon can only be killed by you. I'm afraid others will fight for a while, or even get hurt. Humatsi said to David very interestingly. Okay, I'll come. David nodded, then took a step forward. I saw David waved his right hand, and the dragon-slaying sword was instantly born from the heart and appeared in David's hand. A bright light flickered on David's body. Although David is sure to kill this tiger demon, he will not be careless. After all, it is a monster in the realm of Dahu. Although it is raised, its ferocity is weaker than that of wild monsters, but David is still waiting. The power of the dragon in David's body was continuously injected into the dragon-slaying sword, the sword pointed at the sky, and the green light appeared. Behind David, a huge sword shadow appeared, like a mountain. At this moment, the dragon-slaying sword made a huge humming sound, and it seemed that the whole snow-capped mountain that was stirred was shaking. And within the snow mountain, there seems to be a voice, responding to the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand. This kind of response was sensed by David, which made David's face show incredible excitement. The tiger demon felt the aura emanating from David's body, and in the original fierce eyes, it showed fear at this moment. The body of the tiger demon is slowly retreating, and it seems that he is unwilling to fight with David. It's not a loss that it was raised by people, so it's so spiritual. David smiled coldly when he saw the body of the tiger demon that kept retreating. However, he would not easily let go of this tiger demon. The beast pill in the tiger demon's body is the best cultivation resource. But just when David was about to make his move, the tiger demon turned around and ran at an extreme speed. Between a few jumps, the figure instantly disappeared into the snow-capped mountains. This time, David was a little overwhelmed. Humatsi and the others are also dumbfounded. Damn, this fucking beast, he ran away so fast. Humatsi couldn't help but exclaimed. You must know that monsters are cruel by nature. No matter what kind of enemy they encounter, they will only attack, and rarely turn around and run away. But this tiger demon can only turn around and run when it senses danger. It can be seen that the intelligence has been activated. This is a raised monster, so it has intelligence and it is normal to run away from a strong enemy. Guyuhan explained. Raised? Humatsi was stunned. If I ever raised such a beast, it would be awesome. Humatsi looked envious. After all, he raised a monster of the great Marquis realm. It's majestic, and it can also be used as a mount. David put away the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and said helplessly, it seems that this tiger demon will live a little longer, let's go. David took Humatsi and the others and continued to walk forward. At this moment, in the ruins, the second priest felt the vibration in the ruins just now, and his face was full of surprise. The shock just now came from the land of the sword tomb. Is this land of the sword tomb about to be opened? The second priest looked closely at the spar altar in front of him, his eyes full of anticipation. Sacrificing adults, the tiger demon is back. A man in black came to report. Well, this guy is probably full again this time. The second priest nodded. Those who passed through the barrier, have you retired now? The man in black shook his head. Not yet. We found that there are two. The group was climbing in different directions, and one of the group was a girl who looked like Princess Anna. Chapter 1802. When the second priest heard this, he immediately said, What? Did you see it clearly? The distance is a bit far, but it looks like. The man in black couldn't guarantee it. I didn't expect this Anna to come. The second priest had a chill in his eyes. You take someone to kill them, you must bring that Princess Anna, and you can't hurt her life. As for the others, kill them. Understood. The man in black nodded, then turned and left. With a gloomy smile on the face of the second priest, Hal asked the second priest to kill Anna, but the two priests wanted to capture him alive. It can be seen that these two priests may also be hiding their own conspiracy. At this moment, David and the others did not know that someone intercepted and killed them, and they were still heading towards the top of the mountain. The entrance to this ruin is likely to be on the top of the snow mountain. How long do we have to go? Anna asked out of breath, looking at the snow-capped mountain whose top could not be seen at all. She has the lowest strength here, so such a long time of climbing, coupled with the harsh environment, made Anna a little unbearable. Why don't you rest here, wait for us to find the ruins, find the king of medicine, and come here to find you? David knew that with Anna's strength, it was really difficult to move forward. If you insisted on following them together, not only will it not help, but it will also become a burden. Anna nodded. She also knew her strength, and she was afraid that she would not be able to continue to move up. David, I'll leave it to you. Anna said. Don't worry, let Andrew take care of you here. After David finished speaking, he took out some supplies from the storage ring, settled Anna well, and continued to climb up. Princess Anna, take a good rest. Andrew found a shelter for Anna and said to Anna. Anna nodded, lay in the sleeping bag, and unknowingly fell asleep. The high priest and others on the other side chose another direction and headed towards the top of the snowy mountain. Daniel's face was a bit puzzled and angry. Seemingly feeling the anger on Daniel, the high priest said, Daniel, you seem to be very dissatisfied with me. High priest, our Burning Heavens sect has always adhered to the purpose of saving the world and helping people, but just now how could you use force to force others to die? Daniel was very puzzled. This is completely different from what he taught when he entered the Burning Heavens sect. Daniel, don't be naive anymore, this is the society where the weak eat the strong, and the strong are respected. Put away your sympathy. Now that the two priests have entered the royal family, the Burning Heavens sect in the future is probably the only one. If he is alone, we will all die. This time, the Pope sent us to look for the ruins. If we can find the ruins and find the legendary divine sword, we can eradicate the second priest. Even if the royal family comes forward, we will burn the heavens. You don't have to give face. As long as you follow me well, the position of my high priest will be yours in the future, and I can give you the inheritance of my whole body. The high priest kept persuading Daniel. Daniel stopped talking, but he still couldn't understand. Soon, they encountered a cloud of fog blocking their way. This fog is very strange, as if it was deliberately blocked here. High priest, there is a sudden fog in front of you. Daniel said, looking at the fog in front of him. I know. The high priest frowned, and the copper bell in his hand shook gently. One after another sound wave passed into the mist, and disappeared in an instant. What a weird fog, the high priest frowned even more. Chapter 1803. High priest, what should we do? Should we bypass this place? Daniel said. I'm afraid this fog can't be bypassed. Send someone in to explore the way, don't go too deep, said the high priest. Daniel nodded, then looked at the people of the Burning Heavens sect behind him. These people are very nervous, and no one wants to be the pioneer and enter this unknown fog. You, go in and explore. Daniel pointed to a believer and said. The cleric's face instantly became extremely pale, and his whole body was shaking. But since he was called, he didn't dare not obey. You can only tremble and walk towards the mist. This cultist walked very slowly until he reached the edge of the fog, and he dared not take a step anymore. The high priest felt that the believer had stopped, his brows wrinkled, his palm waved lightly, and a breath came in a flash, directly pushing the believer into the fog. Everyone nervously looked at the mist in front of them, and then waited quietly. Finally, after 10 minutes, the cultist said, High priest, it's all right, it's safe, come in. Hearing the cultist's voice, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then moved towards the mist. Go! But when everyone just walked to the edge of the fog, they heard screams coming from inside. Immediately afterwards, the cultivator who entered ran out, his whole body still burning with flames. Quick, put out the fire. Seeing this, Daniel quickly ordered someone to put out the fire, but it was too late. That cultist was instantly burnt to ashes. The faces of everyone changed greatly, and the high priest's face was extremely solemn. Damn, the high priest cursed, and then hit a cultist with a breath. Go in again and see what's going on inside. This time, the cultist carried a wisp of the high priest's breath, so that the high priest could sense the situation in the mist. The cleric's face was extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to disobey the order, and walked into the mist trembling. At this time, David and the others have been traveling in the fog for a while. "David, I feel that this fog is very strange. We seem to have lost our way and can't get out at all," Humatsi said with a frown. "I also feel that in this fog, I can't tell the direction at all," Fan Jiang also said. David stopped his body, and his consciousness continued to spread. Although he could spread out, no matter how he spread his consciousness, all he saw was foggy. At this time, Humatsi took out a bronze-colored compass from his arms, and when he saw the pulp on the compass, he knew that it was very old. "I saw that when the compass was taken out, the pointer on it seemed to be disturbed and kept turning." Humatsi bit his finger, dropped a drop of blood on the compass, and then chanted. "I saw that the pointer of the compass gradually stabilized, and then stopped. Damn, we walked for a long time, and we didn't even go up at all, but turned around the snow-capped mountains." Humatsi burst into foul language. "You have this thing, don't take it out sooner." David was speechless for a while. They were all trapped in this fog for a long time, and this Humatsi took out this treasure. "What a joke, this is handed down from the ancestors, where can you use it casually? Now you all follow me, you should go out soon." After Humatsi finished speaking, he put away the compass, and then started to move forward. David and the others are following behind Humatsi. But just after a few people walked a few steps, suddenly a figure rushed towards them. The man was holding a knife, roaring loudly as if he had been stimulated by something. Chapter 1804. "I'm going to kill you, kill you." The man rushed in front of David and the others involuntarily, and then slashed with a knife. Fan Zhang's eyes turned cold, and he immediately greeted him, and he knocked the man out of the air with one punch. This punch directly spit blood out of the man's mouth, and he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Fan Zhang stepped up and was about to get rid of this man, but was stopped by David. "Don't kill him first, let's see who it is." Suddenly a person rushed out of the fog. David was very curious, who is in ambush here? When David and the others approached and saw the person clearly, they realized that this person was actually a follower of the Burning Heaven sect. I saw this believer's eyes wide open, his eyes full of horror. Although he was seriously injured, he kept babbling, "Kill you, kill you. This person is mentally damaged." Guyuhan looking at the Burning Heaven sect cultist, he said. David also saw that this man was mentally damaged, so he looked crazy. "Let's all be careful, it seems that this fog is not easy." After David finished speaking, a few people continued to move forward, ignoring the followers of the Burning Heaven sect. David followed the Fenchen divine sect with no relatives and no ancestors, so there was no need to save their people. Besides, the high priest forced them to deal with the tiger demon just now, so it was obvious that this Burning Heaven sect was not a good thing. But David and the others walked a distance again, and found that the mist in front of them had changed, turning pink, and the pink mist was very beautiful. But after seeing the pink mist, Humatsi's complexion changed greatly. "Be careful, this fog can damage the mind and make people cruel," Humatsi reminded loudly. Soon, several people held their breaths and tightly guarded their minds to avoid damage. As soon as he stepped into the pink mist, David felt dizzy for a while. However, with the golden light flashing in David's mind, he instantly woke up. Humatsi and Fan Jiang had solemn expressions on their faces, their eyes fixed on the front, and they did not dare to be distracted at all. Guyuhan seemed much more relaxed. The soul in her body was the saint of Guanghan Palace, a person who has been through thousands of years. The mind is already indestructible. As David and the others went deeper, Humatsi and Fan Jiang were covered in cold sweat on their foreheads. Although they did not dare to be distracted, their eyes began to change at this moment and slowly turned red. A raging aura is slowly rising from the body, but the two of them haven't noticed it yet. Feeling the changes in the breaths of Humatsi and Fan Jiang, David knew that these two people might not last long, because he didn't know how long it would take to get out of here. Suddenly, David remembered his own pure heart mantra, "Isn't this what restrains the fog?" "Master Hu, Fan Jiang, I will pass you a set of mantras, so that we can resist the erosion of this fog." After speaking, David passed the Qingshin mantra to the two of them without reservation. As the two recited the heart-clearing mantra, a cool and transparent feeling instantly filled the whole body, and the scarlet eyes of the two of them slowly recovered. Just when David felt that he could easily pass through the fog, there was a sudden sound of fighting in front of him. And the fighting was very fierce, accompanied by screams. After David and the others glanced at each other, they immediately moved in the direction of the fight. When David and the others arrived, they found that more than a dozen people were fighting, and all of them were members of the Burning Heavens sect. Everyone's eyes are scarlet, and each other has become a mortal enemy. At this moment, several corpses were lying on the ground. Daniel was also mad, and the weapon in his hand kept waving. Chapter 1805. Only the high priest, with cold sweat on his face, kept shaking the copper bell in his hand, hoping to wake up these lost subordinates. But no matter how loud his copper bell shook, it was of no use. In the end, the high priest could only reluctantly put away the copper bell, while he himself quickly ran out of the fog. As for these subordinates, he doesn't plan to take care of them. Mr. Chen, what should we do? Fan Jiang looked at David and asked. David looked at Daniel with scarlet eyes, and finally his body was vertical, grabbing Daniel's wrist directly, and then a spiritual force entered Daniel's body. Daniel woke up, and when he saw David and the others, he fell into shock. You guys are still alive? Daniel thought that David and the others should have been eaten by tiger demons long ago. Don't talk, leave here and talk. David was afraid that Daniel would be distracted and disturbed again, so he took Daniel and ran out of the fog quickly. Daniel looked at his subordinates who were killing each other, although his eyes were full of reluctance, but there was no way to do it. Soon, David and the others rushed out of the fog. When they passed through the fog, they looked back and found that the fog had disappeared. On the snowy ground, there were more than a dozen corpses lying in disorder, all of them being followers of the Burning Heavens sect. Daniel. The high priest seemed to sense Daniel's breath, so he shouted. He escaped from the fog himself and didn't care about others. Now he suddenly sensed Daniel's breath, feeling a little strange, so he shouted. The high priest. Daniel replied. The high priest did not speak, but his brows were tightly wrinkled together. Daniel, who is there with you? Why is the breath so powerful? The high priest slowly took out the copper bell and made a defensive posture. Because David and the others hid their breath at the beginning, the breath of David and the others that the high priest felt was completely different from now. He couldn't have imagined that the people in front of him at this time were the same group of people he forced to face the tiger demon. High priest, they are the group of tourists we met on the way. Daniel replied. The high priest was shocked. Impossible, how is it possible, how can the aura on them be so powerful? The high priest couldn't believe it at all. If these people had such a strong strength, how could they be threatened by him? Daniel couldn't answer the high priest, he could only look at David. But before David could speak, Humatsi spoke angrily. We all hid our breath, just to amuse you, you blind man, you really think of yourself as a master. Holding a broken bell and babbling, the whole thing is quite mysterious. If it weren't for me, if you take action, you can't break the barrier, and you dare to threaten us. I think you're an old man who needs to be beaten. Humatsi was so angry that he stepped forward and slapped the high priest directly. These two slaps directly blinded the high priest, and he found that he was not even qualified to hide. This time, the high priest's face was extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to say a word. And Daniel looked at the high priest who was slapped twice and didn't even dare to fart, and his heart was mixed. If the high priest listened to his words at that time and hadn't forced David and the others to stay and deal with the tiger demon, maybe they wouldn't have been slapped. And those followers of the Burning Heavens sect don't have to die. But there is no such thing in this world. Master Hu, let's go. David stopped Humatsi. This high priest was killed. Chapter 1806. David and the others are leaving, and the high priest is a little embarrassed to follow that Daniel. If the two of them go down the mountain now, they will be in danger if they encounter any formation mechanism. But if you follow David and the others, I'm afraid the other party will not agree. Just when Daniel was considering whether to open his mouth and beg David to take them in, suddenly a dozen auras suddenly attacked here. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen men in black, holding machetes, directly surrounded David and the others. Facing the surrounded men in black, David frowned. Fan Jiang, do you think the breath of these people is familiar? David asked Fan Jiang. Well, it's very familiar, just like the person who killed Princess Anna. Fan Jiang nodded and said. Could it be that these people occupied the ruins early? David was a little surprised, why these men in black can suddenly appear here. Unless they are here very early, otherwise the layers of levels and magic circles are not so easy to break through. However, after the sudden appearance of the dozen or so men in black, the high priest showed an excited expression on his face. Fenshin divine sect follow orders, the high priest suddenly raised the copper bell in his hand and shouted loudly. All these men in black are actually followers of the Burning Heavens sect. As soon as the high priest appeared in these people, he felt it. As for the dozen or so men in black, after seeing the high priest raise the copper bell, a trace of panic flashed in their eyes, but they soon stabilized. When Daniel saw these people and the high priest's order, he was indifferent, and his brows instantly wrinkled. He seemed to understand something, so he said in the ear of the high priest, "High priest, these people should be in the imperial court and belong to the second priest." Daniel's words instantly made the excitement on the high priest's face disappear. In its place is endless rage. "You traitors, I will kill you today," the high priest roared, and the aura on his body began to skyrocket wildly. Holding the copper bell in his hand, he shook it vigorously. With the sound of the copper bell, sound waves rippled all around. When the dozen or so men in black saw this, they instantly formed a circle, and the auras on their bodies condensed together to form a shield against the attack of the high priest. Seeing this, Daniel jumped up with a weapon. "You traitors, take your life," as the weapon in Daniel's hand waved, countless sharp edges moved towards the dozen or so men in black. Soon, Daniel followed the high priest and fought with the dozen or so men in black. David and the others have become hilarious. "Mr. Chen, what should we do?" Fan Jiang asked. "Let's go, this is their sect's private business, let's leave it." Alone, David waved his hand and planned to leave. After all, it doesn't matter if the other party is a traitor or not. Now David just wants to find the ruins as quickly as possible, and doesn't want to delay time. David and these men in black suddenly appeared, maybe they have been hiding in the ruins, why don't we catch one and ask? Hu Matzi said. David was overjoyed, "Yes, master who is still smart, so let's grab one and ask." At this time, Daniel and the high priest were fighting with more than a dozen men in black. Although he was not defeated, he was already at a disadvantage. Whether it was Daniel or the high priest, there were already several wounds on his body at this moment. "Fan Jiang, go grab a tongue," David said to Fan Jiang. Fan Jiang nodded, his figure disappeared in a flash, and he joined the battle in an instant. When a man in black saw Fan Jiang who suddenly appeared, he slashed with a machete in his hand. Fan Jiang turned to one side, followed by a palm shot, and instantly slapped the machete in the hand of the man in black, and the machete that flew out penetrated the chest of a man in black. Chapter 1807. Just as the man in black who was slapped with the machete was stunned, Fan Jiang stepped forward and grabbed the collar directly and brought the man in black over. No matter how hard the man in black struggled, he couldn't break free, he was dumbfounded all of a sudden. Pfft! Fan Jiang threw the man in black in front of David, and then stepped on the man in black. The man in black looked at David in front of him with a bit of panic in his eyes. "I ask you, why did you stop us? Have you discovered the ruins?" David asked the man in black. Although the man in black was afraid, he didn't open his mouth and gritted his teeth. "It looks like it's going to fight to the end." David sneered when he saw that the man in black was still very strong, and then randomly drew a few times with his fingers in the air. Heart-devouring talisman. I saw spots in the air, and then these spots entered the body of the man in black. Hu Matzi looked at David's pattern of heaven and earth, drawing spells at will, and envied him. "Ah! Soon, the man in black roared in pain, his whole body trembling. It's like countless ants, crawling around in the body, nibbling on the internal organs. I said. The man in black couldn't stand this torture, but just as he was about to open his mouth, his head suddenly exploded. Look at the man in black with a sudden headshot. David frowned. Damn, it was actually cursed. David did not expect that sects abroad would like to cast curses in the heads of the believers to prevent the betrayal of the believers. Fan Jiang, go catch another. David said. Fan Jiang nodded and disappeared in a flash. The high priest was still struggling with Daniel when he suddenly felt an aura coming, and then turned around in the crowd, and then left with a man in black. At this time, only a few of the dozen or so men in black remained, fighting with the high priest and Daniel. Although they saw their companions being carried away like chickens, they couldn't spare anyone to rescue them. The panic in the eyes of the man in black who was just caught is even more obvious. David didn't speak, but pressed a hand on the head of the man in black, and a spiritual force entered instantly, and immediately broke the curse in the head of the man in black. At this time, David opened his mouth and asked, "Who are you? Why did you stop us? Have you found the ruins?" This time, the man in black did not hesitate and said quickly, "We are the Burning Heavens sect. We belong to the second priest's subordinates, and now all those who enter the snow-capped mountains to find the ruins, we must find a way to make them give up or disappear. Because the ruins have already been found by us, and we have stayed in the ruins for several times. It's been a month." When David heard this, his heart suddenly became cold. It's been a few months, so what good things can be preserved in the ruins? What did you guys do after staying in the ruins for months? David didn't understand. These people just swept away the ruins. Why did they stay in it for so long? Build the altar, and it's all made of spar. The man in black didn't dare to hide it. The altar made of spar, what is the use of this altar? David was very curious. The man in black shook his head. Then I don't know, these can only be known by the priest. David saw that the man in black was a little kid, and he should really know a lot, so he stretched out his hand and slapped it. Dead. David will not do anything about raising tigers. Fan Jiang, go and help and save that high priest, I guess we can use him. David didn't understand what the altar was for, maybe the high priest knew. Chapter 1808. Fan Jiang nodded, then jumped up. At this time, the high priest followed Daniel to the brink of collapse and was struggling to support. At this moment, Fan Jiang appeared and punched at random, and all those men in black went to see Hades. Seeing Fan Jiang kill those men in black so easily, Daniel's face was full of gratitude. Thank you for helping. Daniel thanked Fan Jiang. And although the high priest didn't speak, his face was full of embarrassment, and he was too embarrassed to speak. This is Mr. Chen's order, otherwise I won't save you. After Fan Jiang finished speaking, he turned and walked towards David. Fan Jiang was also very dissatisfied with what the high priest did at the beginning. Daniel and the high priest hurriedly followed. Now both of them are injured. If they don't follow David closely, it is estimated that the two of them will not be able to go very far at all. Mr. Chen, thank you for your righteous help, we. Daniel followed David to thank him, but he didn't know what to say. After all, how the Burning Heavens sect treated David and the others, everyone knew in their hearts. And the high priest lowered his head and said nothing. He had no face to speak. Let me ask you, do you guys like to build altars? And they still use spar? David asked Daniel. Daniel's face was blank. He was not very clear about some things about the Burning Heavens sect. After all, the Burning Heavens sect had a strict hierarchy, and it was impossible for him to know what he shouldn't have known. It's just that after hearing that the altar was built with spar, the high priest who had been bowing his head suddenly raised his head with an incredible expression on his face. Spar to build an altar? Could it be that they are trying to summon demons? The high priest's voice was full of horror. Summon the devil? You make it clear, what's going on? David asked the high priest. The high priest took a deep breath, and then said slowly, Our Burning Heavens sect has a legend that if anyone can build an altar with spar and add the magic power of a scepter, they can summon the demons underground. Summoning a demon, the demon's divine power will be exerted on the summoner, and the summoner will become a new demon, commanding the entire messenger of hell. By that time, the whole world will be plunged into turmoil. When the high priest said, his body couldn't stop shaking, as if to say something extremely terrifying. Summoning the devil? It's the same as the truth. Isn't that using the magic circle to absorb the souls of the underground? That altar should be a magic circle, and that scepter should be the opening mechanism of the magic circle. Where there are demons, they are nothing more than souls and yin chi buried deep in the ground. Humatzi said with a look of disdain. There are really demons. If you don't believe it, you will pay for it. The high priest had a firm look on his face. He was convinced that the altar could summon demons. Okay, if we can summon demons, we'll see if we go and see. Now that we know that they have built an altar, I think you can find out where they are. David said to the high priest. The high priest nodded, and then said something in his mouth, and the copper bell in his hand suddenly shook by himself. Every time he walked a certain distance, the copper bell would shake, and the high priest chose the direction of travel according to the frequency of the copper bell shaking. Soon, the group will arrive at the top of the mountain. At the same time, in the ruins, the second priest looked at the towering altar with excitement on his face. At this time, the second priest was holding a scepter inlaid with gems, and holding a spar in the other hand. Now this altar, just need to put the spar in his hand on it, even if the real construction is completed. Chapter 1809. Master Priest, Princess Anna brought it. A man in black said to the second priest. Bring her in, the second priest said lightly. Soon, Anna was brought in, but at this time, Anna's eyes were tightly closed, and she was obviously in a coma. Andrew was beside Anna with a calm look on his face. He was not restrained, but he did not resist. Looking at Anna who was in a coma, the second priest gently stroked Anna's face with his hands. As expected of your royal highness, look at how attractive this face is. When she is possessed by a demon, she can become the queen of the whole country, and I'm the man behind the queen. The second priest's eyes were full of a strong desire for power. He would not be willing to be just a priest in the royal family, he wanted supreme power. It's just that in this bare country, no matter how powerful you are, if you don't have royal blood, you can't rule the entire country. So he needs to use Anna's noble blood to rule the entire bare country. As for Prince Nahal, it's just one of his pawns. When Anna is possessed by a demon, Prince Howell will no longer need to exist. When Anna becomes the queen, and he is the queen's man, the pinnacle of the whole power. Second priest, I have brought you Princess Anna. Should you let my wife and child go? Andrew asked the second priest with a blank expression. Andrew, you have done a good job. Not only did you trick Princess Anna into coming here, but you also prevented Prince Hal's assassination of her, so you have contributed a lot. Don't worry, your wife and children are very good. As long as you follow me obediently, you will be the captain of the entire royal guard in the future, the second priest said to Andrew with great satisfaction. But Andrew didn't seem to care about being the chief of the guard, and continued, I just want to take my wife and children away. I'm sorry for the trust Princess Anna and Duke Ross put in me. I can't stay by their side. You only need to let go of my wife and children, and I will fly away with them. Andrew is the most loyal guard of the Duke's residence, so Duke Ross will let him protect Princess Anna closely. It's just that the second priest captured Andrew's wife and children, and Andrew was forced to do so he could only lie that there was a medicine king here and could save Duke Ross. He tricked Anna here and used it to exchange for his wife and children. If it wasn't for meeting David and the others, Andrew would have brought Anna long ago. I said, don't worry, when my plan is completed, I will definitely let your wife and children go. The second priest gently waved a hand on Anna's forehead, and Anna opened her eyes leisurely. When she saw the second priest and the men in black around her, she was stunned. Andrew, where are we? Why are these Burning Heaven cult people here? Anna was a little panicked, because she knew that these two priests belonged to her brother Hal. Now that Hal is chasing him, the two priests must also kill him. But Andrew did not answer Anna, but lowered his head slightly and said nothing. Princess Anna, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, I invite you to come here to make you a real queen. Your brother Prince Hel wants me to kill you, but I won't listen to him. I am willing to follow Princess Anna's instructions, because only you can become the queen with the highest power in the entire Xiong nation. The second priest whispered to Anna. He was afraid that Anna would be afraid and would act too aggressively. No, I don't want to be a queen. I just came to find the king of medicine to save my father. I don't want any rights. Anna shook her head and said. Chapter 18:10. Princess Anna, there is no medicine king here. If you want to save your father, you can only listen to me. When you have the ability, let alone save your father, you can even bring him back to life, said the second priest. Anna was stunned when she heard this, and then looked at Andrew blankly. Andrew, what's going on? Is there no medicine king here? Anna heard what Andrew said, so she took the risk. After all, Andrew is her most trusted guardian, she only believes in Andrew. But now Andrew lowered his head, didn't dare to look at Anna, and didn't dare to make a sound. Seeing Andrew like this, Anna seemed to understand something, and her whole body seemed to collapse. Andrew, are you lying to me? Are you lying to me? Why are you lying to me? You talk. Anna beat Andrew desperately. Andrew knelt down in front of Anna with a thud. Princess Anna, I'm sorry for you, but I can't help it. My wife and children are in the hands of the second priest, I can only listen to him. Anna trembled in anger, the whole person's eyes were full of helplessness. Her brother chased and killed her, and now her most trusted guardian betrayed her. Anna suddenly felt that her life was meaningless. Princess Anna, remember, no one in this world can be trusted except your own strength, so you need to improve your strength, and now I will give you the opportunity to improve your strength, said the second priest envoy. After a wink, the two men in black lifted Anna up and walked towards the altar. Two men in black tied Anna to the stone pillar in the middle of the altar, and then walked down. And the two priests took a spar and slowly walked up to the altar. There is a gap on the edge, where the spar in the second priest's hand is placed. As long as this spar is placed, the entire altar is officially completed. The second priest took the spar and gently placed it on it. With a humming sound, the entire altar emitted a burst of dazzling light, followed by lightning-like rays of light, which began to flicker over the ruins. The entire snow-capped mountain is shaking at this moment. Ha ha ha. Successful, successful. As long as the hour arrives, the devil will come to the world. The second priest was like a madman, laughing wildly. Andrew looked at the bound Anna on the altar, and the whole person fell into deep guilt and self-blame. But there was no turning back when the bow was drawn. The matter had come to this point, and he had no choice. Boom! The snow mountain swayed again, and the snow on the snow began to collapse at this moment. What's the situation? Is there going to be an earthquake? Feeling the shaking of the snow-capped mountains, Daniel said in a panic. If there is an earthquake here, none of them will want to live. It's broken, the altar was succeeded by the traitor. We must find the entrance to the ruins before midnight, otherwise he will summon the devil, and none of us will survive, the high priest said solemnly. But before they finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and they saw avalanches happening everywhere in the snow-capped mountains. The snow that originally covered the mountain collapsed in a large area, and the brown rocks were exposed. After a while, the mountain stopped shaking, but no snow could be seen on the entire top of the mountain, and large tracts of stones were all exposed. Now that the snow is gone, can you find the entrance to the ruins? David said to the high priest. Yes, the high priest nodded, and then the copper bell in his hand shook violently. The sound waves spread out, covering the entire mountain top. At this time, the second priest who was in the ruins suddenly frowned. Why is this old blind man here? Omar, the second priest shouted. Chapter 18:11. Soon, a tall, muscular man appeared in front of the second priest. This Omar has long hair all over his body, like a savage. After Andrew saw this Omar, his face changed slightly. Apparently he knew this Omar. As a hero among the bears, Omar did not expect to obey the call of the two priests. "Master Priest, what are your orders?" Omar said, kneeling on one knee. "Someone broke into the top of the mountain. You lead someone to block the entrance. Don't let anyone break through the last mountain protection formation," the second priest said to Omar. "As ordered." After Omar finished speaking, he took the people away, and the second priest looked at Andrew and said, "Andrew, you also follow. Can you let your wife and children go? It depends on whether you will be loyal to me." Andrew was helpless and had to go out with Omar. At this time, the high priest had brought David and the others to the entrance of the ruins, only to see a deep hole, all the way down. If it weren't for the snow falling, it would be harder to find this entrance than to climb to the sky. "Since we found the entrance, then we can go in." Fan Jiang who went to the entrance first. But just approaching the entrance, a flash of brilliance suddenly appeared, and Fan Jiang's body was instantly bounced back by a huge anti-shock force. Immediately afterwards, I saw something similar to a glass cover, which was constantly flashing with brilliance, and I could also see a rune flashing continuously. "Damn, how come there is still a formation?" Fan Jiang got up and scolded angrily. He didn't expect to be at the entrance, and there was even a formation blocking it. And this time the formation is obviously much stronger. Even Fan Jiang was directly shocked back. It seems to be really cautious, and there is a magic circle at the entrance. David narrowed his eyes slightly. Just when David was about to break through the formation, a dozen people suddenly walked out from the entrance, and the leader was huge and covered in hair. This person is Omar, the realm of Wuho. Seeing people walking out of the ruins, David felt a lot more at ease. As long as these people are still in the ruins, none of them can escape. But when Andrew walked out from the entrance of the ruins and saw David and the others, Andrew bowed his head in embarrassment. And David was stunned for a moment. His eyes were full of incredible. "Andrew, why are you here? Where's Anna?" David took a few steps forward and asked that Andrew. Although the two were close at hand, David could not pass through the formation. Andrew lowered his head and didn't speak, because he didn't know how to explain it to David. But Andrew's expression instantly made David guess something, and he said angrily, "Andrew, you betrayed Anna, didn't you? Was Anna arrested? Was she in the ruins?" "No, I didn't." "I know." Andrew shook his head in pain. "They captured my wife and children. I have no choice. I have no choice to do this." Andrew shouted loudly, explaining through David. But how could David listen to Andrew's explanation? At this moment, David regretted letting Anna rest and leaving Andrew behind. "If anything happens to Anna, all of you will die." David's eyes narrowed slightly, and the terrifying murderous aura on his body instantly penetrated the magic circle, directly covering Andrew and the others. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura on David, both Andrew and Omar were shocked and took 2 steps back. "You dare to trespass the mountain gate, leave here quickly. You can spare you not to die, otherwise there will only be a dead end." Omar roared, and then the mountain protection formation exuded waves of terrifying coercion. Chapter 18:12. David and the others felt a burst of pressure, and the high priest and Daniel fell to the ground in an instant. They couldn't bear the pressure of this formation at all. Seeing the high priest lying on the ground with Daniel in an instant, Omar laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, you blind old man, if you don't take good care of your life in the Burning Heaven sect, you still dare to come here." The high priest was insulted and angry. His whole body was trembling, but there was nothing he could do. He was directly crushed by the terrifying pressure and didn't even move. David looked at Omar's arrogant appearance, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. "Little magic circle, do you want to stop me too?" After saying that, the dragon-slaying sword suddenly appeared in David's hand, and then he held the dragon-slaying sword aloft, terrifying. "Spiritual power is skyrocketing. Break it for me." David roared, followed by a terrifying and ferocious aura that instantly emanated from David's body. Even across the circle, Omar and Andrew felt the oppression. Omar's eyes were a bit incredible. "You must know that he is a bear man with the strength of Wuho." No matter in terms of physique or strength, they are stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, it is still separated by the mountain protection formation, but the terrifying aura of David seems to be unobstructed. Just when Omar was full of doubts, the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand had already been slashed with one sword. Boom! There was a terrifying loud noise, and the whole mountain was shaking, and under David's sword, the array began to flicker, and the shield like a glass cover appeared a series of tiny cracks. Under the bombardment of this sword, the coercion of the original mountain protection formation disappeared instantly, which also caused Daniel and the high priest who were lying on the ground to stand up slowly. Looking at the cracked circle, Omar's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. You must know that when this circle was set up, it took countless spar, and it took a month to set it up. The two priests once said that such a magic formation, even if it is hundreds of thousands of marquee masters, can't be broken through, it is impregnable. But this magic formation was full of scars after being slashed with a sword. Omar's confidence when he first came out has been severely hit at this moment. He didn't know if the array could hold on to a blow, and he didn't even know if he would be the opponent of the young man in front of him. Just when Omar was thinking wildly, the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand was raised again, and a golden dragon was wrapped around the dragon-slaying sword. Immediately after David waved it, the golden dragon roared out. Boom! The golden dragon hit the magic circle, and the golden dragon turned into a spot of light and disappeared in an instant, and the magic circle disappeared without a trace in an instant under the violent impact. Looking at the scene in front of him, Omar's mouth was round. Zhang, his face is full of surprise. David ignored the surprised Omar, but walked towards Andrew with a face full of anger, then grabbed Andrew and lifted Andrew directly. Take me to Anna, if Anna makes a mistake, you know the consequences. After David finished speaking, he let go and let Andrew fall to the ground. Andrew didn't speak, but he silently got up, then turned and walked towards the entrance of the ruins. David's ignorance of Omar instantly aroused Omar's anger. As the warrior of the bear's highest honor, Omar has never been so ignored and humiliated. Boy, you dare to ignore me, do you think I'm afraid of you? After speaking, Omar slapped David with an angry palm. Omar knew that David's strength was good, so he used all his strength as soon as he shot. As a bear man's warrior, Omar's palm is afraid that it has 10,000 pounds of power. David frowned slightly. And without looking at Omar, he waved his palm at will, and collided with Omar's palm. Chapter 18:13. The terrifying aura of shaking the ground erupted at the moment of the collision, and the men in black who followed behind Omar were instantly knocked out by this terrifying aura. Their strength is too low to resist such a collision between masters. Even Andrew gritted his teeth at the moment, desperately resisting the terrifying aura, so as not to hurt himself. This blow made Omar terrified. You must know that the bears are famous for their strength. He didn't expect David to dare to confront him, and David's strength seems to be stronger than him. At this moment, Omar felt as if he had fallen into a torrent, his body was out of control at all, and he kept retreating. It wasn't until after hitting the mountain wall that Omar's figure was restrained. Omar looked at David in horror, and his heart began to panic. David just glanced at Omar coldly, and didn't say anything. He turned to Andrew and said, "Lead the way." Andrew nodded, facing David, he didn't dare to make any changes. And Omar looked at David's back with mixed feelings in his heart. David had such terrifying power at such a young age. As a bear man warrior, he was kicked back by a punch. But what Omar didn't know was that David's punch just now didn't use all his strength. If David used his full strength to use the Holy Light Fist, it is estimated that Omar is already a corpse now. How could he still be alive? The two are not equal to each other at all. There is no comparison at all. It's just that David saw that Omar was not a member of the Burning Heavens sect, and the hair on his body looked like a bear man, so he didn't kill him. Matzi and the others hurriedly followed, and the group walked towards the ruins. Omar sighed, and in the end he could only go back with those men in black. Now we can only wait for the second priest to deal with it. Omar knew that he had no ability to deal with David and the others. Soon, Andrew took David and the others into the ruins. The ruins are huge, and almost the entire snow-capped mountain is empty. Moreover, it was pitch dark inside, with only a winding path extending downwards, with abyss on both sides. If it fell, it would definitely be shattered. However, this kind of road is difficult for ordinary people to walk, but it is much easier for David and the others. Now David and the others are at the top of the mountain, so they keep going down the path, sometimes turning and sometimes going up. This path seems to be suspended inside the entire mountain. But just after David and the others walked for a while, David stopped suddenly, and then frowned. "David, what's wrong?" Seeing this, Humatsi asked quickly. "Mr. Chen, this is the road I took when I came in. I didn't go wrong. I won't lie to you." Andrew explained quickly, afraid of David's misunderstanding. After all, this kind of winding road, and on both sides there are dark bottomless abyss, it is normal to say that David is suspicious. "I know you didn't lie to us," David affirmed to Andrew, then looked at Humatsi and said, "Master Hu, do you feel that there is something in the abyss on both sides?" "Yes, what?" Humatsi frowned slightly, and then a divine sense came out of his body, and instantly probed into the abyss. It's a pity that it wasn't even the end, and it was cut off by a tyrannical aura. Damn it, is there something terrifying in this abyss? That breath is too terrifying. After Humatsi was cut off from his consciousness, he couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, David has slightly closed his eyes, feeling something quietly. Suddenly David's body flashed light, and the dragon-slaying sword came out without being summoned. Chapter 18:14. Just after the dragon-slaying sword came out of the body, strange noises could be heard in the abyss on both sides, and David's dragon-slaying sword also began to tremble violently, as if sensing something. David grabbed the dragon-slaying sword, but the dragon-slaying sword was still shaking. David couldn't control it with all his strength. This was the first time that David couldn't control the dragon-slaying sword. Soon, David released his hand, and the dragon-slaying sword came out of his hand, and then kept buzzing in the air, as if responding to the sound in the abyss. "Mr. Chen, what's going on?" Fan Jiang asked in surprise. "I don't know either, but there should be something in this abyss that is attracting my dragon-slaying sword." David looked at the humming dragon-slaying sword and said solemnly. "Oh." The dragon-slaying sword made a buzzing sound again, and immediately rushed into the abyss. The dragon-slaying sword exuded light, and David and the others felt that they were looking down with the help of the light on the dragon-slaying sword. It's a pity that this abyss it was too deep, and the light on the dragon-slaying sword was quickly engulfed by the darkness. David was afraid of any accident, so he hurriedly controlled the dragon-slaying sword and returned. But David was surprised to find that his connection with the dragon-slaying sword was unexpected. It disappeared. This time, David's face was panicked. You must know that he and the dragon-slaying sword have long been one with the sword, and they also have a spiritual connection with the sword spirit. Now they have suddenly lost contact. How can this be? Don't let David panic. Soon, in the abyss, there was a sound of metal collision, as if two people were fighting with weapons. Slowly the sound disappeared, and the dragon-slaying sword returned to the air. David waved his hand, and the dragon-slaying sword returned to David's hands. Looking at the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, it is obvious that there are traces of the battle just now. Isn't there someone here? David looked surprised, and then asked Andrew, "Andrew, do you know where this abyss is? Does anyone live there?" Andrew quickly shook his head. "Mr. Chen, I don't know this, it's my first time here." As he was talking, Omar brought someone over, and Andrew said quickly, "Then Omar must know." David looked back at Omar and felt David's eyes. Omar, the bear man warrior, at this moment, his legs began to tremble slightly. "I ask you, where is the place under the abyss on both sides? Is there anyone living there?" Although David's tone was very light, he had an unquestionable tone. If Omar didn't answer, it was estimated that he would be punched immediately. I don't know very well. They won't tell me the secrets here, but there is a land of sword mounds. I heard that it was the swordsman who buried all the swords in that place. It seems that there is still a divine sword that suppresses the swords in the entire sword tomb to prevent those swords from escaping from the sword tomb and hurting people. But I don't know if this is the sword tomb. Omar said very much. To be honest, he dare not lie. Land of the sword tomb. David frowned slightly. Then you have been here for a few months, have you entered the land of the sword tomb? No, the land of the sword tomb is full of killing energy. Dozens of people went in, but none of them came out alive, so the second priest planned to use the power of the altar to enter the land of the sword mound. Omar said. It seems that this sword grave is the place that Mr. Shur said, and it is also the place where my dragon-slaying sword can increase its strength. David looked at the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and his eyes shone with light. David felt that within this abyss, there must be some kind of sword grave, otherwise his dragon-slaying sword would not have such a big reaction. Chapter 18:15. And the sound of metal collision just now must be the reason for the fight between his own dragon sword and other spirit swords in the land of sword graves. Thinking of this, David decided to go to the place of the sword grave after he rescued Anna. Putting away the dragon-slaying sword, David asked Andrew to lead the way, and the group continued to move forward along the path. Soon, David and the others arrived at a wide area, where they saw bright lights and many people in black walking around. But in the past, no one paid attention to David and the others. In the middle position, an altar made of spar is shining, and on the middle pillar of the altar, Anna is tied there. Just above the altar, there is a round hole, which can see the sky. It is already late at night, and the faint moonlight shines through the round hole, just shining on Anna's body. Princess Anna is above. Andrew said to David. At this moment, when David saw Anna who was bound, a strong killing intent instantly rose from his body. This killing intent instantly enveloped the entire ruins. The second priest also sensed that someone was breaking in, and immediately rushed over with someone in a hurry. When the second priest saw that Andrew led someone in, and Omar was still following, his anger burned instantly. Andrew, how dare you bring people in, don't you want your wife and children to live? The second priest shouted at Andrew. Andrew didn't speak, he could only bow his head silently. Seeing that Andrew didn't speak, the second priest looked at Omar. Omar, I asked you to keep them out, how did they get in? Second priest, my strength can't stop them at all. Omar said truthfully. I think you did it on purpose. Can you still deal with a blind man? In the eyes of the second priest, the high priest was the strongest, but he was no match for Omar at all. As for David and the others, the second priest did not pay attention to it at all. You traitor, how dare you set up an altar privately and want to release demons? Today I will clear the door for the Burning Heaven sect, as the high priest said. The breath on his body began to rise, and the copper bell in his hand kept shaking. The second priest smiled coldly and said, You blind man, you still seem to kill me, it's just a dream. After saying that, the second priest pulled out a long sword. Go with the high priest. The high priest did not dodge or dodge, shaking the copper bell desperately, and the sound waves collided with the sword light. Soon there was a roar in the ruins. The two forces collided continuously, and then spread around. During this collision, the high priest swayed for a while, then took a few steps back. His throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The high priest was besieged outside, and he was injured, so he fell behind when he followed these two priests. So vulnerable, I think you, the high priest, should give way. Since you broke in today, let your blood pay homage to the demon-born. The second priest sneered, then with a wave of his hand, he said, Encircle them all, keep an eye on them, one is not allowed to run away. Dozens of men in black immediately surrounded David and the others, but no one did anything. And the two priests also focused their attention on the altar, looked up, and saw that in the round hole, they could clearly see the moon in the sky. The entire altar began to flicker under the soft moonlight, and rays of light shuttled around the altar, as if charging the altar. Time's up. The second priest's eyes flashed brightly, and he quickly ran towards the altar. Stop him, we can't let him succeed, otherwise the devil is born and everyone will die. The high priest roared. He hoped that David and the others could stop the second priest. Chapter 18:16. It's just that David stared blankly, as if he didn't mean to stop the two priests. Fan Jiang glanced at David, and seeing that David didn't move, he didn't move, but Fan Jiang was a little puzzled, wondering why David didn't move. "Mr. Chen, please save Princess Anna." Seeing that David didn't move, Andrew began to beg David. "You BA5 tard, you became a traitor and betrayed your princess, and now you want us to save you, you fucking want to be a TCH and want to build a Torii?" Humatsi glanced at Andrew with disdain and said. He despised this kind of traitor the most. Although he didn't know if Andrew could know the meaning of the last sentence, Humatsi still wanted to say it. Andrew bowed his head in shame. He knew that if he made a wrong move, there would be no turning back. At this time, the second priest was already standing on the altar, and then he chanted something, as if he was chanting some kind of spell. Then he inserted the scepter in front of Anna. The gem on the scepter instantly emitted a blue light that shot straight into the sky. Rumbling. The earth began to tremble, and the rays of light on the altar were rapidly revolving around the altar. The terrifying breath began to emerge from the ground, and everyone's face became a little panic. "Haha, haha, da." Second priest laughed wildly. Anna was tied to the stone pillar. No matter how hard she struggled, she finally looked at David with helpless eyes. She didn't understand why David didn't save herself. Soon, black mists emerged from the ground, and these black mists turned into terrifying faces with claws and claws. They all gathered towards the altar, and soon the altar was shrouded in black mist, and the people below could no longer see what was going on above. "The devil is coming, the devil is coming." The high priest sat on the ground with a look of horror and kept muttering. "It's really some souls and een, you BA5 tard demon." Humatsi looked at the black mist and said with disdain. "It's really a good thing, then I will not refuse anyone who comes." After David finished speaking, he jumped up. Those men in black were about to intercept David, but Fan Jiang slapped them away one by one. Soon, David's figure rushed to the altar. On the altar, Anna's face was hideous, and countless black mists were pouring into her body crazily. At this time, Anna still had a sense of reason, and shouted to David, "David, kill me quickly, I don't want to be a devil." David smiled. "You just want to be a devil, it can't be done, these are not demons at all." With that, David walked towards Anna. Seeing that David was ignoring him, the second priest shouted angrily, "Boy, the devil is coming, you dare to be so arrogant and die." The second priest stabbed the long sword in his hand towards David. David slapped it with his hand and instantly slapped it on the long swords of the two priests. The sword in the hands of the second priest was snapped off in an instant, and the second priest's wrist also seemed to be subjected to a huge shock force, and the pain was unbearable. The second priest looked at David in horror, but did not dare to take action for a while. David walked up to Anna and put a hand on Anna's head. The heart condensation technique in the body started to operate quickly. All the Een spirits in Anna's body were sucked out by David madly. Soon, Anna's complexion began to turn rosy, and her whole body recovered. Seeing this scene, the second priest was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what kind of sorcery David used to actually suck out the demon in Anna's body. And after David inhaled it, there was no change, as if nothing happened. Chapter 18:17. After untying Anna, Anna cried and threw herself into David's arms. Anna, whose heart was ashes, only felt a trace of solace in her heart when she saw David. "When I deal with this guy first, you are hugging me like this, how can I kill him?" David said helplessly. When Anna heard this, she quickly released David. After all, they were not out of danger yet. The surrounding area was still shrouded in black mist, and the two priests were still staring at David. "It's just some underground Een and souls, it's worth so much trouble, ignorant guy." David looked at the second priest coldly, and then walked towards the second priest. The second priest looked at David who was walking over, and couldn't help but tremble in his heart. "This is a demon, you are ignorant," the second priest said, and began to read the magic formula in his mouth, and soon the clouds of mist condensed into a humanoid monster with a stature. "The devil is coming, everyone will die," the Second priest urged the condensed human figure to be weird, and was about to attack David. A golden light flashed on David's body, followed by a slap in the face. The humanoid monster that had just condensed was evacuated in an instant, and it turned into mist and scattered around. The second priest was dumbfounded. David didn't wait for the second priest to react, and slapped him again. The two priests instantly rolled down from the altar. Fan Jiang, you have cleaned up these guys, give me the Dharma Protector, such a good opportunity, I want to practice. David said to Fan Jiang on the altar. Okay, Mr. Chen. Fan Jiang nodded. To deal with these guys, Fan Jiang alone is enough, not to mention Humatzi and Guyuhan. You go down, someone will protect you, I have to refine these Yin. David asked Anna to step down from the altar, while he himself sat cross-legged and began to refine those souls that emerged from the ground in Yin Qi. Under the altar, there was a wailing sound, as well as the roar of the tiger demon. Even if the tiger demon is released, the second priest and the others cannot escape the fate of death. The difference in strength is too great. Soon, the second priests and those who did not leave all died, and Humatzi put the tiger demon's beast pill in his pocket. At this moment, only Andrew was left, with an ugly look on his face. And, Princess Anna. Andrew looked at Princess Anna, who was walking towards him with an embarrassed look on his face. Anna looked at Andrew with grief and indignation, and finally turned around and waved her hand. Andrew, let's go, never let me see you again, and you will never appear in the Duke's mansion. Anna didn't kill Andrew, but she also knew that Andrew couldn't use it anymore. Once betrayed once, whether coerced or voluntarily, such a guard must never be used again. Andrew was ashamed, and finally turned around and left, and he himself did not have the courage to beg Anna to stay. Daniel and the high priest also left. Now that the second priest is dead, they go back and plan to clean up the accomplices of the second priest in the royal family. Humatzi and the others were here to protect David, and David stayed on the altar for 3 days. For 3 full days, David did not move. Absorbing the Yin Qi that came out, the aura in David's body was constantly changing. When these Yin Qi are really exhausted, David's strength will definitely be able to rise to the next level. On the 4th day, the black mist on the altar was completely absorbed, and David opened his eyes, and his body was constantly rolling. David clenched his fist tightly. The strength of the 6th grade Dahu seems to be a worthwhile trip. David's face was full of joy. Chapter 18:18. When David came down from the altar, Humatzi stepped forward and patted David on the shoulder and said, "You kid, you took a big advantage again." David smiled slightly, then glanced around and said, "I heard the roar of the tiger demon, where is the beast pill?" Fan Jiang and Guyuhan all looked at Humatzi. And Humatzi covered his clothes and said, "David, I'll come to you with all my hard work. It's alright to ask for a beast pill. You don't want to take the beast pill away, do you?" "Of course not. Thanks to Master Hu at one time, let alone one beast pill, even if it is 10, Master Hu can't take it away," David said with a smile. "You kid still has a conscience." Humatzi felt very comfortable when he heard it. "Mr. Chen, you'd better go and see that Princess Anna. She hasn't eaten or drank these days, and she's gloomy." At this time, Fan Jiang whispered to David. Only then did David see that Anna was curled up in the corner, and in a few days, she was a lot haggard. David knew that Anna must be very sad after suffering such a blow, so she walked over. "Princess Anna, people are unpredictable, you don't have to be so sad for someone who betrayed you," David persuaded Anna. But Anna shook her head. "I'm not sad because of Andrew's betrayal, it's just that there is no Medicine King here, and my father is afraid that there is no help." Anna knew about Medicine King. After Andrew deliberately lied to her, she has been in the worrying about the safety of my father. When David heard that Anna was sad about this, he said to himself, "Princess Anna, when I finish dealing with the ruins, I will accompany you back. I have the confidence to cure your father, don't worry." "Really?" Anna's eyes lit up, looking at David closely. "Of course, how dare I joke around with the princess of the dignified Xiong kingdom," David said with a slight smile. Anna's face was instantly refreshed, and she also had a smile on her face. "David, shall we leave, or shall we go to explore the land of the Sword Mound?" Humatsi came over and asked. "Master Hu, I've been practicing for the past few days. Have you found the entrance to the Sword Mound? You can't jump directly into the abyss, right?" David knew that Humatsi must have not been idle these days. "I found it, but unfortunately we can't get in," Humatsi said a little embarrassedly. "Why? Is there a magic circle blocking it?" David asked. "It's not a magic formation, it's a sword formation. You know, none of us know swordsmanship, so we can't break the sword formation at all. Humatsi and the others don't know swordsmanship, even if they do, it's just fur, so it's impossible to crack the sword array." Hearing that it was a sword formation, David immediately became interested and said, "Take me to see." Humatsi nodded, and then took David to find a cave that was only over 1 meter high in the ruins. The cave is pitch black, and you don't even know where it leads. Through this cave, you can reach the land of the Sword Mound, but you have to be careful, there is a strong sword energy inside, and the sword formation is also murderous. "Let's go back, don't throw your life here," Humatsi persuaded David. "I've come here, I always have to try it." After David finished speaking, he got in without hesitation. "In this small cave, if there is any accident, I am afraid there is no place to dodge." However, David believed that since Humatsi had entered, there would definitely be no danger in this cave. After drilling for more than 10 minutes in the cave, David was suddenly bright. "I saw a large virgin forest appeared in front of David, and the temperature here was very high, not as white as the snow outside. And there is still a lot of spiritual energy here, and there is a faint mist on the ground constantly, like a fairyland." Chapter 18:19. Shouldn't this land of sword graves be in ruins with piles of corpses? David looked surprised, but since he had already entered, David slowly walked into the woods. But just after walking for a few minutes, David saw that the towering trees were dead and the ground was full of corpses. The scene here was obviously different from the shade of the green trees he had just seen, as if there was an enchantment. There are two different scenes here. David continued to take a step forward. When he took this step, he immediately felt a burst of sword chi attacking, while David hurriedly activated his indestructible golden body to resist the burst of sword chi. David continued to walk forward, but just after taking 2 steps, the mountains suddenly shook, and a dozen bright swords emerged from the ground. I saw that these swords were all inserted into the soil, forming a wall, blocking David's face. Could this be the sword formation? David looked at the dozen or so swords inserted in the soil in front of him, feeling a little incredible. But David didn't want to be entangled, so he wanted to go around from one side, but no matter how David walked, the sword formation in front of him was still in front of David. When David saw this, he could only stretch out his right hand and take out the dragon-slaying sword. At the moment when the dragon-slaying sword was taken out, more than a dozen swords in the sword formation began to shake violently. And the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand also began to shake violently. If David hadn't held it hard, it is estimated that the dragon-slaying sword would have been thrown out of his hand. At this moment, David can clearly feel the bloodthirsty aura of the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. It seems that this dragon-slaying sword is also a fighting spirit sword. Just when David was about to break the sword formation, someone suddenly appeared behind him. David was startled and waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. A sharp sword energy shot out directly. "I rely on." Just listening to a foul language, and then Humatsi fell to the ground like a dog chewing SHT, and then he escaped the sharp sword energy. "Master Hu." Seeing this, David hurriedly stepped forward and helped Humatsi up. "Why are you here?" "I was afraid that you were in danger, so I chased after you." Humatsi glared at David. "But I don't want to, you guy come up and give me a sword." David smiled. "Master Hu, I didn't do it on purpose, but you chased in, I'm afraid there is some treasure in here, and I will swallow it all by myself." "Nonsense, I'm not the kind of person you said." But when Humatsi said this again, his eyes kept looking away, obviously guilty. Looking at Humatsi, David was really dumbfounded, so he said, when I break this sword formation, let's go in and have a look together. David, you have to be careful, this fucking sword formation is really powerful. Humatsi said with lingering fears as he looked at the dozen long swords inserted into the soil in front of him. N. David nodded, then jumped up with the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. The dragon-slaying sword emitted a humming sound, and the vertical and horizontal sword energy began to rage out. At the same time, more than a dozen swords on the ground also broke out, instantly forming a barrier. But just when David wanted to slash out, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand came out of his hand. I saw the dragon-slaying sword flying directly towards the sword formation, and then I heard the sound of metal collision. Seeing this, David could only retreat back, watching his own dragon-slaying sword, fighting with the dozen or so swords. Humatsi's eyes were wide open, and he looked stupid. Damn, is your kid so awesome with a sword? Flax's face is unbelievable. I saw that the dragon-slaying sword kept attacking, and soon more than a dozen swords were cut off lazily, and some were directly shot down to the ground. On every sword, a faint cyan edge will appear instantly, and then it will be absorbed by the dragon-slaying sword. Chapter 1820. In just a few minutes, the dragon-slaying sword returned to David's hands, and the dozen or so swords were lying on the ground. At this moment, the sword formation disappeared, and even the sword chi that erupted just now disappeared. With David holding the dragon-slaying sword, he can clearly feel the excitement of the dragon-slaying sword, and the strength of the dragon-slaying sword has also increased significantly. Could it be that this dragon-slaying sword can increase its own strength by sucking the sword spirit? David looked at the dragon-slaying sword with unconcealed excitement on his face. If it goes on like this, it will not be difficult for the strength of the dragon-slaying sword to rise to the level of a sacred weapon. David, can you show me your sword? Humatsi looked at the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand with envy in his eyes. Here, David handed the dragon-slaying sword to Humatsi. Humatsi held the dragon-slaying sword, but the dragon-slaying sword shook for a while, followed by a burst of sword energy. It made the man loose, and the dragon-slaying sword instantly returned to David's hand. Ha ha ha, Master Hu, I'm really sorry, it seems that this dragon sword doesn't like you very much. David laughed when he saw this. Humph, a broken sword, and it's not a woman, so I don't care. Humatsi snorted coldly. The two continued to walk forward, and just after walking a distance, the sword chi that had disappeared began to appear again, and the more they went in, the more sword chi they went. These sword chi will automatically attack the living creatures that walk in here, whether it is a human or an animal. David and Humatsi can only rely on their own strength to resist the sword chi. It's just that the sword chi is endless, and David's spiritual power is limited. David can still rely on the strength of his physical body to resist this sword chi, but Hemp can't, and can only be generated by spiritual power. Shield to protect yourself. As David and the others deepened, the power of the sword chi became more and more powerful, and they kept attacking David and Humatsi. At this time, Humatsi was already gritting his teeth and persevering, his forehead was full of cold sweat, but David's face was calm. After all, David's strength was several levels higher than that of Humatsi. Master Hu, can you still persevere? David looked at Humatsi and asked. Enough, this fucking sword chi is too powerful. Where did all this sword chi come from? Humatsi was very puzzled. Apart from seeing a lot of corpses along the way, they didn't see the existence of a sword. But where did so much sword energy come from? When David saw this, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand shook slightly, and suddenly exuded a breath, helping Humatsi block those sword chi. But soon, David found that the dragon-slaying sword in his hand was shaking slightly, and then the sword energy around him seemed to be attracted, and all of them were swallowed into the dragon-slaying sword. At this moment, the dragon-slaying sword is like a thirsty person, drinking water like crazy, the sword energy around it is swallowed up. Humatsi felt the pressure lighten instantly, and let out a long breath. With the dragon-slaying sword, David and the others moved forward significantly faster. After walking for a while, the space in front of them obviously fluctuated, and then a woman in white appeared in front of David and them. I saw this woman's oval face, thin eyebrows and nose, a pair of almond eyes, and a moon-white robe, which looked graceful. The woman is carrying a long sword behind her back. The scabbard and hilt are sky blue, bright in color, and faintly flowing, and you can tell it is a precious sword at a glance. Who are you? You actually broke into the land of the sword grave and left quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The woman looked at David and Humatsi angrily. Seeing the woman, Humatsi's eyes flashed, and then he smiled and said, "Such a beautiful woman, but she is only a soul, it's not useful, it can be seen that Humatsi has a pity on his face." Chapter 18:21. You bold madman, the woman's face flushed with anger when Humatsi said this. David also saw at a glance that this woman was just a soul, and no matter how strong she was in the past, she couldn't exert much strength now. "This lady, I heard that Jianzong has a divine sword. It's in this sword mound. We just came to see it," David said with a slight smile. "Bah, don't think I don't know your intentions. With me, you can't even enter the land of the sword mound," the woman said, and suddenly stretched out her hand. "The sword is coming." The woman waved her right hand, and with a buzzing sound, the sword chi burst into the air, and a spirit sword flew out from the woman's back. The sword chi soared into the sky, and finally fell into the woman's hands. This spirit sword has a terrifying cold light, and it has a lingering aura. "If you don't leave, you'll have to die under my Wendian sword." The woman stared at David and said. The woman's spirit sword just appeared, and the Chenkuan sword in David's hand shook violently. If it wasn't for David's strong grip, it is estimated that the spirit sword would have been thrown out by himself. David tried his best to control the already irritable dragon-slaying sword, and then looked at the woman indifferently. The woman asked Tianjian in her hand, her face was full of sternness, but she didn't know that the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand was an ancient spirit sword, but the sword spirit had not fully grown, so it could not exert such great power. So the woman did not put the dragon-slaying sword in David's hands in her eyes. "You and I are both spirit swords. Today I'll show you. Not anyone can use a spirit sword to exert its power." The woman looked at David with a sword in her hand, her face expressionless and her eyes burning. "Do you want to compare swords with me?" David asked lightly with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. "Don't you dare." There was a hint of sarcasm on the woman's face. "As a soul, I can let you strike, and if you can hurt me, I will leave here immediately and never step in," David said calmly and indifferently. If he can't deal with even a single soul, David might as well just hit him to death. The woman was slightly taken aback, but looking at David's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. "Are you too arrogant?" The woman knew that although she was a soul, she could only exert part of her strength, but David could say such big words with a single sword, which was extremely arrogant. "Don't talk nonsense, come on." David slammed the dragon's sword in his hand, ready to meet the woman's sword. Seeing David so arrogant, the woman's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since David was courting death, she wouldn't mind giving David a ride. Immediately, the Wendian sword in the woman's hand raised, with a buzzing sound. The sword energy was horizontal and tyrannical, causing Humatsi to feel a pain in the skin all over her body, the kind of pain that was cut apart by force. Humatsi avoided far away, he didn't want to be affected by two people. And the woman stared at David, the breath on her body instantly rose to the peak, the blood surged, and the raging breath had erupted. Facing David, the woman would not be careless. Since David dared to say such a thing and walked here unscathed, he must have some ability. Wendian slash. The woman let out a low growl, and the Wendian sword in her hand instantly slashed towards David. On the Wendian sword, white mist rose in an instant, and the sword spirit was driven out by the woman, turning into a long white line. The snake, wrapped around the Wendian sword, made a humming sound. Looking at the woman's peak sword, David showed a smile on his face. He was still afraid that the woman would not urge the sword spirit. Now it seems that this woman is still afraid of himself, and even pushed the sword spirit from the beginning. Moved out. In this way, David also saved some things, and just let the sword spirit of slaying dragon devour the sword spirit of Wendian sword. Chapter 18:22. After swallowing the sword spirit, David believed that the strength of the dragon-slaying sword would be even higher. David took a deep breath, streaks of golden light appeared all over his body, and then bursts of green light erupted from the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. Looking at the woman who was getting closer, David's eyes were full of provocation. The woman's eyes were cold, without a trace of fluctuation. The Wentian's sword in her hand slashed towards David fiercely, and slashed down, swallowing mountains and rivers. The terrifying sword energy is vertical and horizontal, and this sword has the momentum of destroying the grass and pulling the rotten, and instantly slashes at the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand. Humatsi on the side was horrified, a look of worry appeared on his face, and his breathing was a little short. He didn't expect a soul to be able to exert such great power. If this woman is not a soul, wouldn't the strength be even more terrifying? Bang! The sword fell, and the Wentian's sword and the dragon-slaying sword collided heavily. The ground shook and the mountains shook, and the entire sword mound trembled uncontrollably. Without a splash of fire, two sword chi, one blue and one white, were instantly entangled together, rising into the sky, like two fighting dragons, intertwined and intertwined with each other. Humatsi looked up with an incredible look on his face. He had never seen such a scene before, and two swords could fight together. In fact, this is not the sword energy, but the sword spirit, fighting with each other. The green light is like a vast brilliance, and at this time, the entire land of the sword tomb is illuminated. And the white light was desperately trying to cover the brilliance of the green light, but the white light was very small under the blue light, and was swallowed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Looking at the scene in front of her, the woman's eyes were full of horror. Soon, the white light disappeared, and the brilliance of the green light became even more dazzling, and then returned to the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand. The sword shot out. The terrifying sword chi instantly slashed a terrifying sword mark out of the land of the sword mound. The sword mark went all the way to the woman along David's feet. The woman was shocked, and then quickly retreated, followed by a leap get up. The sword mark continued for dozens of meters, and a deep ravine was cut out of the ground. The high bulge on both sides was divided into two, and the sword energy was horizontal and terrifying. With one move, the victory and defeat were already clear. The woman looked at her Wentian sword. At this time, Wentian's sword had already lost a trace of luster, like a piece of broken copper and iron, where there was still a trace of spiritual energy. The woman was startled, and a burst of spiritual power poured in, and she wanted to urge Wen Tianjian to recruit the sword spirit, but no matter how the woman urged it, Wen Tianjian did not respond at all. The Wentian sword without the sword spirit is just a piece of broken iron, not even a treasured sword. This is a spirit sword created by the sword master of Wen Jianzong, but now it has become a piece of broken iron. Is it even better? David looked at the woman and asked lightly. The woman's face was expressionless. The Wentian sword in her hand was casually dropped on the ground, and then she shook her head. Since you are defeated, let us in. I just came here because of the name. I just want to see the divine sword. David didn't want to beat the woman to pieces, so he said. But who knows? The woman suddenly smiled bitterly. It's not a divine sword, it's not a divine sword, it's a magic sword that kills people without blinking an eye, and our entire sword sect will be destroyed by that magic sword. Our sect master gather all the elders of the sword sect, and use all our spirit swords to suppress the magic sword here. And after so many years, in the land of the sword mound, the original dead clansmen have absorbed the sword energy and become sword puppet. Even I haven't dared to enter once in hundreds of years. If you insist on going in, you will surely die. Chapter 1823. Life is impermanent, who cannot die? If you can do what you like, why not die? With a faint smile, David was not frightened by this woman. Whether it's a divine sword or a magic sword, David's sword mound is set. No matter what kind of sword, the final outcome will be swallowed up by his own dragon-slaying sword. Seeing that David was so determined, the woman sighed and said, maybe this is the number of days. Stepping into this place is the real sword mound, where the sword energy is hundreds of times stronger than it is now. Think about it yourself. After speaking, the woman's figure became lighter and thinner, and finally disappeared completely. David, I think you should go in by yourself. With my strength, I'm afraid that I will need your protection when I go in. which will add a burden to you." Humatsi was afraid. If it was really as the woman said, the sword chi was 100 times stronger, then Humatsi would be cut into pieces by the sword chi. David nodded. "Master Hu, wait for me here. If I don't come out within 3 days, you can go back. You don't have to wait for me." When Humatsi heard this, he hurriedly said, "David, you must if you want to come out. If you die, what will happen to your women? What a pity, think about your women, and you have to come out alive." David was speechless for a while. Besides women, he didn't know that there were other women in his mind. "Nothing else. I'm in." After speaking, David continued to walk forward, and soon David's figure slowly became blurred and disappeared from Humatsi's sight. When David advanced for a certain distance, the sword energy became stronger and stronger, and in front of him, it was densely packed with long swords on the ground. These swords seem to be inserted randomly on the ground, but in fact they all have their own rules. And David can clearly feel that in this sword mound, there are 2 auras that are constantly intertwining and fighting. The sight in front of you is not just dead branches and leaves, but the branches and leaves visible to the naked eye on the big tree are growing rapidly. It was just that it had just grown and was chopped off by the raging sword energy. So back and forth, the 2 forces seemed to be fighting. David took out the dragon-slaying sword and frantically absorbed the raging sword energy. In this way, the branches and leaves on the trees began to grow rapidly, and finally became shady. It seems that this place is not as dangerous as the woman said, but fortunately there is this dragon sword. David's face was filled with joy. But just when David was happy, a murderous aura suddenly struck. David's eyes narrowed slightly, staring straight ahead. Soon a man walked slowly over, holding a sword in his hand. It's just that this person's face is pale, his eyes are dull, and there is no other aura on his body other than murderous aura. David saw at a glance that this should be the sword puppet that the woman said. The sword puppet is killed by the sword chi, and then the flesh is immortal and refined by the sword chi. After a long time, it became a sword puppet, directly dominated by the sword energy, without thought and consciousness. It was something similar to a zombie. Because this kind of thing has no thoughts and is still a dead thing, it is not afraid of being hit at all. Even if they cut off their arms and legs, these sword puppets still have no consciousness, and only the essence of sword chi controls them in their minds. When encountering this kind of thing, David was a little worried. After all, this kind of thing is not afraid of death, so basically a sword pierced through the body, and the sword puppet would not take it seriously. Once you fight with the sword puppet, unless you completely smash him into pieces, or there is no other way, there is another way to find the sword chi parent body, and then cut off the sword chi, but depending on the situation, that demon the sword is probably not easy to find. Chapter 1824. David swung the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and charged straight up. When the sword puppet saw David rushing towards him, he didn't even react at all, and was still walking forward until David's Chenkuan sword came to him, and then the sword puppet raised his arms worthy and directly used his arms blocked David's Chenkuan sword. The sword puppet is very difficult to entangle, but this cute and silly appearance makes David feel a little ridiculous. He even used his body to block the spirit sword. At this time, the dragon-slaying sword has absorbed a lot of sword energy, and it has also swallowed a sword spirit, so its power is greatly increased. Cut off. However, his arms were cut off, and the sword puppet didn't show the slightest expression, waving the half of his arm and rushing directly to David. David knew that it would be useless to chop off the sword puppet's head. He could only smash them into slag. Looking at the sword puppet rushing over, David's hand waving the dragon's sword was airtight, huge and dense. The sword energy instantly enveloped the sword puppet. "Break it for me!" David roared, and the green light burst like fireworks in an instant, and the sword puppet instantly became torn apart, flesh and blood flying all over the sky, and it became slag. Looking at the broken limbs and broken arms all over the ground, David's mouth raised slightly, and he was pleasantly surprised. The power of the dragon-slaying sword was much stronger, and the induction between the sword spirits was even stronger. The sword puppet has been beheaded. David intends to go through the dense long sword to find the suppressed magic sword. He wants to see what kind of magic sword can actually destroy a sect. But just as David took a step, all the long swords on the ground suddenly radiated light, and an obvious sword formation appeared in the air. The light shone on David, and then the scene in front of David began to change. In the end, the light disappeared, but David found himself in a dune. The yellow sand dunes could not be seen at a glance, which surprised David. It was clearly in the land of the sword mound just now. How could it suddenly be in the desert now? Just when David was a little overwhelmed, suddenly under the sand dunes, a long sword rose into the air. Immediately afterward, the sword energy stabbed towards David. The long sword is not controlled by anyone at all, but it has a strong killing intent. David was surprised for a while, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand suddenly waved. Dang! With a crisp sound, the long sword was directly cut off by David. After the long sword was cut off, a faint light entered the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand. David can clearly feel that the strength of the dragon-slaying sword has increased a little again. This time, David was even more confused, and he didn't know what was going on. Just when David was stunned, suddenly the sand dunes shook for a while, and then he saw a lot of sand began to roll. Then these rolling quicksand finally formed the shape of a man, holding a sword. Slowly, the human figure formed by this sand and soil turned into the appearance of an old man. Seeing this, David hurriedly said, "Senior, I don't know where this place is." "Who are you?" David saw someone appear and wanted to ask clearly what was going on. But the old man did not speak, but waved the long sword in his hand, and then countless long swords emerged from under the sand dunes, and then tightly surrounded David. Seeing this, David frowned slightly, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand began to emit bursts of green light. Then, countless long swords poured down towards David like a rain of swords. David could only wave the dragon-slaying sword in his hand desperately, thinking of it as an airtight sword wall. Dang dang dang. The sound of metal collision continued, and there were broken swords scattered all over the ground. Chapter 18:25. However, David found that every time he cut off a long sword, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand would increase by 1 point. This may be the practice of his dragon-slaying sword. Thinking of this, David waved the dragon sword in his hand even more vigorously. After a while, there were more broken swords on the ground, and cold sweat began to appear on David's forehead. But David still insisted on gritted teeth. He knew that this time was the sharpening of his opponent's sword, and it was also a sharpening to himself. When David cut off the last long sword, the whole person slumped on the ground tired. And the old man looked at David with a smile on his face. "You have passed this level, I hope you can reach the end, and this will fulfill our centuries-old wish," the old man spoke to David. Just when David was about to ask who the old man was, the long sword in the old man's hand suddenly threw at David, and then the whole person disappeared. I saw the long sword in the old man's hand coming towards David, but it finally stopped in front of David. Immediately afterwards, the long sword emitted a faint light, and the light was absorbed by the dragon-slaying sword. In the end, the long sword fell directly into powder. As the long sword turned into powder, the scene in front of David changed. He found that he was still standing there, and the sword formation in front of him disappeared. Looking around, David didn't see anyone, and even the sword chi disappeared around him. Could it be that I can see the magic sword like this? David was very surprised, and then stepped forward. If it's so easy to find the magic sword, it's a little too easy. David continued to walk forward for more than 10 minutes, and the sword chi that soon disappeared began to appear again, and this time the sword chi was even more violent. However, what stood in front of David this time was not the dense long swords, but 3 finished swords stuck on the ground. Looking at the 3 swords in front of him, David knew that this should also be a sword formation. Since there is a sword formation, there must be sword puppets around. Just after David finished thinking like this, he found that murderous aura was coming, followed by a dozen sword puppets, approaching David step by step. The sword puppet I encountered this time was obviously much stronger than the one I encountered at the beginning. These sword puppets are still wearing the clothes before death, and the clothes are embroidered with the beauty of Wen Jianzong. It seems that these are senior disciples of Wen Jianzong. David didn't talk nonsense, and raised the dragon-slaying sword in his hand high. After all, these sword puppets have no thoughts, and what David said is useless. 9. Shadow swordsmanship. David shouted, holding the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and the whole person rose into the sky. The endless dazzling sword light fell, instantly smashing a sword puppet. The huge shock wave sent other sword puppets directly into the distance. But these thoughtless sword puppets didn't even know they were afraid, so they immediately got up and charged towards David. David was wielding the dragon-slaying sword, and with every sword swing, a sword puppet was beheaded. Soon, more than a dozen sword puppets became scumbags. The strength of the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand has risen again. After the sword puppet beheaded, David stared at the 3 long swords tightly. He knew that the sword formation should be activated at this time. Sure enough, after all the sword puppets were killed, a beam of light began to fall from the 3 long swords. The beam of light seemed to come from outside the sky, instantly illuminating the position between the 3 long swords. David looked at the beam of light, stepped lightly, and stood directly in. Soon, the light fell on David's package. At this time, David felt that his feet were light, and the whole person was slowly rising up. David's body was suspended in midair, shrouded in that beam of light. An extremely crazy sword energy began to surge in the beam of light. Seeing this, David hurriedly wanted to use the indestructible golden body to resist, but found that he couldn't exert any spiritual power at all. Chapter 18:26. David was shocked. He could only grit his teeth and rely on his powerful body to resist the attack of the sword energy. The dragon-slaying sword at this time is like a dragon absorbing water, madly absorbing those sword chi, preventing those sword chi from hurting David. The body of the dragon-slaying sword was shaking, and the blue light began to change slowly. The dragon-slaying sword is madly absorbing the sword energy, but the sword energy seems to be absorbed forever. Before David's body began to be cut by the sword chi, and the sword chi left wounds on David's body. Suddenly, the dragon-slaying sword made a violent humming sound as if it had burst. David didn't care about the pain on his body. He held the Zanlongjian firmly with one hand, and he could clearly feel that the spiritual power on the Zanlongjian was constantly rolling. Immediately afterwards, the dragon-slaying sword flashed, and the terrifying breath instantly blew away those sword chi, and even the beam of light disappeared. David's body fell directly from the air. David instinctively wanted to run his spiritual power and let his body fall gently, but David's spiritual power couldn't be exerted at all at this time, as if it was sealed. At this critical juncture, the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand broke free, and then held it at David's feet. David swayed twice and slowly stood firm. Seeing that the dragon-slaying sword was slowly falling while holding him, David's eyes were full of surprises. If this continues, he will soon be able to fly with his sword. It seems that the land of the sword mound is really a good place for the growth of the dragon sword. David landed slowly, ignoring the wounds on his body at all. He held the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and hugged it. He found that the strength of the dragon-slaying sword was far more powerful than he imagined. I don't know what level this dragon-slaying sword can reach after absorbing that demon sword spirit. David looked at it and found that the 3 long swords on the ground had disappeared, but David did not leave, but waited quietly for a while. The formation was broken. Shouldn't an old man appear? Just when David thought about it, a light flashed, and then a white-haired old man appeared, also holding a sword in his hand. And this sword is green all over, exuding a faint light. Hundreds of years, you were the first to come to me. Maybe the wish of these hundreds of years is really going to be given to you. After the old man finished speaking, the emerald green sword in his hand was radiant, and then in the green light, a firefly-like light spot appeared, and then the light spot floated to the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand, and was instantly absorbed by the dragon-slaying sword. The presence of the ancient spirit swords may be God's will, and it may be considered that we are atonement for our own faults. The old man laughed suddenly, and then slowly disappeared. This time, David was immediately stunned. He didn't understand who this old man was. Why should he atone for his sins? But David didn't have time to think about it. After all, if he didn't go out for a long time, Humatsi would be gone. If you tell Gulinger and the others that they died directly in the land of the sword mound, I don't know what stupid things these girls will do. Thinking of this, David accelerated his pace and continued to move forward. This time, the sword chi was even more powerful. David launched the indestructible golden body. He could only hold on for a while, and the indestructible golden body was shattered instantly. Fortunately, David has the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, which is constantly absorbing the sword energy, so that David can move forward with difficulty. Otherwise, I am afraid that David will not be able to move a step. Soon, a sword appeared in front of David, and the sword was deeply inserted into a boulder. Forgetting to look around, David cautiously walked towards the long sword. If you follow the rules, there should be a sword puppet at this time, and its strength will definitely be stronger than the last time I encountered it. Chapter 1827. But after waiting for a while, no sword puppet appeared, so David reached out and wanted to pull out the long sword. But just after David approached the long sword, a light flashed, and then another old man appeared. After the old man appeared, he reached out and pulled out the long sword on the boulder. The terrifying sword energy erupted instantly, like a storm, slamming David fiercely. So fast. David didn't have time to react, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he was instantly smashed and flew out by the burst of sword energy. There were wounds one after another on the body, and blood was flowing out. The dragon-slaying sword in David's hand was greedily absorbing the sword energy, but David found that no matter how his own dragon-slaying sword absorbed the sword energy emitted by the long sword did not decrease at all. Devil slash, the old man suddenly swung a sword towards David. The boulder branches and leaves flying all over the sky are like the end of the world. Could this be the magic sword? David was a little surprised. He didn't know who the old man was using this magic sword. As the old man swung his sword, suddenly a loud roar came, and from the long sword, a black mist filled the air and turned into a human shape. I saw this man wearing a black cloak, and his body exuded bursts of blood and terror. And the sword-wielding old man spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body instantly aged, leaning on a stone. "Who are you?" David asked the man in the black cloak. I saw the man slowly take off the cloak, revealing an old face. When he saw this man's face, David was taken aback. Because this person, following the old man who just swung the sword, looks exactly the same, not bad at all. I haven't tasted human blood for a long time. Said, the man rushed towards David. 9 Shadows Divine Sword. David shouted, then jumped up, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand instantly emitted a green glow. A large amount of divine dragon power gathered on the dragon-slaying sword, and then exploded. One after another, the green light intertwined, and then moved towards the guy in the cloak. Rumbling. The sound of explosions can be heard incessantly. The entire land of the sword mound began to tremble continuously, and the trees flew. But when the sword glow disappeared, David found that the guy in the cloak was gone. But just when David felt puzzled, a black shadow suddenly descended from the air. David was shocked and was about to swing his sword to block, but the opponent's speed was too fast, and he was directly punched by the opponent, and then the whole person flew backwards. What a powerful strength! David got up, wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, and the undamaged golden body began to function again. I saw that David's body was covered with golden scales, and then a golden light shot up into the sky. A golden dragon started circling above David's head. Seeing David's pair of magic apes, the old man holding the sword was a little surprised. But the guy in the black cloak frowned slightly, then roared and attacked David. David also shouted angrily, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand was instantly released, and the golden dragon also surrounded the dragon-slaying sword and attacked the guy in the cloak together. Ha! A golden light flashed, and the guy in the cloak was cut off by a sword. It's just that the wound on the severed arm is extremely smooth, and there is no blood coming out. The guy in the cloak didn't seem to care, just glanced at his broken arm, then showed a sneer, and then the whole body turned into a black mist and instantly entered the long sword. Soon, the long sword broke free from the old man's hand and was suspended in midair, the murderous aura on the sword. Chapter 1828. Seeing this, David pointed at the sky with the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and a green light flew out of the dragon-slaying sword instantly. This was the sword spirit in the dragon-slaying sword. I saw that green light instantly move towards the magic sword, just hovering over the head of the magic sword, a black light flashed in the magic sword, and a black light appeared. When David saw the black light appear, the corner of his mouth could not help but raise slightly. This was the sword spirit of the magic sword. One blue and one black were instantly entangled. However, the strength of this magic sword is not bad. Although the dragon-slaying sword is an ancient spirit sword, because the sword spirit of the dragon-slaying sword has not yet grown up, its current strength has not been fully exerted, so it is obvious that the sword spirit of the demon sword is fighting with the sword spirit. Fell. But David didn't panic. His eyes flashed fiercely, and then he went straight to the magic sword, grabbed the magic sword, and stood on top of the boulder, David holding the magic sword. Ding! David flicked his finger at the magic sword, and the magic sword instantly made a crisp sound, and then broke into two halves. Without the sword spirit's magic sword, when it is in David's hands, it is no different from an ordinary sword. After the body of the magic sword was broken, the black light that had been dominant all along became much dimmed in an instant, and the sword spirit of Zanlongian seized the opportunity and swallowed the sword spirit of the magic sword in one bite. The green light is infinitely enlarged, and the countless sword energy in the sword mound is quickly absorbed into the green light. In this lifeless dead place, trees, flowers and grass began to sprout, and the sword mound disappeared instantly. The strength of the dragon-slaying sword has reached the level of a sacred weapon, which makes David excited. And the old man, who was not far away, looked at the scene in front of him. The whole person was stupid. He never thought that the magic sword they had suppressed with their lives for hundreds of years was handled by David so easily. "Hey, there!" Old man sighed suddenly. David put away the dragon-slaying sword, walked towards the old man and said, "Who are you?" The old man slowly got up and said with a look of relief, "I'm the suzerain of the sword sect." "Who was that guy wearing the black cloak just now?" David was surprised. How could anyone look exactly the same? "That's me too," the old man said. This time, David was stunned. Seeing David's dazed expression, the sect master of the sword sect slowly told David. It turned out that the one wearing the black cloak was only the inner demon of the sect master of the sword sect, and this inner demon controlled the magic sword. In fact, this sword used to be called Tianhui Feijian, and it was said that it flew from 9 days away, and then inserted it into Wen Jianzong. Over the years, Wen Jianzong has been guarding Feijian, and many people have learned a lot of swordsmanship from this Feijian. But when it comes to this old generation, because of his own greed, he wants to take the flying sword as his own and get all the inheritance of the flying sword. So he persuaded several elders to jointly pull out the flying sword outside the sky. Afterwards, a few people devoted themselves to research, but unknowingly went into trouble and were controlled by the demon. For a time, Wei Feijian was asking Jianzong to kill. The entire asking sword sect became a massacre field, with corpses everywhere, and rivers of blood everywhere. At the last moment, the sect master of Wen Jianzong and several elders came to their senses. Afterwards, he used all the sword formations of Wen Jianzong, including their lives, to suppress the flying sword in this sword mound. With the loss of time, many people broke into this place, but they couldn't step into it at all. And the sword formation that suppressed this flying sword and several of their souls have become weaker and weaker. I don't know when this flying sword will be reborn, causing harm to the world. As a result, the sins of these people will be even heavier. The sudden appearance of David now makes them all seem to see hope, which is why the former old man suddenly talked about atonement to David. Chapter 1829. Now that the magic sword has been destroyed, we can finally be reincarnated. The old man looked at David with a faint smile, and then the figure slowly disappeared. David sighed, but his greed for a while ruined a sect. David walked out and found that Humatsi was no longer waiting for him. So David could only go back the same way. And at this time, Humatsi was sitting in the ruins with a frustrated look on his face. "I think we should go back, David's women. I have to think about how to tell them. This guy is too strong, so many girls are waiting for him, he doesn't cherish it and dares to go in. It's good now, just hang up." Humatsi followed Fan Jiang and the others. "No, impossible. David won't die. He promised to treat my father." Anna's eyes were full of tears. If David died, who would treat his father? Master Hu, Mr. Chen won't die so easily, right? Did you see it with your own eyes? Fan Jiang also didn't believe it. David was the son of the dragon, so he died so easily? Are you doubting me? It's so dangerous inside, he definitely won't survive. Hu Matsi said with certainty. I also don't think David will die. Gu Yuhan also spoke at this time. However, Gu Yuhan spoke, but Hu Matsi did not refute, because he knew Gu Yuhan's identity and did not dare to offend her too much. Forget it if you don't believe it, then wait here for 2 days. If we can't wait, then we will leave. We can't die here. Hu Matsi said helplessly. Master Hu, you didn't even see it, you just said I'm dead, isn't that cursing me? At this moment, David's voice came from behind Hu Matsi. David. After seeing David, Anna jumped over excitedly. I knew you wouldn't die. Damn it, your life is really big, the sword chi in the sword tomb is so terrifying, you are still alive. Hu Matsi was also a little surprised. Mr. Chen, what's the matter, is the divine sword in hand? Fan Jiang also asked with interest. Let's go out and talk while walking. David said. Ice Bear Island, in a hotel. Gu Linger's group of girls are waiting for David in dissatisfaction. What the hell does this David mean? It's been so many days. It's been a long time since we threw us at the foot of the mountain. Ha! Every day a group of women waited for David to come back. As a man, Zhao Chuang can only be reduced to the object of these women's orders. Whether it is shopping or pouring tea and water, Zhao Chuang has everything. Zhao Chuang can't afford to offend these girls, except for Xiaoru. Maybe all the girls here will become David's women. Which one does Zhao Chuang dare to offend? But just when these girls were chatting non-stop, David and the others came back. Seeing David coming back, all the original complaints against David disappeared, and they all rushed up one by one, wanting to hug David. It's a pity that so many people are here, no one is embarrassed. Did you miss me? David looked at the group of women in front of him, and then smiled slightly. Come one by one, I will give you a hug. Humph, you think beautifully, sisters, we ignore her. Xiaolan snorted coldly and gave David a blank look. Yes, ignore him, who told him to leave us alone? Gu Jiayi said. A group of girls went back to the room, but David could see that these girls were worried about him. Seeing this scene, Hu Matsi's eyes turned red with envy. Chapter 1830. I'm not eating dog food here, I'm going to see my 2 little babies. Hu Matsi said, and hurriedly ran towards his room. David and the others did not stay on Ice Bear Island for too long, but directly followed Anna to the capital of the Bear Country by special plane to treat Anna's father, Duke Ross. Originally, Hu Matsi didn't want to go, but when Anna said that the women in the capital were more beautiful and more developed, Hu Matsi couldn't wait to follow. When they got off the plane and saw the team that greeted them at the airport, everyone realized in a real sense that the royal family was awesome. I saw more than a dozen Rolls-Royces lined up to greet them, and there were even hundreds of guards on both sides to maintain order. This kind of pomp is not something they can do. But when they got to Anna's house, these people were even more shocked. Because Anna's home turned out to be a castle covering thousands of acres. The beautiful castle attracted all the girls at once, and they were all excited to take pictures. Anna arranged for someone to entertain Gu Linger and the girls, and another person to entertain Hu Matsi alone. Then he led David into the castle and prepared his father to see a doctor. In Duke Ross' room, Anna's brother, Prince Hal, was also there, and there was also a wizard wearing various headgear, spraying some liquid on Duke Ross's body. What are you doing, Wen? Anna saw this, she rushed up and pushed the wizard aside. And Prince Nahal, after seeing Anna, the whole person is very surprised. Anna, when did you come back? Prince Hal asked. He thought that Anna should have died on Ice Bear Island long ago, and Prince Hal obviously hasn't heard the news about the Ice Bear Island ruins. Anna gave her brother a cold look. Although she knew that Prince Hal was sending someone to hunt her down, Anna had no evidence, so she couldn't do anything. Brother, father is seriously ill in bed, what are you doing? Anna asked Prince Hal. Of course it's for treatment. My father is sick, but you ran out to play, so I'm going to find someone to treat my father. Prince Hal replied. Healing? Do you rely on this ignorant guy to heal? Princess Anna pointed to the wizard and said. Shut up, this is the master I invited from abroad. He has the art of resurrecting the dead and can definitely save his father's life. If you are talking nonsense like this, let me go out. Prince Hal glared at Anna and said. I don't think you want to treat your father at all, do you? You want to kill your father. Anna was so angry that she couldn't understand why her own father could be harmed for the sake of power. What nonsense are you talking about? Father is going to be healed soon, it's you who made trouble here, you get me out. Prince Hal reprimanded Anna. But Anna didn't leave at all, she didn't believe her brother would cure her father's illness. Anna, let me tell you, now that your father is seriously ill, I have the final say in this family. You are just a girl and you will get married sooner or later. If you are obedient, I can let you continue to be a princess. If you don't be obedient, don't blame me for being rude. Prince Hal's face was gloomy, and he completely tore his face with Anna. I won't go, I want to see how you heal your father. Anna said firmly. Seeing Anna's firm attitude, Prince Hal didn't ask him to go out, but looked at the wizard and said, Master, please do the same to save my father. While speaking, Prince Hal turned towards the wizard. Winked. However, this small action did not escape David's eyes. Just when the wizard was doing what Duke Ross did, Prince Hal gave David a cold look and didn't care. Chapter 1831. Anna looked at David with a look of help, but David reassured Anna. As soon as David entered the door, he could see the strength of this wizard. And what the wizard sprayed on Duke Ross was a kind of potion, which was used to perform soul control. That is to say, the wizard intends to use soul control to control Duke Ross to obey his own words. David had already seen this kind of low-level witchcraft. Ling Jinchuan, the mayor of Horrendal back then, was controlled by two sorcerers and almost made a big mistake. It was David who came to the rescue. Now this little soul control technique is worthless in David's eyes, and David is now watching the wizard's performance quietly. I saw the sorcerer muttering words and gently tap with his finger. Duke Ross, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing that Duke Ross woke up, Anna was immediately excited and threw her head over. Father, father! Anna shouted to Duke Ross, but Duke Ross looked dumb, as if he didn't hear it. This time, Anna was a little panicked, then looked at Hal and said, Brother, what's the matter? Father doesn't know me anymore? Hal didn't say anything, but the wizard said, Anna Princess, Duke Ross's soul has been out of the body for too long, and he has just returned, and he needs to rest for a few days. Seeing what the wizard said, Anna believed it. After all, the wizard had 2 strokes and really cured her father. Duke Ross, you have been lying down for so long, you should get out of bed and walk away, the wizard said to Duke Ross. Sure enough, after hearing the wizard's words, Duke Ross got up from the bed and walked on the ground, which made Anna very happy. Sister, do you see? My father's illness was cured by me. You can stay at home in the future, and you are not allowed to go anywhere. And who is this Daxia person? Why did you bring a stranger coming to the house? At this time, Hal asked about David's identity. When Anna heard this, she hurriedly explained, This is my friend, David, who is here to treat his father. When Hal heard this, he immediately laughed. Haha, are you joking? At his age, he is worthy of seeing a doctor for his father. Aren't you afraid that he will kill your father? Anna didn't know how to answer Hal's words. After all, Anna herself didn't know whether David would see a doctor. Will I see a doctor, and I'm better than this wizard, just use a simple soul control technique to wake people up, even if I see a doctor? David said coldly. Hearing the 3 words of soul control, the wizard and Hal were all slightly taken aback. They did not expect that David actually knew witchcraft. What nonsense are you talking about? What soul control, the wizard denied. Although Duke Ross is awake now, he is just a walking corpse and can only follow your orders. Don't use this inferior soul control technique to shame. David sneered. David, what's going on? You mean my father is under their control now? Anna asked nervously. David nodded, yes, they are using soul control to control your father's mind now. Your father is now an obedient machine, so he doesn't know you. When Anna heard this, she was immediately furious. Look at Hal. And Hal's face turned cold. Boy, what are you talking about? Believe it or not, I will cut your tongue off now. Am I talking nonsense? A wave in front of Duke Ross. From Duke Ross's body, a black gas burst out instantly, and was directly sucked into the stomach by David. And after the black gas came out of the body, Duke Ross's eyes instantly brightened. Chapter 1832. What's the matter? Where am I? Anna? Hal, why are you all here? Duke Ross suddenly woke up, looked at the people in the room, and asked with a look of surprise. Father. Anna threw herself into Duke Ross's arms and began to cry bitterly. Duke Ross comforted Anna. Anna, what's the matter, what's the matter? Father, you have been in a coma for many days, brother, he even asked a wizard to control you. Anna told Duke Ross. And when Hal saw his father awake, he was so frightened that his face was very ugly. Hal, what's going on? Duke Ross asked Hal angrily. Father, don't listen to your sister's nonsense, you're sick, I'm just looking for someone to see a doctor. Hal tried his best to explain. Okay, don't say it anymore. Now that I'm awake, I'll investigate this matter. Duke Ross said with a cold face and waved his hands. Then he looked at Anna with a doting face, and gently stroked Anna's hair. Seeing that his father spoiled his sister so much, Hal's face became very ugly and hideous. Hal's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He knew that if he really investigated, what he did would definitely be exposed. Thinking of this, Hal's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gave the wizard a wink, and the wizard directly blocked the exit of the room. I've been in a coma for so many days, and there must be a lot of delay in government affairs. I'm going to take a look. Duke Ross was worried about government affairs as soon as he woke up. But as soon as he walked to the door, he found that the wizard was blocking the door. Duke Ross said with a cold face, "Who is this? What are you doing blocking the door?" "My father is going out, what are you doing here?" Anna asked the wizard. But the wizard did not move. Duke Ross was furious, turned his head to Hal and said, "Hal, what's going on?" Hal walked towards Duke Ross with a gloomy smile on his face. "Father, you are recovering from a serious illness, and you are also getting older. You don't have to worry about government affairs. Leave it to me. I promise to keep this Duke's palace in good order," Hal said coldly. When Duke Ross heard this, he frowned and his eyes were full of anger. "Hal, what do you mean? Do you want to be in my position?" "Yes, I also want to be a duke now," Hal straightforwardly admitted. "Brother, how can you say that, when your father is still alive? Why do you want to inherit your father's duke?" Anna asked in surprise. Hal's murderous aura rose up. "Soon, my father will not be alive." Hal's words almost didn't make Duke Ross angry. "Beast, you rebellious fellow, I will kill you." Duke Ross roared and slapped Hal. It's a pity that Duke Ross has just woken up and his body is still very weak, so this palm was easily avoided by Hal. "Father, I am your own son, are you willing to kill me? Since this is the case, then I don't have to worry about it." After Hal finished speaking, he said to the wizard, "Master, let's do it, none of the 3 people in the room can live." I saw the wizard nodded. And then recited something in his mouth, and bursts of black mist began to rise from his body. Immediately afterwards, the entire room was enveloped in black mist, and there was nothing to be seen. Seeing such a scene, Anna was so frightened that she screamed again and again. Duke Ross was also panicked. But at this moment, someone suddenly grabbed Anna's hand and pulled Anna. "Ah!" Anna screamed desperately, trying to break free. "It's me, hide behind me," David whispered to Anna. Chapter 1833. When Anna heard this, she nodded, and hurriedly pulled Duke Ross and hid behind David. I saw a faint light flickering around David, directly isolating the black mist from the outside. "Master, can you kill them all in this way? At this moment, Nahal's voice came. Don't worry, Prince Hal, I am a poisonous mist. As long as I breathe it in, I will definitely die. They will not survive. The wizard said confidently. After 10 minutes, the black fog slowly dissipated, and things began to be seen in the room. Soon, Hal and the wizard saw that the three of them, David, were standing on one side of the room, and the three of them had nothing to do. This time, the wizard and Hal were a little dumbfounded. Master, what's going on? Didn't you say you would die? Hal asked in confusion. The wizard was also full of confusion. Impossible, they inhaled my poisonous mist, they must die, how could it be okay? Your witchcraft is so rubbish, only this kind of fool will believe it. You rubbish wizard. David said to the wizard with a look of disdain. Boy, you are so courageous, dare to say this about me, today I will show you how powerful I am. After speaking, the clothes on the wizard's body turned out to be windless. The wind began to blow in the room, and black mist suddenly appeared, turning into ghosts, rushing towards David and the others. Where had Anna and Duke Ross ever seen such a scene? They were all terrified. But David did have a sneer on his face, and then opened his mouth to inhale. A huge suction force directly sucked the black mist into his body. Although the wizard's strength is not high, there is not much energy, but the grasshopper's legs are also meat, and David did not dislike it. Seeing that David actually sucked the black mist into his body, the wizard was instantly dumbfounded. Then his face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew that he had met an expert today. What skills do you still have? Let's show them all together, there will be no chance for a while. David said to the wizard. The wizard did not speak, but glanced outside, then jumped up and rushed out. Originally, the wizard was guarding the door, so he quickly rushed outside. But just as the wizard rushed outside, he saw a figure flashing past, and David actually stood in front of him. The wizard turned pale in shock and punched David, but David grabbed him by the collar, and then flashed back into the room. David threw the wizard on the ground like he was carrying a chicken. Forgive your life, uncle, spare your life. The wizard was mentally broken at the moment. In front of David, he was like an ant. Can only kneel on the ground, begging for mercy loudly. Duke Ross looked at David in surprise. He didn't expect David to be so powerful at such a young age. Da-da-da. There was a chaotic sound of hooves, and then hundreds of guards rushed to surround the entire room. Several guard captains with strong backs walked into the room and saluted Duke Ross. You arrest me, the pervert, Hal. Duke Ross ordered loudly. But the captains of the guards did not move, but looked at Hal in surprise. Hal sneered, Father, now they are all under my command, you should just be obedient. I tell you, not only the guards of the Duke's palace are listening to me now, but also the priests of the royal family. Me. We have a secret base on Ice Bear Island, and the entire bear country will be under my control. Hal's heart has swelled to the extreme at this moment. You mean the ruins? Stop dreaming about your spring and autumn dreams, the altar has been destroyed, and your priests are already dead at this time. David sneered. Chapter 1834. Hal's smile instantly solidified on his face, and his face was full of disbelief. Impossible, you can't destroy it there. Since you don't believe it, then I can't help it. David shrugged. Don't worry about whether the altar is destroyed or not. Now none of you can escape. If you want to die quickly, then commit suicide. Hal now has a guard in hand, so he doesn't panic at all. Humph, just because of you, you still want us to commit suicide? David snorted coldly, and then said loudly, you guys stop watching the show, let's do it. David said a word, and then he heard the outside. A sound of fighting. I saw a group of girls, one by one fiercely rushed into the guards. Don't look at the uneven strength of these girls, but if you really want to deal with these soldiers of the guards, that is to capture them, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. In less than a minute, the outside was already full of people, all of them wailing. And Gulinger and the other girls walked into the room. Anna hurriedly greeted her, with a smile on her face, and was no longer afraid. Hal was immediately stunned. He couldn't understand how this group of seemingly weak girls could be so powerful. Those few captains of the guards, all face ashes, knelt on the ground with a thud, begging for the forgiveness of Duke Ross. "You have arrested Hal for me, and I can forgive your crimes," Duke Ross said. He knew that the captains of the guards were just bewitched. When several guard captains heard it, they all took action and arrested Nahal, and the wizard did not escape the fate of being caught. However, what fate would be behind Hal, David didn't want to ask. After staying in the Duke's mansion for 2 days, David planned to take Gullinger and the others back. Now the strength of the dragon-slaying sword is comparable to that of the martial artifact, so David planned to go back to the capital and go to the Martial Arts Alliance to verify that Sonia in the dungeon in the end is not true. When David and the others were about to leave, Duke Ross held a grand farewell ceremony for David and the others. After all, without David, the Duke's palace of Duke Ross, I don't know what it would be like. David, thank you very much for everything you have done to our Duke's mansion, I toast to you, Duke Ross said, and suffocated a glass of vodka in one sip. David did not show weakness, and drank it in one gulp. Today's wine, for David, is no different from water. "David, what do you think of my daughter?" Duke Ross suddenly asked David. "Princess Anna is very good, lively and cheerful, and she is beautiful, especially her big eyes, which are very attractive," David said truthfully. "Then do you like my daughter?" Duke Ross asked again. This time, David was stunned. David didn't know how to answer Duke Ross. "If you don't like it, it's a bit against your heart. After all, Princess Anna is very beautiful and open, and she often makes David's heart itch. But if he likes it, David has so many women around him now that he sometimes doesn't understand what he needs." Seeing that David didn't speak, the Duke of Ross said, "David, my daughter likes you, I can see it. If you can stay with my daughter, I can let you stay in the Bear Country. You must know that my position in the future will be passed on to Anna. Maybe Anna will become the queen in the future. And as Anna's man, you will receive supreme honor and wealth." Duke Ross said this. It is a huge temptation for anyone. Unfortunately, for David, he doesn't care what kind of honor and what kind of wealth. It is even more impossible for him to stay in the Bear Country. "Thank you, Duke Ross, for your kindness. I really can't stay in the Bear Country, I'm sorry." David politely declined. Duke Ross sighed and said, "Emotions cannot be forced. I respect your choice." And Anna, who was not far away, was already in tears at this time. Chapter 1835. On the plane, Gujai said to David with a little playfulness, "David, why don't you stay as the concubine, then the whole castle will be yours." After hearing Gujai's words, the other girls also watched to David. "Brother David, when the Duke left you, were you really not interested?" Xiaomin also asked. "I think Big Brother Chen sees us here." "I'm sorry. If we weren't here, he would definitely stay as his concubine. After all, she's a princess." Xiao Ru also laughed and joked with David. "You two children, what do you know, how could I lose a forest for a tree?" David said, glancing at the girls. Seeing David say this, several people blushed. On the other hand, Humatsi was on the side and said with a sad face, "You are not losing the forest, but I have lost 2 sturdy ocean trees." With that, Humatsi almost cried. Seeing Humatsi like that made everyone laugh out loud. Back in Kyoto, David immediately found Longwu and asked if the Martial Arts Alliance had done anything during this time. However, David did not find Longwu, but saw that Long Xingxiu had returned from Penglai Island. "Xingxiu, why did you guys come back from Penglai Island?" David asked strangely. According to David's speculation, Long Xingxiu and the others could not reach the realm of Marquis Wu so quickly. "Brother David, Penglai Island is no longer suitable for cultivation. During this period of time, visions have occurred frequently, and many people have died on Penglai Island. Although Du Nan has continuously promulgated seasonal orders, many people still leave Penglai Island." Long Xingxiu explained with David. "A vision? What a vision?" David looked surprised. Sometimes Penglai Island does not see the sun for 3 days, and it is always in the dark night, and sometimes it is always bright and the night is not seen. And earthquakes and tsunamis occur frequently. Within a radius of dozens of miles of Penglai Island, all are huge waves. But the weather is calm outside, as if something is targeting Penglai Island and deliberately drives away the people on the island. By the way, there are also some monsters that haunt from the sea and attack the residents of the island. When Long Xingshu was introducing to David, his face changed slightly, showing how terrifying the things they encountered on Penglai Island at that time. How could this happen? David frowned, and he couldn't figure out why. Could it be because he took the gore-fiend body from Penglai Island? After thinking about it for a long time, David couldn't come up with any clues, so he simply stopped thinking about it. As for the matter of Penglai Island, I will talk about it later. What he has to deal with now is the Martial Arts Alliance. He wants to see if Sonia, who is locked in the Martial Arts Alliance, is the real body. Let's forget about Penglai Island. Has the Martial Arts Alliance made any moves during this time? David asked. Long Xingshu shook his head. That's not true, but during this time, a lot of martial arts families have returned to the Martial Arts Alliance. Then don't worry, you just need to write down these Grass family. David knew that as long as the strength of the Martial Arts Alliance increased, there would definitely be some martial Dao clans to please. In any era, there are people who are like grass on the wall. Brother David, what are you going to do on the side of the Martial Arts Alliance? Do you need me to call in people now? Long Xingshu asked David. No, since many families have returned to the Martial Arts Alliance, I will let them see that the Martial Arts Alliance is nothing but a paper tiger. Anyone can fight. Even if they fight with the Martial Arts Alliance, I will follow. Remember, make this time bigger. As long as I am alive, I will make the Martial Arts Alliance have a bad life. David decided to publicly slap the face of the Martial Arts Alliance. Chapter 1836. Now the dragon-slaying sword in his hand is already comparable to the sacred weapon, and even surpasses the sacred weapon. Moreover, David has the fleshly body of Gore-Fiend, which is comparable to the strongest shield. As long as these two are used well, David has the confidence to destroy the people in the Martial Arts Alliance. Okay, I'll do it now. Long Xingshu nodded. David went to rest, knowing that David was back. Many people wanted to see David, but David didn't see anyone. And at this moment in the Martial Arts Alliance, the news of David's return was also immediately known to the people of the Martial Arts Alliance. 7 black and silver robes sat on both sides, and the master sat on the arrogant Ningji. At this time, the clothes on Ningji's body were still black copper robes, but when the 7 black and silver robes below saw Ningji, they all bowed their heads slightly. Looking at the attitude of the 7 black and silver robes towards him, Ningji's heart swelled at this moment. Then David has come back. Have you figured out how to deal with it? You must know that when David comes back, he will definitely find trouble with the Martial Arts Alliance, and now the Great Master really wants to get that kid's body. You must as soon as possible. Find a way. Ningji said in a high-spirited tone. Evil envoy, the 7 of us will capture that David as soon as possible. With only our 7 brothers and 2 sacred weapons, then David is no match at all. The boss stood up and greeted Ningji respectfully. Said. Although Ningji is young, although Ningji was only a black copper robe at first, but there is no way, who let the magician take a fancy to Ningji's body, and now Ningji has become a magician, and their black and silver robes should be respectful. Obey. Okay, 3 days, I will only give you 3 days. If you can't catch that David after 3 days, you should wait to be punished. After Ningji finished speaking, a black mist filled the air, and then Ningji's body disappeared. Bah, what? Why did the magician look at this guy's body? A black and silver robe spat fiercely, obviously not convinced. 5th, don't talk nonsense. It's not up to you and me to talk about demons' actions. Think about how to catch that David within 3 days. The boss said with a sad face. Although the 7 of them joined forces, with the addition of the weapon Holy Weapon, it was not difficult to catch David. But David is the master of the Dragon Gate, and now the entire Dragon Gate's forces are all over the capital, and David has a relationship with the official Mr. Sher. If they forcefully arrest David, they will definitely encounter great resistance. If you want to catch David without causing turmoil in the entire Kyoto martial arts world, you need to think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Brother, can't we just use David's girlfriend to attract that David? Said a black and silver robe. No, this method has been used on David for a long time. This guy probably won't be fooled. He also knows that none of us would really dare to kill his girlfriend. The boss shook his head. Brother, otherwise we will go to the squatting post. As soon as that David appears, we will arrest him immediately. The third child said. Third brother, do you think that David is an ordinary person? Do we arrest him as soon as we reach out? There will definitely be a fight at that time. If this causes a riot, a lot of people will be killed. At that time, you think the officials will sit back and watch it? Does it make sense? Also, the Great Master has explained that before the aura recovers, don't follow the official opposition. Lao Lu reminded. Then what to do? This won't work, that won't work. Are you waiting for David to come to us? The old man shouted a little irritably. At this time, there was a loud noise from the door of the Martial Arts Alliance. The boss said, Old Fifth, go out and have a look. The Old Five nodded and then walked out. Chapter 1837. At this moment, at the gate of the Martial Arts Alliance, two guards stopped Long Xingshu. This is the powerhouse of the Martial Arts Alliance, no one is allowed to enter without an appointment. A guard shouted at Long Xingshu aggressively. Long Xingshu looked at the guard and smiled coldly. The Martial Arts Alliance is about to be destroyed, you are still here as dogs? How much benefit has the Martial Arts Alliance gave you? Come to our Dragon Gate to see the gate, I will double it. Bold, you dare to speak rudely, believe it or not, we will take you down now and put you in the dungeon. The guard who guarded the door said angrily. It's just you. I'll beat you down with one hand. The Martial Arts Alliance is really bad. I can't find some powerful people when I look at the door. Long Xingshu's eyes were full of disdain. You're really courting death. The guard couldn't bear it any longer, and smashed his fist at Long Xingshu. In fact, this guard is not low in strength, and Wuzong's strength is enough to see the door. This punch also had a terrifying fist style and hit Long Xingshu's head. Long Xingshu's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect a few words, the other party would actually kill him. Same punch. Bang! The two fists met, and the guard flew out in an instant, while Long Xingshu didn't move. Seeing this, the other guard trembled with fright, not knowing what to do for a while. Long Xingshu snorted coldly and swaggered in, but the guard didn't dare to stop him. Long Xingshu walked to the downed guard, saw that the guard was about to get up, and then stepped on it. Puff! The guard fell to the ground again. Are you still crazy? Long Xingshu asked coldly, looking at the guard. No, not crazy, I was wrong. The guard began to beg for mercy. If I hadn't come to send the battle posts today, your nickname would have been long gone. Long Xingshu snorted coldly, then raised his feet and walked towards the Martial Arts Alliance. But just as Long Xingshu walked into the Martial Arts Alliance, a terrifying force suddenly attacked and hit Long Xingshu directly. Long Xingshu's heart trembled, the whole person quickly retreated, and directly withdrew from the Martial Arts Alliance. Great Marquis? Long Xingshu could feel that the terrifying aura just now came from a Great Marquis. Boy, who are you? Dare to come to my Martial Arts Alliance to be wild, I think you are tired of living. Seeing that Long Xingshu dared to act on their guards, the fifth man said angrily. Long Xingshu glanced at the fifth, and found that the other party was wearing a black robe, and immediately understood that the other party's identity was not easy in the Martial Arts Alliance. I'm Long Xingshu, the deputy head of Longmen, and I came here today to give you a battle post. Long Xingshu said, a gilded battle post in his hand, and instantly let go. That battle post was like a sharp blade, heading straight for the fifth. The old five just pinched the battle post with a light finger. Battle post? Whose battle post? The fifth asked. At noon tomorrow, our sect master will invite people from your martial arts alliance. Your martial arts alliance can fight as you like, as many people as you want. We are going to call your martial arts alliance Dad in front of many martial arts families. Long Xingshu said with a cold smile. At this time, Long Xingshu was blindly worshipping David. He felt that as long as David wanted to do it, there was nothing he couldn't do. You bastard, the fifth was furious and slapped it out. Seeing this, Long Xingshu jumped up abruptly, but he was still hit by the palm wind. He stepped back a few steps, and his chi and blood tumbled. Old man, if you have the ability, you will fight with our sect master. What kind of ability do you have to bully me as a messenger? Although Long Xingshu knew that he was no match for the opponent, he did not show weakness at all. The fifth opened the battle post and looked at it, and said with a sneer, "Tomorrow our martial arts alliance will definitely make an appointment, just let your sect master wait to die." The old fifth walked back to the martial arts alliance with the battle post, and Long Xingshu also left. Big brother, it's really a good thing." As soon as he entered the door, the fifth child began to shout. Chapter 1838. After all, they were all worried about how to catch David, but they didn't want that David actually came to the door in person. "What's wrong?" the boss asked. "Brother, look, that David dared to provoke us directly, this stupid pen just saves us trouble." The fifth brother excitedly handed the battle post to the boss. The boss looked at the battle post and laughed loudly. "Since David is courting his own death, he can't blame us. After tomorrow, the logos on the black robes of the brothers will all be changed to gold." Dragon Gate. Long Xingshu followed David to return to life, and sent the battle post out. "Brother David, we will go to some more people tomorrow. If there is any accident, we can deal with it." Long Xingshu is afraid that David will suffer in the ring. "No, you still have things to do," David said lightly. Long Xingshu was stunned for a moment. "Brother David, what are we going to do? During the competition tomorrow, you took someone to bring the martial arts alliance to me, and directly occupied the martial arts alliance. In the future, the martial arts alliance will never appear in Kyoto." When Long Xingshu heard it, he immediately said excitedly, "No problem, I'll arrange it." He took over the martial arts alliance and occupied the martial arts alliance, which was a feat. If this can be spread out, it will definitely be remembered for thousands of years. Not long after Long Xingshu left, Humatsi found David, which surprised David. "Master Hu, you are not in Wenra Township at this time, what are you doing here?" David asked strangely. "David, someone wants to see you," Humatsi said. "No, I said it, I refuse to see guests today, no one will be seen." David shook his head. "No, you must see this person. If you don't see me, I will break up with you," Humatsi said with a serious face. David was stunned for a moment, looking at Humatsi in disbelief. "Master Hu, is this person a relative of yours?" David didn't understand why Humatsi had to let himself see this person. "Don't worry about it, you must meet today, otherwise I won't know you." Humatsi looked resolute. Seeing Humatsi like this, David could only helplessly nodded. "Okay, I still want to give Master Hu's face. You can call someone in." Humatsi laughed immediately, then ran out. Soon, Humatsi came back with a woman. When David saw this woman, he immediately understood. It turned out that this woman was none other than Zhou Jia of the Demon Spirit sect. I saw Humatsi's flattering look, his eyes fixed on Zhou Jia's legs. Seeing this, David almost couldn't help laughing. "Mr. Chen is really busy. It's really hard to see you, and I have to rely on relationships, so I have to go through the back door." Zhou Jia smiled lightly when she saw David. "Miss Zhou misunderstood, I just have important things tomorrow, so I want to rest more today," David explained. "In order to compete with the Martial Arts Alliance?" Zhou Jia smiled. This time, David was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Because of this, David didn't tell anyone, except Long Xingshu, no one knew about it. But this week Zhou Jia knew, this had to make David terrifying. Ballet. Humatsi was still confused. He didn't know that David was going to compete with the Martial Arts Alliance. We agreed, don't interrupt, just go out. Zhou Jie glared at Humatsi and said. Humatsi quickly shrank his head, okay, I won't ask. Seeing Humatsi's cowardly look, David was speechless for a while. This was directly handled by the woman. Chapter 1839. David looked at Zhou Jie coldly and asked, how did you know? This is something I just decided and I haven't announced it yet. David didn't believe that Long Xingshu would tell Zhou Jie about this. Yes, since it's not Long Xingshu, it must be someone from the Martial Arts Alliance. Guess what? Zhou Jie smiled lightly. You arranged your own people in the Martial Arts Alliance, right? David asked. Because only in this way, Zhou Jie can know about this matter and Sonia's affairs so quickly. This should be the secret of the Martial Arts Alliance, but the demon sect actually knows it, which proves that there must be someone in the Martial Arts Alliance. And the identity of this person is definitely not low, otherwise it is impossible to know these secrets. Zhou Jie smiled, neither admitting nor denying it, because now he has not reached a cooperation with David, so some things still cannot be known to David. Tell me, what do you have to do with me? Since Zhou Jie used Humatsi's relationship to see herself, there must be something. Our sect master appreciates you very much, so I want to invite you to the demon sect to show you the strength of our demon sect. Zhou Jie said. I don't have time these days. David shook his head. I know, so I'm not in a hurry here. When you destroy the people in the Martial Arts Alliance and know the secrets of the Martial Arts Alliance dungeon, you will naturally believe us. Zhou Jie said lightly. Are you so sure that I can defeat those people in the Martial Arts Alliance? David looked at Zhou Jie in confusion. He didn't understand how Zhou Jie had so much confidence in himself. Of course, you will win. Don't forget the agreement between us after the victory, follow me to the demon sect, and then you will know more secrets you want to know. After Zhou Jie finished speaking, she turned around and walked out. Humatsi followed closely behind her, her eyes fixed on Zhou Jie's legs. Her breathing became short. If it wasn't for Zhou Jie's strength, it is estimated that Humatsi couldn't help it, and would have pounced on it long ago. Miss Zhou, can I go to the demon sect together? Humatsi followed behind the Zhou family and asked flatteringly. You have to ask Mr. Chen. If he agrees, our demon sect has no opinion. After Zhou Jie finished speaking, she glanced at Humatsi with meaningful eyes, and then left. Feeling Zhou Jie's gaze, Humatsi shivered and jumped up excitedly. My heart is about to get drunk, is this what it feels like to be in love? Humatsi clutched her beating heart, and her whole body was intoxicated. When David came out, he could only roll his eyes when he saw Humatsi like that. Everyone has their own weaknesses, maybe the weakness of Flax is women. David asked Long Xingshu to spread the news about following the Martial Arts Alliance. Soon, the entire Martial Arts Alliance became lively. It's too awesome, this David actually challenged the Martial Arts Alliance again, and this time the people from the Martial Arts Alliance can join together. Then David disappeared for a while, and after he came back, he became so high profile. Will he get any inheritance? Is it? You must know that the Martial Arts Alliance has 7 great martial marquis, and there are 2 sacred weapons in hand. Even if David is really inherited, he is not an opponent at all. Wait and see, then David will definitely lose, let's bet. The Martial Arts Forum began to have a bet between David and the Martial Arts Alliance. It's just that many people are buying the Martial Arts Alliance to win. After all, the Martial Arts Alliance now has 7 great martial marquis, and there are still 2 martial saint weapons, so David has no chance of winning. However, since David dared to issue a battle post, he must have his own plans, and he might become a dark horse. Chapter 1840. Therefore, some people buy David Sheng, but compared to the Martial Arts Alliance, there are still a few people who buy David Sheng, which proves that these people's expectations for David's strength are not very high. In the Martial Arts Alliance, the 7 black and silver robes gathered together and watched David publicize this matter with great fanfare. They felt that David must have some conspiracy. Brother, David dares to provoke our martial arts alliance with such a big fanfare, will it be deceitful? Asked the third child. I don't feel right. He is only the strength of the great Marquis. How dare he challenge 7 of us? What's more, we have 2 sacred weapons in our hands, so David is obviously certain to lose. Who the hell is he doing this for? There's no cheating, right? The fifth also felt that David had some intentions. Regardless of cheating, since David has publicized this matter, our martial arts alliance must take over. And the magic envoy only gave us 3 days, so we must arrest David. Stay. And in the face of absolute strength, all strategies are futile. The boss's eyes showed coldness. Brother, I have a note, no matter what plan David has, we can make him mess up. At this time, the second child spoke. What's the plan? The boss asked with interest when he heard it. Then the second child whispered in the boss's ear. After listening to this, the corner of the boss's mouth raised. Just do it like this, you can do it. The second child nodded, and then left. Soon, the second child walked into the dungeon and came to the place where Sonia was imprisoned. Looking at Sonia in front of him, the second child showed a sneer on his face. Sonia looked at the guy in front of her and frowned slightly, because she felt danger from this guy. Don't look at Sonia being detained here for so long, but she has never been abused or beaten. After all, Sonia's blood is an excellent training resource. Without power, who would dare to attack Sonia? But now, the second child looked at Sonia with a strong sense of coldness. When the prison door was opened, the second child tied Sonia's hands and feet with iron chains. This time, Sonia was a little panicked. Sonia glared at the second child. If he dared to violate her, Sonia had already thought about it, and she would rather bite her tongue and commit suicide than feel sorry for David. However, the second child didn't do anything to Sonia, but took out a leather whip made of tiger tendons and started whipping Sonia's body. The severe pain made Sonia grit her teeth. Looking at Sonia's appearance, the second child took out his mobile phone and took a picture. It clearly recorded that Sonia was beaten and was injured all over. After the second child was tired, he released Sonia and left with satisfaction. After walking out of the dungeon, the second child sent the video just recorded directly to the martial arts forum. Soon, this video caused a heated discussion, and many people were scolding the martial arts alliance for being too domineering, even beating women. But there are more people who scold David. They all call David a scumbag and don't care about his girlfriend's life or death. Brother David. Long Xingxiu walked to David's room and seemed to have something to say. What's wrong? David asked. Long Xingxiu lowered his head, not knowing how to follow David. David frowned. If you have something to say, if you have nothing to leave. Don't forget that you are now the deputy sect master of Longmen. Thousands of people follow you, so don't be mad when you see David. Long Xingxiu hurriedly handed over the phone and said, Brother David, look at the video above, it was just sent by the Martial Arts Alliance. Chapter 1841. David took the mobile phone, and the picture above was that Sonia was tied up, and a man in black robes kept whipping Sonia with a whip. And while fighting, he provoked David. David, I know you can definitely see this video. You can't even protect your girlfriend, and you dare to challenge our martial arts alliance. I can kill you. Now I'll show the people in the martial arts world. You brag all day long, but you can't even protect your girlfriend. After speaking, the whip beat Sonia fiercely. Body. Sonia clenched her teeth tightly, without making a sound, her eyes were full of anger. Watching this scene, David's body was trembling, and his teeth were rattling. A terrifying murderous aura burst out from David instantly. Martial Arts Alliance, I'm going to kill all of you. David suddenly smashed the phone in his hand, and his eyes became extremely scarlet. David's power is constantly wandering, and the whole person seems to be in madness, and the anger has made David lose his mind. Feeling the breath of David, Long Xingxiu was shivering all over. David got up and said to Long Xingxiu, Call everyone in Longmen, I want no one alive in the Martial Arts Alliance. Brother David, tomorrow we will officially compete with the Martial Arts Alliance. The battle post has been sent. If we are now do it, in the martial arts world, I am afraid. Shut up, I will let everyone in the Martial Arts Alliance die now. Before Long Xingshu finished speaking, David roared angrily. In addition, all families in the martial arts world are notified. Whoever joins those who belong to the Martial Arts Alliance are the enemies of my Dragon Gate, and they will receive revenge from my Dragon Gate. Seeing this, Long Xingshu nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go right now." After Long Xingshu left, David walked out of the room, raised his head and roared. "Ah, there!" Huge roar instantly spread over a radius of 10 kilometers, and the golden light on David's body was constantly flashing, and the terrifying breath swept through like a tsunami. The undead golden body was activated, and pieces of golden scales covered David's body, and the dragon-slaying sword also appeared in David's hand. David can't stand it anymore. He wants to kill all those guys in the Martial Arts Alliance now, not a single one. I will not kill the Martial Arts Alliance. I, David, will not be human. David roared. The bright golden light made many people look around. Hu Matsi, Gu Linger, and Long Wu also felt the anger on David, and they all came running. They also all saw the video on the martial arts forum, and everyone was outraged. Looking at David's scarlet eyes from anger, everyone showed distress. They knew how uncomfortable David would be at the moment. Mr. Chen, if you lose your mind at this time, for the Martial Arts Alliance, it's exactly what they want, you have to think twice. Zhou Jia came and persuaded David. Yes, David, you have to calm down. The Martial Arts Alliance released this video at this time, obviously to stimulate you. As long as you get angry, you will definitely be in chaos. Long Wu also persuaded David. As I said, it's just an image, not your real girlfriend, so when you think about it, your girlfriend was not beaten. Zhou Jia was still persuading David. At this moment, David's violent aura was slowly subduing, and he was chanting the heart purification mantra silently in his heart. I know, I won't mess up my mind. David nodded, but this time I won't kill the Martial Arts Alliance. I don't think I will give up. Although David didn't go to the Martial Arts Alliance to make trouble, but the Grass family, all the families who joined the Martial Arts Alliance are unlucky. In just one night, Longmen was dispatched and wiped out more than a dozen aristocratic sects. Chapter 1842. All of them joined the Martial Arts Alliance, and there were some lucky ones who immediately announced their withdrawal from the Martial Arts Alliance when they saw the signs of something wrong. For a time, everyone in the martial arts world turned pale when they talked about the Martial Arts Alliance, and no one dared to mention the Martial Arts Alliance again, let alone join. Even many staff members in the Martial Arts Alliance resigned one after another, and even the guards at the gate ran away. Originally, the Martial Arts Alliance wanted to use this method to stimulate David and make David mentally chaotic, so he could deal with him very well. Unexpectedly, in just half a day, the Martial Arts Alliance was isolated. In addition to their 7 black and silver robes, there are only a dozen people left in the entire Martial Arts Alliance. At noon, it's time for BB. In the martial arts field in the suburbs, it was already crowded with people. Originally, the Martial Arts Alliance wanted to make a high-profile appearance, but now there are only a dozen people left. How can it be high-profile? Helpless, only 7 black-silver robes went to the martial arts field alone, and the remaining dozen people were watching the house in the Martial Arts Alliance. Just as the 7 black and silver robes had just left the Martial Arts Alliance, Long Xingshu immediately rushed in. Kill people when they see them. Everyone in the Dragon Gate has endless anger towards the people in the Martial Arts Alliance. More than a dozen people from the Martial Arts Alliance were quickly slaughtered, and Long Xingshu successfully occupied the Martial Arts Alliance. And all the plaques were smashed and replaced with the Longmen brand. It's just that the 7 black silver robes don't know yet and are on their way to the martial arts field. David was alone, standing quietly on the ring, waiting for the people from the Martial Arts Alliance. Although only David was in the ring, everyone felt the momentum of David, but it was like there were thousands of troops. I want to change the bet. I want to bet on David Sheng. This David's aura is indeed different from other great marquis. This time the competition must be very exciting. I want to take a good look. Everyone looked at David on the ring and talked about it. the people from the Martial Arts Alliance are here. At this moment, 7 black and silver robes walked slowly, and then went up to the ring. Seeing that the 7 martial marquis of the Martial Arts Alliance had all appeared, everyone stopped talking and looked at the ring quietly. At this time, in a corner under the ring, a man who was also wearing a black robe and his face was covered was also staring at the ring. This person is Ningji, but at this time Ningji is no longer completely himself. These idiots want to anger David and make him mad, but now it seems to be counterproductive. Ningji said slowly. Observe carefully, when you follow David, there will be a battle. In Ningji's mind, the voice of the magician appeared. Master Demon Envoy, do you think that the 7 black silver robes, together with the 2 sacred weapons, can't catch this David? Ningji asked in surprise. Not necessarily, but David dared to challenge the Martial Arts Alliance on his stomach, and he looked calm and relaxed. It seems that he was prepared. The magician said. If the 7 black and silver robes are defeated at that time, should we do something? Ningji asked. No, your task now is to increase your strength as soon as possible. It won't take long, it will be of great use. The magician said hoarsely. Ningji nodded, although he didn't know how useful he could be, but since the envoy said so, it seems that his future is limitless. On the ring, David was alone with the 7 black and silver robes of the Martial Arts Alliance. The boss took a step forward slowly, and then stared at David. David also looked at the boss in the black and silver robe, his eyes were full of murderous intent. The 2 people began to exude aura, and the auras swept like waves, constantly impacting each other. Obviously, this boss is testing David's details. Chapter 1843. Boom. With a loud noise, David's body took 3 steps back, but the black-silver robe boss didn't move at all. Everyone in the stands was a little surprised when they saw this. If David can't even deal with a black and silver robe, what is there to challenge the entire Martial Arts Alliance? If 7 people join forces, David will not be beaten into scum. The boss showed disdain in his eyes, and said with a cold smile, with this little skill, where did you have the courage to challenge our Martial Arts Alliance? Don't think how powerful your Dragon Gate is, in the face of absolute strength, I can make yours in minutes. Longmen is disbanded. You are obediently admitting defeat, and if you come with us, I can let you leave in a decent manner. If you are obsessed, then I don't mind dragging you away like a dead dog. The boss said yes as David threatened. The test just now multiplied his information. You are so confident that you can beat me? David said with a faint smile. It's not confidence, it's strength. If the 7 of us shoot at the same time, you won't even be able to see the bones. The corner of the boss's mouth was slightly raised, and his eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Then the 7 of you will do it together. Since I want to challenge your Martial Arts Alliance, of course, let the 7 of you do it together and kill one by one. I think it's a waste of time. David said coldly. Hearing David's words, all the 7 black-silver robes were stunned. They didn't expect that David would dare to let the 7 of them do it together in front of so many people. This is simply too arrogant, and they don't take them seriously. David, you little boy, you just don't know how high the sky is, it's too wild. The 5th elder in black and silver robe roared at David. But the boss didn't get angry, but with a sneer on his face, David, I've already seen that little trick of yours, don't you just want the 7 of us to do it at the same time, even if you lose, it can also be said that we are bullied by a large number of people. Also, our Martial Arts Alliance does not talk about martial arts, and many people bully you alone. I will not give you this opportunity, I will deal with it alone. Enough. After the boss just tested, he felt that he had no problem dealing with David, plus he had the sacred weapon in his hand, it was easy to defeat David. You mean to fight me one-on-one? David asked lightly. Of course, one of us is enough, why 7 people? The boss nodded. Okay, I hope you don't regret it. David nodded, and then said, but I have a request. You can tell. The boss nodded. Can I choose one of the 7 of you to compare with me? David asked. The black and silver robe boss was slightly taken aback. Do you want to choose the weakest one from among us? But I advise you to put aside this careful thought, because our brothers are of equal strength, whoever you choose will be the same fate. But David shook his head. I just want someone to die first. Okay, who do you choose? The boss asked. David's eyes swept over a few people, and then his eyes fell on the second black and silver robe. It's him. David's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Because from the video, David can clearly see that this guy beat Sonya. The boss glanced at the second child, and then smiled coldly. The second child, this guy chose you, are you sure? Big brother, within 10 moves, I will take this kid. Hey Inpao, the second child is full of self-confidence. The boss just tested David and let him see David's strength. Okay, then you shoot, but be careful, don't kill him, the boss urged. Chapter 1844. Because David's physical body is needed, if David dies, it is a corpse, and the value of the physical body will be greatly reduced. I understand, the second child nodded, then stepped forward and pointed a long sword at David. Boy, your little girlfriend is so skinny and tender, she really resists beatings. She didn't say a word. I believe you have seen the video, right? The second child stepped forward and provoked David. David's pupils shrank suddenly, and his whole body was full of killing intent. Today I will let you know what regret is. After David finished speaking, the dragon-slaying sword slowly appeared in his right hand. When the dragon-slaying sword came out, everyone seemed to feel the strong fighting spirit and bloody murderous aura emanating from the dragon-slaying sword. David has long been one with the dragon-slaying sword, and the anger in David's heart, the sword spirit of the dragon-slaying sword can also be truly felt. Therefore, the dragon-slaying sword at this moment has long been hungry and thirsty, and wants to drink the blood of the other party. Seeing the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand, the long sword in the old second hand trembled slightly, as if he was afraid. Boy, take the move. Seeing this, the second child rushed towards David. If he didn't do it, he was afraid that he would also feel timid in his heart. When fighting, the most taboo is to be timid to the opponent, so you will become very passive. Obviously, the second black and silver robe also understood the reason, so he took the lead. The long sword in his hand stabbed straight at David, and the sword energy was like an arrow from Xian Xian, whistling in the air. David was not in a hurry, he gently waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and a surging sword energy directly shrouded the second child. With this wave of David, the sword energy slapped towards the second child like a wave. But the sword chi emitted by the second black and silver robe was sharp and condensed, and instantly pierced the wave-like sword chi in front of David. The whistling sound came in a blink of an eye, but David did not change his face. His golden body burst out suddenly, and the golden light instantly enveloped David's whole body. At this time, David was like a warrior in golden armor. The sharp sword energy of the second child slashed at David, and bursts of fire broke out in an instant. Except for the damage to the scales of David's indestructible golden body, David did not suffer any other damage. The second child looked shocked and looked at David in disbelief, but when he was shocked, David's wave-like sword energy had already arrived in front of him. The second child hurriedly backed away, and at the same time, the long sword in his hand also waved sword flowers, trying to resist the sword chi cut out by David. But the sword flowers of the second child, under David's wave-like sword energy, were like a lonely boat, and they were instantly shattered. The second child also seemed to feel the devastation of the storm, and fell heavily to the ground, and the clothes on his body were tattered by the sharp sword energy, like a beggar. Are you all that capable? David said coldly as he looked at the fallen second child with a gloomy expression on his face. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. David made the opponent fall to the ground with a single strike. You must know that several black and silver robes from the Martial Arts Alliance just swore that one person could take down David. Especially the black and silver robe boss. At this moment, it is like being slapped in the face, and he is still slapped in the face of everyone. Second child, you retire, the boss said to the second child. But the second child at this time had already fallen into madness. After getting up, he glared at David. "Today I must take him down." Soon, the second child began to emit a faint black mist, and a black figure seemed to walk beside the second child, and finally slowly overlapped with the second child's body. At this time, the second child's face was full of hideousness, and the aura on his body began to change, and he understood that he became stronger. Chapter 1845. "Kid, die for me." The second child roared, and the long sword in his hand instantly turned into a complete sword shadow, shrouded in David. At this time, the entire arena seemed to be shrouded in the shadow of the sword. Looking at the second child who was rushing towards him, David snorted coldly, and murderous intent erupted in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand slowly slid across the air, and David's figure was instantly divided into 2 and 4. The Nine Shadows sword technique was instantly displayed on David's body at this moment. I saw a few figures of David, like ghosts, and instantly approached the second black and silver robe. The second child's face changed greatly, the long sword in his hand was swung towards David, and thousands of sword shadows also bombarded David's body at the same time. But after a loud explosion, what the second child just knocked out was just a phantom of David. Just when the second child was about to shoot again, he only felt a sharp sword light coming. Ah! With a shrill scream, I saw the second child's arm holding the long sword flying into the air in an instant. The entire arm of the second child was cut off, and blood spurted out instantly. An arm was cut off, but David was not satisfied. Everyone only saw that 5 or 6 Davids who looked exactly the same were waving the long sword in his hand, constantly slashing at the second child. No one knows which is David's body. Everyone only heard the constant screams of the second child, as well as the splashing blood and limbs. After a while, the screams disappeared, and David's figure finally came together slowly. At this time, everyone could really see clearly that the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand was dripping with blood. And the second black and silver robe fell to the ground, his limbs have disappeared, his body is full of wounds, and the blood is not stopped. But even with such a serious injury, the second child's chest is still heaving, obviously still alive. Obviously David didn't want him to die so happily. The second child looked at David with horror in his eyes, panting heavily. The severe pain made his face grim, but he couldn't say a word. Because his Adam's apple has long been cut by David with a sword, so he can't make a sound. I said, "You will regret it," David said coldly as he looked at the second black and silver robe, who had already been miserable. At this time, the second child was lying on the ground, with regret or fear in his eyes. Second brother, second brother. Several other black-silver robes rushed up in an instant, but looking at the second child who was about to become a fleshy mess, no one could do anything, even the Luo Jingxian could save him with such a body not alive. At this moment, a black mist suddenly appeared in the second child's body, and then fled towards the distance at a very fast speed. This is the soul living in this black-silver robe. Now that the sojourner is dying, they need to find a suitable person to live again in the shortest possible time. But just as the soul was escaping rapidly into the distance, David suddenly opened his mouth, and a huge suction force sucked the soul back in an instant. The soul was directly sucked into David's body, and David was like eating delicious food, with a touch of satisfaction on his face. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, especially those black and silver robes. All of them were very terrified. Speaking of which, these black and silver robes are just puppets, but what can really dominate is the soul within them. These sojourn souls, they can find a new sojourn body as quickly as possible after the sojourn body dies. Therefore, they are not very concerned about the life and death of the sojourn, just like the house where humans live. If the house is broken, they can find a new one. But now they found out that David could even swallow souls, which made them panic all of a sudden. Especially the sojourn souls in these black-silver robes are terrified one by one. Chapter 1846. Boy, it seems that I underestimated you, the boss. Looked at David angrily, and then said loudly, "The third, the fourth, the fifth, the 3 of you will take him down for me." In the beginning, David deliberately showed his weakness to himself and let himself be fooled, otherwise the second child would not be so miserable. So this time, he let 3 people fight David together in one breath. He didn't believe that David could still defeat his 3 brothers. "Boy, I'm going to avenge the second brother," the old fifth shouted angrily, and slashed at David with a big knife. At the same time, the third and fourth also moved towards David at the same time. It can be seen that these black and silver robes usually practice together, their movements are very skillful, and the attack timing is just right. David Ping attacked the 3 black and silver robes at the same time. He did not appear panicked. Instead, he blocked the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and directly blocked the big sword of the 5th one. But at the same time, the iron fist of the 3rd child has also reached David's chest. David frowned slightly, and he could only withdraw his sword and escape the punch of the 3rd child. But before David could stand still, a 9-segment whip was thrown towards David. The whip head of the 9-segment whip slid across David's body, and a golden light flashed instantly, and David's golden body was not broken. Another large scale turned into nothingness. "Boy, I see how you can dodge the attack of our 3 brothers," the fourth snorted coldly. The 9-section whip in his hand was like a poisonous snake, and he turned his direction again and walked towards David. At the same time, the big sword in Lao Wu's hand directly attacked David's legs. The 3rd child jumped up and smashed David's head with a pair of iron fists. The 3 of them cooperated tacitly. This was to kill David with one blow. Because David injured his 2nd child, the 3 seemed to have long forgotten the demon's advice. When everyone saw this, their hearts were all tense. And the demon envoy in Ningji frowned and said, "These idiots, they actually murdered, the great master will blame. Sir, should we come forward and remind them?" Ningji asked. "Forget it, let's take a look," said the magician. On the ring, David Ping attacked 3 people at the same time. The golden light on his body suddenly appeared, followed by a loud shout, a sword was swung out, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand was instantly released. Seeing this, everyone thought that David was nervous, and he didn't grab the weapon and let it go, but they didn't know that David's dragon-slaying sword was already able to do whatever he wanted. I saw Zhanlongjian alone meet the big sword of the 5th, accompanied by a burst of fire. The big sword in Lao Wu's hand was instantly cut off by the dragon-slaying sword. At the same time, David made a fist with his right hand, and golden light flashed above his fist. Holy light fist, a golden light was like a note, and I saw it slam towards the 3rd child. Bang rumbling. The 3rd child was instantly knocked out by David's huge fist style. At the same time, the 4th child's 9-section whip had been beaten on David's body, and the undamaged golden body on David's body was instantly shattered, but David did not suffer much damage. Then he kicked the 3rd child away. In the blink of an eye, everyone didn't see what was going on, and they saw that the 3 black silver robes had been knocked to the ground. Especially the 3rd child, whose entire arm was twisted and deformed, obviously being interrupted. The dragon-slaying sword returned to David's hand, holding the sword in one hand, looking coldly at the 3 men in black robes who fell to the ground. This time, the audience was shocked, and some people even sighed and booed. Ha ha ha, the 3 members of the Martial Arts Alliance were beaten down so quickly. What about the people who bet on the Martial Arts Alliance? I think you are going to lose. This David is too arrogant. Yeah. Everyone talked about it, it was worthwhile to tell the Martial Arts Alliance. It is even more so that the pigs and dogs said by the 7 black and silver robes are not as good as. Chapter 1847. Boom. With a loud noise, David's body took 3 steps backwards, but the black-silver robe boss didn't move at all. Everyone in the stands was a little surprised when they saw this. If David can't even deal with a black and silver robe, what is there to challenge the entire Martial Arts Alliance? If 7 people join forces, David will not be beaten into scum. The boss showed disdain in his eyes, and said with a cold smile, "With this little skill, where did you have the courage to challenge our Martial Arts Alliance? Don't think how powerful your Dragon Gate is, in the face of absolute strength, I can make yours in minutes." Longmen is disbanded. You are obediently admitting defeat, and if you come with us, I can let you leave in a decent manner. If you are obsessed, then I don't mind dragging you away like a dead dog. The boss said yes as David threatened. The test just now multiplied his information. You are so confident that you can beat me? David said with a faint smile. It's not confidence, it's strength. If the 7 of us shoot at the same time, you won't even be able to see the bones. The corner of the boss's mouth was slightly raised, and his eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Then the 7 of you will do it together. Since I want to challenge your martial arts alliance, of course, let the 7 of you do it together and kill one by one. I think it's a waste of time. David said coldly. Hearing David's words, all the 7 black silver robes were stunned. They didn't expect that David would dare to let the 7 of them do it together in front of so many people. This is simply too arrogant, and they don't take them seriously. David, you little boy, you just don't know how high the sky is, it's too wild. The 5th man in black and silver robe roared at David. However, the boss was not angry, but with a sneer on his face. David, I have already seen that little trick of yours. Don't you just want the 7 of us to do it at the same time? Even if you lose, it can also be said that we are bullied by a large number of people. Also, our martial arts alliance does not talk about martial arts, and if many people bully you alone, I will not give you this opportunity, I will deal with it alone. Enough. After the boss just tested, he felt that he had no problem dealing with David, plus he had a weapon in his hand, it would be easy to defeat David. You mean to fight me one-on-one? David asked lightly. Of course, one of us is enough, why 7 people? The boss nodded. Okay, I hope you don't regret it. David nodded, and then said, but I have a request. You can tell. The boss nodded. Can I choose one of the 7 of you to compare with me? David asked. The black and silver robe boss was slightly taken aback. Do you want to choose the weakest one from among us? But I advise you to put aside this careful thought, because our brothers are of equal strength, and whoever you choose will be the same fate. But David shook his head. I just want someone to die first. Okay, who do you choose? The boss asked. David's eyes swept over a few people, and then his eyes fell on the 2nd black and silver robe. It's him. David's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Because from the video, David can clearly see that this guy beat Sonya. The boss glanced at the 2nd child, and then smiled coldly. 2nd child, this guy chose you, are you sure? Big brother, within 10 moves, I will take this kid. Hey Inpao, the 2nd child is full of self-confidence. The boss just tested David and let him see David's strength. Okay, then you shoot, but be careful, don't kill him, the boss urged. Chapter 1848. Because David's physical body is needed, if David dies, it is a corpse, and the value of the physical body will be greatly reduced. I understand. The 2nd child nodded, then stepped forward and pointed a long sword at David. Boy, your little girlfriend is so skinny and tender, she really resists beatings. She didn't say a word. I believe you have seen the video, right? The 2nd child stepped forward and provoked David. David's pupils shrank suddenly, and his whole body was full of killing intent. Today I will let you know what regret is. After David finished speaking, the dragon-slaying sword slowly appeared in his right hand. When the dragon-slaying sword came out, everyone seemed to feel the strong fighting spirit and bloody murderous aura emanating from the dragon-slaying sword. David has long been one with the dragon-slaying sword, and the anger in David's heart, the sword spirit of the dragon-slaying sword can also be truly felt. Therefore, the dragon-slaying sword at this moment has long been hungry and thirsty, and wants to drink the blood of the other party. Seeing the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand, the long sword in the old 2nd hand trembled slightly, as if he was afraid. Boy, take the move. Seeing this, the 2nd child rushed towards David. If he didn't do it, he was afraid that he would also feel timid in his heart. When fighting, the most taboo is to be timid to the opponent, so you will become very passive. Obviously, the 2nd black and silver robe also understood the reason, so he took the lead. The long sword in his hand stabbed straight at David, and the sword energy was like an arrow from Xian, whistling in the air. David was not in a hurry. He gently waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and a surging sword energy directly shrouded the second child. With this wave of David, the sword energy slapped towards the second child like a wave. But the sword chi emitted by the second black and silver robe was sharp and condensed, and instantly pierced the wave-like sword chi in front of David. The whistling sound came in a blink of an eye, but David did not change his face. His golden body burst out suddenly, and the golden light instantly enveloped David's whole body. At this time, David was like a warrior in golden armor. The sharp sword energy of the second child slashed at David, and bursts of fire broke out in an instant. Except for the damage to the scales of David's indestructible golden body, David did not suffer any other damage. The second child looked shocked and looked at David in disbelief, but when he was shocked, David's wave-like sword energy had already arrived in front of him. The second child hurriedly backed away, and at the same time, the long sword in his hand also waved sword flowers, trying to resist the sword chi cut out by David. But the sword flowers of the second child, under David's wave-like sword energy, were like a lonely boat, and they were instantly shattered. The second child also seemed to feel the devastation of the storm, and fell heavily to the ground, and the clothes on his body were tattered by the sharp sword energy, like a beggar. "Are you all that capable?" David said coldly, looking at the fallen second child with a gloomy expression. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. David made the opponent fall to the ground with a single strike. You must know that several black and silver robes from the Martial Arts Alliance just swore that one person could take down David. Especially the black and silver robe boss. At this moment, it is like being slapped in the face, and he is still slapped in the face of everyone. "Second child, you retire," the boss said to the second child. But the second child at this time had already fallen into madness. After getting up, he glared at David. "Today I must take him down." Soon, the second child began to emit a faint black mist, and a black figure seemed to walk beside the second child, and finally slowly overlapped with the second child's body. At this time, the second child's face was full of hideousness, and the aura on his body began to change, and he understood that he became stronger. Chapter 1849. "Kid, die for me," the second child roared, and the long sword in his hand instantly turned into a complete sword shadow, shrouded in David. At this time, the entire arena seemed to be shrouded in the shadow of the sword. Looking at the second child who was rushing towards him, David snorted coldly, and murderous intent erupted in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand slowly slid across the air, and David's figure was instantly divided into 2 and 4. The 9 Shadows sword technique was instantly displayed on David's body at this moment. I saw a few figures of David, like ghosts, and instantly approached the second black and silver robe. The second child's face changed greatly, the long sword in his hand was swung towards David, and thousands of sword shadows also bombarded David's body at the same time. But after a loud explosion, what the second child just knocked out was just a phantom of David. Just when the second child was about to shoot again, he only felt a sharp sword light coming. "Ah!" With a shrill scream, I saw the second child's arm holding the long sword flying into the air in an instant. The entire arm of the second child was cut off, and blood spurted out instantly. An arm was cut off, but David was not satisfied. Everyone only saw that 5 or 6 Davids who looked exactly the same were waving the long sword in his hand and constantly slashing at the second child. No one knows which is David's body. Everyone only heard the constant screams of the second child, as well as the splashing blood and limbs. After a while, the screams disappeared, and David's figure finally came together slowly. At this time, everyone could really see clearly that the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand was dripping with blood. And the second black and silver robe fell to the ground. His limbs have disappeared, his body is full of wounds, and the blood is not stopped. But even with such a serious injury, the second child's chest is still heaving, obviously still alive. Obviously David didn't want him to die so happily. The second child looked at David with horror in his eyes, panting heavily. The severe pain made his face grim, but he couldn't say a word. Because his Adam's apple has long been cut by David with a sword, so he can't make a sound. I said, "You will regret it." David said coldly as he looked at the second black and silver robe, who had already been miserable. At this time, the second child was lying on the ground, with regret or fear in his eyes. Second brother, second brother. Several other black and silver robes rushed up in an instant, but looking at the second child who was about to become a fleshy mess, no one could do anything. Even the Luo Jingxian could save him with such a body. Not alive. At this moment, a black mist suddenly appeared in the second child's body, and then fled towards the distance at a very fast speed. This is the soul living in this black-silver robe. Now that the sojourner is dying, they need to find a suitable person to live again in the shortest possible time. But just as the soul was escaping rapidly into the distance, David suddenly opened his mouth, and a huge suction force sucked the soul back in an instant. The soul was directly sucked into David's body, and David was like eating delicious food, with a touch of satisfaction on his face. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, especially those black and silver robes. All of them were very terrified. Speaking of which, these black and silver robes are just puppets, but what can really dominate is the soul within them. These sojourn souls, they can find a new sojourn body as quickly as possible after the sojourn body dies. Therefore, they are not very concerned about the life and death of the sojourn, just like the house where humans live. If the house is broken, they can find a new one. But now they found out that David could even swallow souls, which made them panic all of a sudden. Especially the sojourn souls in these black silver robes are terrified one by one. Chapter 1850. Boy, it seems that I underestimated you, the boss. Looked at David angrily, and then said loudly, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the three of you will take him down for me. In the beginning, David deliberately showed his weakness to himself and let himself be fooled, otherwise the second child would not be so miserable. So this time, he let three people fight David together in one breath. He didn't believe that David could still defeat his three brothers. Boy, I'm going to avenge the second brother, the old fifth shouted angrily, and slashed at David with a big knife. At the same time, the third and fourth also moved towards David at the same time. It can be seen that these black and silver robes usually practice together, their movements are very skillful, and the attack timing is just right. David Ping attacked the three black and silver robes at the same time, and did not appear flustered. Instead, he blocked the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and directly blocked the big sword of the fifth one. But at the same time, the iron fist of the third child has also reached David's chest. David frowned slightly, and he could only withdraw his sword to escape the punch of the third child. But before David could stand still, a 9-segment whip was thrown towards David. The whip head of the 9-segment whip slid across David's body, and a golden light flashed instantly, and David's golden body was not broken. Another large scale turned into nothingness. Boy, I see how you can escape the attack of our three brothers, the fourth snorted coldly. The 9-section whip in his hand was like a poisonous snake, and he turned his direction again and walked towards David. At the same time, the big sword in Lao Wu's hand directly attacked David's legs. The third child jumped up and smashed David's head with a pair of iron fists. The three of them cooperated tacitly. This was to kill David with one blow. Because of David's injury to the second child, the three seemed to have long forgotten the demon's instructions. When everyone saw this, their hearts were all tense. And the demon envoy in Ningxi frowned and said, "These idiots, they actually murdered, the great master will blame." "Sir, should we come forward and remind them?" Ningxi asked. "Forget it, let's take a look at it," said the magician. On the arena, David Ping attacked three people at the same time. The golden light on his body suddenly appeared, followed by a loud shout, a sword was swung out, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand was instantly released. Seeing this, everyone thought that David was nervous, and he didn't grab the weapon and let it go, but they didn't know that David's dragon-slaying sword was already able to do whatever he wanted. I saw Zhanlongjian alone meet the big sword of the fifth, accompanied by a burst of fire. The big sword in Lao Wu's hand was instantly cut off by the dragon-slaying sword. At the same time, David made a fist with his right hand, and golden light flashed above his fist. Holy light fist, a golden light was like a note, and I saw it slam towards the third child. Bang rumbling. The third child was instantly knocked out by David's huge fist style. At the same time, the fourth child's 9-section whip had been beaten on David's body, and the undamaged golden body on David's body was instantly shattered, but David did not suffer much damage. Then he kicked the third child away. In the blink of an eye, everyone didn't see what was going on, and they saw that the 3 black silver robes had been knocked to the ground. Especially the third child, whose entire arm was twisted and deformed, obviously being interrupted. The dragon-slaying sword returned to David's hand, holding the sword in one hand, looking coldly at the 3 men in black robes who fell to the ground. This time, the audience was shocked, and some people even sighed and booed. Ha ha ha, the 3 members of the Martial Arts Alliance were beaten down so quickly. What about the people who bet on the Martial Arts Alliance? I think you are going to lose. This David is too arrogant. Yeah. Everyone talked about it. It was worthwhile to tell the Martial Arts Alliance. It is even more so that the pigs and dogs said by the 7 black and silver robes are not as good as.